All right, what's up, Patriots, Americans, uh, and the Republican Nation family? Hope you guys are all doing well. So I just want to make sure before everything. First of all, I want to shout out Free Sound Music. I always use their music for my intros and stuff as much as I can. They're on YouTube. I always like to shout them out because they make copyright-free music for streamers and YouTube creators, etc. So if you haven't checked it out, go check them out. I think I already put the link in the description below. Anyways, moving on. We're doing $1,000 giveaway. I want to make sure I shout that out as well. On the Republican Nation channel on Twitch. So all you have to do to be eligible to win the $1,000 is to go to the Republican Nation on Twitch. So twitch.tv/ the Republican Nation. Follow the channel and subscribe. And on Friday, we're going to be doing a drawing from a list of all the subscribers on the channel and giving away $1,000, either PayPal, gift card, Venmo, whatever the winner decides. So, that being said, we're going to be talking about the George Floyd case. Of course, we'll be tuning into that. I think it's still happening live. We'll be talking about that. We're going to be talking about the Steven Crowder getting banned from YouTube. We're going to be talking about the filibuster a little bit, the policing in general. We're going to go all over the place today, so stay tuned. And we are having like a semi-open panel. So if you want to hop in and chat, do a call in or whatever, just ask, and I'll be posting the link in the Discord link in the channel or in the chat. So I'm filling in for Jace today. So Jace is not going to be with us, unfortunately. He might pop in, I don't know. But yeah, so let's get into it. Let's see if we can get in the Discord right away. We'll try to hop in here. And then I'll have to pull everything up. Also, hello, everyone. What? Steven Crowder? Yeah, Steven Crowder did get banned. Also, hello, everyone. Let me get this set up. Everything's a little jank today. But that's okay. There we go. And maybe we got it. There we go. Yeah, so we are in the Republican Nation Discord. So if you guys want to hop in there, I'll be in there for most of the stream. Let's see. What? I don't believe in sleep. It's too early. Yeah, I know. I'm usually not on this early, but it's fine. Hey, gamer, what's up? Gerten, Bert, hello. Elite. Bring back the squats and push-ups. I don't know. Not right now, anyways. Metal Minister, what's up? Sleep is a myth. Yes, it is. So I did want to pull up. Let's get this going too. I had the live stream pulled up earlier. I hope everybody's doing well. Hope you guys get some coffee in you. You guys are settling right in. So earlier, I think there was some. I don't know. We've been seeing clips, I guess, of this. So
and if it's on the video, it would.
People are getting outraged.
And if it's on the video, it would be on the video, right?
Correct.
All right. Again, so at some point, Mr. Floyd appeared to purchase some food.
Hold on,
well,
I'm getting there.
Correct.
That being a banana.
I know it's not on the screen yet. I'm working on it.
Did you sell him the banana?
I do not recall.
Okay.
You sell him a banana.
And when he handed you that $20 bill, you testified that you immediately knew it was a fake.
Correct.
Did it appear to be the same type of fake, or maybe even the same counterfeit bill that you had refused?
Pro streamer, guys.
Correct. It did appear to
pro
be similar.
streamer.
And you took that bill and you
Not
held
even
it
worried
out
about
and
it.
You kind of looked at it through the light, right?
Correct.
What were you
Bang.
looking for?
Oh,
That's a good
that's not what I
question.
want.
I have no idea.
Right.
I was just looking at it. I
right.
don't know.
But you immediately recognized it to be a counterfeit bill.
Correct.
And, you know, some bills have like a metal or some sort
Someone
of
say $1,000. What's up, Zaxel Tech? How you doing, brother?
I'll be honest, I don't know.
Hey, this is a open panel,
Zaxel
Zaxel Tech. So if you want to hop in here, I can post the link there. What's up, Melly?
Blue pigment.
I see you down there.
And
Tell Zach to come back into the chat.
You had a pleasant interaction with Mr. Floyd.
And yourself.
Correct.
Is that a pooch cam? It is a pooch cam, dude. This is the Doge cam.
Correct.
And
Yeah, tell me what you think. I got another
Mr. Floyd was
I got another frame
influence
coming
of
in.
something.
Another like border thing coming in,
And you
so
base that on sort
we
of,
need
I
to
think
turn
you
this up
said
or
a
not.
delay in his
Hey,
speech and
Howdy
Zach's
there.
busy right now,
So you had,
but he should be
unlike
back
that
soon.
conversation that we may be
That's
having
all
right
good.
now.
Here, I'm gonna
that's
share this in
rapid
here as
and
well.
If you asked him a question,
So
it
you
would
can
be
watch
much
it
more of
too.
a slowed or delayed response.
Correct.
And I believe in your interviews, you also indicated that he was
Tell me if you
having
get
some
sound for
trouble
that. Should work.
with certain words.
Correct. And he was trying to
I think I
form
might actually be
words.
able to do
Right. So he was delayed in his speech.
Yeah, no,
And
no sound to it.
you
it just
believed him to
wasn't.
be under the
I
influence
think
of
it was me
Correct.
because
All right. And
last time it didn't
you
work
were
either.
present when your coworker called 911.
No, I think it
Do you
was. I think it is
recall,
me. I think I just gotta
him telling
fix it right. Hold on.
911 that he appeared to be under the influence.
Correct.
And you had also had,
Let me see if I
by
can
the
fix
time
this here.
911 was called, you had had two other interactions with Mr. Floyd.
Where's Reptar Cam? Replace my
outside
ugly
of the
mug with
car.
it. Yeah, I gotta get.
Correct.
Maybe then I'll
Alright.
just do Reptar
And
Cam
so
in
you
one
made the decision
frame and the Doge Cam in the
after
other. We'll
Mr.
just leave my
Floyd
ugly mug off of
handed you
this.
counterfeit $20 bill, that you weren't going to call him out on it like you did with the earlier bill.
Correct.
And was that in part because you felt maybe he's under the influence?
Partially. Partially, the other person that had come in.
Sorry.
Doesn't
kinda
give me
seemed
an
like he was
option
trying
to
seem
go
like he knew
to
it was a
put
fake
sound
bill.
on it though,
He was
so
trying
that's
to
what I
get
don't.
over. I
I'm
thought
not
that
sure about.
George didn't really know that it was a fake bill, so I thought I'd be doing him a favor.
Okay.
I don't know.
Trying to help him out. And could you have, I'm just asking generally, could you have just let it kind of go and then told your manager later, hey, put it on my tab?
Correct.
And, but you made the decision to talk to your manager, show him the bill.
I can just
and your
send you the
manager
link of
instructed
what I'm
you to
watching
go
to if you still don't have
talk to
sound.
Mr. Floyd and his friend out in the car.
Correct.
So
we go.
when you went out to the car the
Thank
first
you.
time with your first coworker,
Sorry, I'm dealing
you
with something right now
You're
in the
good.
Discord.
had a relatively
Gucci.
short conversation with him, right?
Correct.
And you went to the passenger side of the vehicle, and the person in the red pants and the white T-shirt, that was the same person that had previously tried to pass
This
the
dude
fake
just does
$20
not
bill.
want to be
Correct.
here. I would
And
hate to have
you were
anything to do with this
encouraging
case,
him,
man. Like,
to come into the store.
Correct.
You were kind of saying, you got to come in, you paid with the fake bill, we got to deal with this, right?
morning mug. How you doing?
specifically told them
Kevin Edwards,
that
how you guys doing?
you
Communist,
had
hello.
used a counterfeit bill.
Thought it was cutting out or something.
And
I
that
was
they needed
sure.
to come in and either pay for the cigarettes or
Talk to my manager.
talk to the manager, right?
Correct.
Okay. And how would you describe the general tenor
What's up,
of that
Survival?
conversation? What I mean by that is, was it pleasant?
What's up,
or
Dopey?
was it
Pro?
more
Talking about
aggressive?
the Doge cam.
It's
What's
pleasant.
up, Samantha?
It wasn't in any way, shape, or form
Welcome,
aggressive.
guys.
It
Maybe I
was
should
just
stream in the
freaking
afternoon more often.
Yeah, just come on in, guys. You got it. It was your first.
I'm too much of
attempt
a
to
night
kinda
owl,
say,
though.
"Hey, come on in, guys. You got to deal with this, right?
Correct.
Same, I hear you.
And you were trying to be
just
polite
can't do
to
it, man.
these gentlemen.
I mean, I could, but
And you
usually working
then,
anyways.
had that conversation, and during that first conversation, you said that Mr. Floyd.
My
was
guest
not
is
really
Spiritual
speaking to
Melly.
you, right?
She's a
And you said
Twitch
that he was kind
streamer.
of putting
She's
his
part of the
hands up
Republican
and putting his
Nation
head back and things of that nature, right?
crew.
And you then
What?
went
Yes.
back into the store. Talked to the
Somebody in
manager
chat was
again,
asking who my
and
guest
told
was.
him they were not
Yeah, DZ Drunk.
Hey, everybody.
DC Drunk, there's $1,000 giveaway. All you need to do is go and subscribe on Twitch to the Republican Nation.
Following the other coworkers. Agreed?
So I thought he did
And
it
you would agree that
Monday,
that video
and I thought
sort
I
of
missed
showed the
it.
No, he
three-
So I guess not.
He announced it Monday, but his the drawing is Friday.
Correct.
And you
Friday,
you
got
wanted
you.
to
Yeah.
beat them before
So
they
this
drove
whole
away,
week,
right?
you know, we're promoting it, and then he's going to do the drawing Friday.
Time.
And I haven't
Just so they can
Nacho
drive
passing
away
out
or
stimulus.
for
I
some
need
other
crypto.
reason?
Hey, if you all you got to do is sub to the channel on
Now,
twitch.tv
in terms
/ the Republican
of,
Nation.
the second
That's all you got to do.
exchange at the vehicle,
Here, you know what? I'll have
the
let me
coworker went
grab
to
this
the driver's side
link
at
real
first,
quick.
right?
Have it on hand.
Correct.
You stayed back a little bit, right?
Correct.
And then you brought back up to the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you heard what was the conversation.
What are you trying to
heard
say
what
by
was
you
being
bet that it
said
was a laughably
both by,
bad
the
counterfeit?
passenger of the vehicle as well as your coworker.
Correct.
Just
Like
curious.
Monopoly
You
money,
indicated that
if I had to guess.
No,
the
yeah.
Yeah, I
passenger
posted the
pulled
link
out
there.
other
That's the
$20
channel. All you have to do
Thank
is
you, darling.
follow that channel and then
Why was it on
subscribe.
the
Thanks for the follow,
Because
Kumo
he threw it on
Kishi.
the ground.
Appreciate you guys.
The bill that Mr. Floyd used.
Let me know
was that
if you guys
still
can
in the
hear this
store?
video okay
Correct.
too. So
And so this other $20 bill was.
think you should be able to
he
see
threw
it in
on
here.
the ground, right?
Correct.
Your coworker picks it up.
Thank you, darling.
And who ripped it?
The person that was in the passenger seat.
Or he handed it. Your coworker handed it back to him or something. Or did he
Thank you guys
rip
for the
it and then
follows.
throw it on the
Appreciate that.
ground?
Yeah, DZ Drunk.
Person
It's going to be
in the passenger seat,
it's going to be
the
a
bell stopped
raffle
between
on
when the person
Friday,
picked
and
it
it's
up
going to be in
and
the
it's in the box.
Republican Nation
Okay.
from the Republican
And
Nation
again,
subscribers.
This conversation was primarily with the the passenger of the vehicle,
Correct.
and there was a female in the back
Here you,
seat of the
Lawrence.
car.
Correct.
Was
Got to
she
win the
engaged
debate
in
on
the
Thursday
conversation
and then
at all?
1K on Friday. What's the
So,
debate on
and
Thursday?
Mr. Floyd again. He was not. Really,
I'm doing a debate on
part of the
Saturday. I'm
conversation
debating
at
with
that point.
Not really.
an
He didn't say- you don't remember him
anarcho-communist
saying
about
anything.
communism versus capitalism, and then about
would
healthcare
say-
a little bit. So,
I do not recall.
but that'll be on
But
Saturday.
again, you described his behavior, I think, as kind of just shaking his head, putting his hands up, putting his head back, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Won't be here for too long.
The
I'm sorry,
second
communist.
conversation was the demeanor or the tenor of that conversation more heated,
Yeah, Sauron. I'd like to see the.
and there was
I'd
an
like to see
outright
the fake
refusal
bill
by
myself.
by either Mr. Floyd or his passenger to come back into the store.
Correct.
And it was based on that conversation that you decided to, or it was decided by your manager to call 911.
Correct.
And again, you were present and heard the 911 call.
Correct.
Now, in your initial conversation with agents, when they were asking you
There we go.
about
Had to get the link
approaching
for the
vehicle,
Discord as
do you
well.
recall describing it as a hot
Yes, I'm streaming on
is that?
the Republican Nation
A lot of situations happen.
on Twitch
and
also on
do you recall describing your conversation and the words
Clock
that
and I are the
Mr.
lefties for
Floyd
hold
was
on.
having trouble saying?
debate on Zach's show tomorrow, 6 to 9. I was trying to start up.
Do you remember
a right-wing
now today what
hippy-dippy or
words
case?
Mr. Floyd was having trouble saying?
No.
Would it have been baseball?
What is the
Do you remember
debate
saying
topic?
that?
Is it just a debate, or
you
is
don't
it
remember-
is it an
refresh
actual
your
I do not
actually a
recall.
debate with like topics, or is it
Refresh
just
your
an open
recollection
panel
to
with
do a
like
transcript
righties and
of your
lefties?
statement?
Absolutely.
Because I'd be down to show up for that. And then I could carry the torch over on into the late night on my channel, or I mean, like at hosting.
I'm on the wrong page, I think. Here, give me just a second.
Oh,
apologize. I can't find it right now. We may come back to that. Do you recall describing some other behaviors of Mr. Floyd while he was in the store?
Correct.
What were those behaviors?
He was doing a couple of stretches, like a lunge,
Okay.
kind of.
Like
He was
stepping
doing
forward
yoga
like
in the
this?
There
store.
was
What's
more of a
going
side
on?
lunge. Start here.
Like that?
Correct.
So for the record, I'm standing kind of feet together and stretching over to the side with one leg, right?
Correct.
Putting his arms in front of him. And kind of based on your observations of his behavior, his speech patterns, that's what caused you to form the impression he was under the influence.
Correct.
This dude was doing lunges in the store. I'm sick. I didn't even hear this part. I've never heard this part before.
Now, then you ultimately
Screen is changed.
met with the
I shouldn't have messed with
prosecution team on March 12th in preparation for your testimony.
Correct.
And that's when you
What the-
were able to view some of the videos that we've watched here today.
Correct.
And again, you understood that there were agents or law enforcement officers that were there
What's
at
up,
that
guys?
time.
Correct.
Real debate followed by a more open panel-like case. Okay.
Do you recall telling them that you felt that Mr. Floyd couldn't comprehend the conversation?
Which conversation?
Yeah, that would be good.
Your conversation with him.
The first conversation we had?
Right.
I do not recall, but if that's on my transcript, that's the way it is.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Ethereum's a good one.
Thank you, darling.
Hey, Metal Minister, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that.
Now, you said after that phone call to the police, you didn't see the police kind of come in the store. You didn't deal with them initially, right?
Correct.
And you had some. You just kind of went back to work, right?
Correct.
Dealing with customers, goofing off with your coworkers, kind of just average day, right?
Correct.
But then at some point you noticed there was a commotion outside and you decided to go back outside and see what was going on, right?
Correct.
And you said the first thing you did was to call your mom.
So this
and
is
tell her
the,
not to come downstairs.
Correct.
The
And
gas
then
station
you
employee,
walked
like
over and
previously
started
to
recording, right?
the interaction, I'm
Correct.
guessing.
And then after you did some recording, you saw your coworker appear to be pushed by the police officer, right?
Correct.
And you got your coworker, you brought him back inside.
I did not.
Your other coworkers kind of went back inside, right?
Correct.
And you stayed outside, or it appeared that you walked back to the door and then walked back to the crowd.
Correct.
Hey,
And
Stream 88.
you described the
Yeah,
crowd that
I
they
am.
were yelling and screaming.
Welcome to the
Great.
Stream Doghouse
And
show.
at one point, you tried to actually stop someone or
Yeah, I
hold
think
them
we're going to
back.
switch
Hold them
back
back,
over to
correct.
the other, though, just because, here, get a
and that
picture
individual
for
appeared
now.
to be pretty angry.
Correct.
He's in the
And you
Discord
held
head
him back
anyway.
because you didn't want him to get involved.
Yes. Well, I would say.
Learn how
not
to make it
necessarily
full
angry.
screen
He had just been
inside
pushed, so
window
he was kind of
without.
defending himself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll probably stream some later tonight as well. What's today? Today's Wednesday? Yeah, I'll be doing a late night stream tonight as well. So I'll be live here for a couple
And
of
you kind
hours.
just said to him, calm down, stand back.
And then I might leave it to the open, depending on who
no
joins, I
further
might leave it
questions,
to the
sir. Thank
open
you very
panel
much for
for
your
a
time.
while.
Any redirect?
Until Zach comes on for the Beyond the Gates on the Republican Nation. Oh yeah, that's gonna take hours, communists. You're gonna get the first topic includes the whole teaching trans issues in school. That's gonna be that you're gonna spend the whole debate on that
Prior to
topic right there.
working,
I'm calling it right now.
Or during your work at Cup Foods, did they ever send you to training and how to
I don't know.
identify
I
fake
also
dough?
don't understand how that fits in with separation of church and state, but
Kind of learning from experience.
Correct.
When you did interact with Mr. Floyd in the store, What was his demeanor like?
He seemed very friendly, approachable. He was talkative. He seemed to just be having average Memorial Day, just living his life. But he did seem high.
During the second trip out to the vehicle, it was your coworker who did the majority of the talking to Mr. Floyd and the passenger.
Correct.
So Mr. Nelson asked you to agree that that was a more heated conversation. Was it you who made it more heated or your coworker?
My coworker.
And Mr. Nelson asked you to agree that there was an outright refusal to come back into the store. Was that an actual wording that was used, or was that just Mr. Nelson's words, outright refusal?
Hopefully, we'll enforce the hour-ish time limits per topic. Yeah, hopefully. But I could guarantee that's leaking. That's you're gonna spend way more than an hour on separation of church and state, and you're gonna try to include trans issues being taught in public school. That's gonna be a hard one. I guess I could see somewhat.
That was a pretty accurate demonstration.
I don't know. That's so hard, man. I don't even want to get into that.
I'm sorry. Mr. Floyd did not fall down.
No.
Didn't lose his balance at all.
No.
When he indicated he wanted to go buy some cigarettes.
I don't agree that that's the reason why. I mean, maybe that's the reason why
I want to buy some cigarettes.
That's given in the main line, but I would assume that the main reason we wouldn't teach about trans issues is because scientifically it's not fleshed out yet.
Grab a
Like,
pack.
we hardly know anything about it.
been
It's like teaching. It's like trying to teach psychology. Like, it's like teaching. To me, teaching trans issues would be like similar to like teaching psychology.
Took the
Like,
change, right?
Correct.
you don't really
able
need
to
to teach psychology
complete that
to
whole transaction,
like
correct?
children.
Absolutely.
Like,
You didn't have to guess at what cigarettes.
I mean, beyond middle school, you could start. But I mean, we don't teach like psychology in school because it's a really hard, intricate science to kind of teach. Like, maybe just saying that, like, yeah, these different people exist, but like, my view on it is kind of like more conservative. Like, let kids be kids, man. But I get that. I don't know. It's weird to me. Maybe like high school-ish level, I could see where you could be teaching that, maybe in association with like sex ed and stuff. But I mean, before,
Thank you.
I mean, as long as it's not being taught
You
at
were asked
like
a couple of questions
elementary and
about,
middle school level, then I guess I don't
bill.
really
Correct.
care to some degree. But
Do you get a lot of counterfeit bills in that store?
No.
Has it happened before?
yeah, trans issues are just a little
And I
like
believe you were
complicated
previously
right now, and
asked
we
about
definitely,
good
like,
counterfeits
everybody
and bad
admits,
counterfeits in
and
your
scientists
statements with
admit that we
police.
don't really know too much
No,
about it
not
because
at
so
all.
much of it is happening
Have
within
you
the
seen
brain.
some bills that are
and-
better counterfeits than other bills?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Okay. But,
Not personally, no.
okay, but you understood that
Like, just a
immediately this was
basic
counterfeit.
teaching of it, like, yeah, these things exist.
Nothing further.
Thanks, sir. You are excused.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, a basic understanding of gender and sex or whatever, sure, like, you could teach that. Like, you get the basic understanding of, like, sexing. You should get that, like, at a biological level in, say, like, maybe late elementary or middle school. Like, you're going to start learning about that. Like, just a basic, like, biological, scientific view of, like, sexing. You should understand that. So you can understand, like,
Yes, witness.
reproduction, where babies come from, I guess, maybe.
The state would call
But
Christopher Belfry to the
should
stand?
save the other extra curricular stuff, like different multiple genders, non-binary, like trans issues. Like, save that stuff for, like, high school, in my opinion. But, you know, I don't know. What do I know? I'm just an uneducated pleb.
If you just stand right here, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Sir, in order to be able to be heard more clearly, I'm going to keep my mask on, but if you wouldn't mind, if you would take your mask off, if you'd be comfortable doing that. All right, thank you. We're going to also test out how the microphone picks you up by having you
Dang,
state your
that
full
dude's
name
mask
and
was
spell each of your names.
Strapped on.
Christopher
man. Goodness
Belfry.
gracious.
CHRSTOPHERBEL.
Wait, I thought that was the guy who was just.
All right, it sounds like it'll work fine even if you don't lean in, so feel free. All right, Mr. Frank.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Belfry.
Good morning.
And can you tell us, sir, how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 45.
Okay. And just tell us, if you would, the general area where you live.
South Minneapolis.
And on May 25th of 2020, is that where you lived?
May 25th of 2020 is where I live? No.
No. Is that where you lived on that day?
Yeah, South Minneapolis.
And how long have you lived in South Minneapolis?
About 3 years.
I love the poorly educated.
And
I didn't say I was
you are
poorly
let me ask
educated,
you this
okay?
way. Are you familiar with the area
I
of
just
38th
said,
and Chicago?
yeah, you know, by the
Yes.
technical.
And is there a store,
Usually, when people say that they're educated, they
at
mean
one of
like
the corners,
beyond
at least one of the
high
corners
school.
of
So
38th and
technically,
Chicago?
I would be
Yes.
At least
uneducated
on
by
May
that
25th
definition.
there
But
was.
Yes.
I mean, actually, I've taken
And is there
some
also a
classes
restaurant
past
there?
Yes.
What was the restaurant in that at that intersection?
past
What was it?
Yeah, what was the name of
yeah,
I really don't know.
it? Okay.
Tell you the
high
truth.
school. But
On May 25th of 2020, did you go to the area of 38th and Chicago to get some food from one of those restaurants?
oh no,
yeah.
Soya Sarah
Cut
is
Foods.
not my wife.
Okay.
Soya
So you
Sarah
went to
is
Cut Foods to get food.
Right. But it's another restaurant.
Just a good
across the
friend
street. I
of
thought
the-
you was talking about that one.
I
longtime
was, so my
streamer
fault.
too.
Right.
I mean, not streamer, viewer in the channel.
So you went to that intersection sometime in the
worry, I'm a bleeding
late
too,
afternoon,
yeah.
early evening, correct?
Correct.
I do my best to educate myself, though.
And where did you drive there?
Yes.
Where did you park?
On the corner of
If I got
38th and
if I
Chicago,
got paid more for
38th
doing this,
side,
okay, I would be
facing
like if I was getting that
Bloomington
Destiny money,
Yard.
if I was
What's
getting
that,
that making
So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna
$500,000
put up
a
something
year
we admitted as Exhibit
streaming,
1.
then yeah, I'd be
It should come up on the screen. in
I'd
front of
literally
you.
be reading like
Do you see
3-4
that
hours a day.
Photograph?
right.
Do you recognize what is depicted there?
That's 38th
And
and
I'd have
Chicago.
all the things
Intersection.
to
All
cite.
right. And you should have right in
Had
front
to
of you,
actually get a Twitch account to
styles
follow.
like
Nice.
this, maybe a different color. See
Also,
that?
the only hard science we have
What
on
I'd ask
trans
you to
stuff
do
is
is
the
just for
astronomically
the
high
jurors,
levels of
draw on
suicide.
the screen.
Yeah,
where
true.
you
It's
drove
very.
out and where you
We've
parked
barely
on that
scratched
day.
the surface on.
This way.
We've barely scratched the
Park right
surface.
here.
And when you
Oh, wait,
parked
hold
there,
on, I
do you
wanna see
recall
this.
seeing a vehicle in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle that was?
Mercedes Benz.
Do you remember what color it was?
Not right offhand.
Okay. What style of car or vehicle?
Like
Thanks, Axeltech.
Hatchback Mercedes
For the
Benz.
support, man.
Like
Appreciate it, brother.
sports truck or something.
Maybe
like
one
that.
day.
And when you pulled up there and parked,
I got some new
did you
panels and stuff coming in.
see
for the
something
stream.
that drew your attention?
Not right offhand. Shortly after, yes.
But yeah, I was just saying we've
two
barely
officers
on
was
that
coming
trans
across the
stuff. We've
street.
barely scratched the
I
surface on
noticed
a lot
them
of the stuff.
coming,
So
and they approached the vehicle in front
it's
of
mainly
me.
my only contention with it
One
being taught at
officer
like
drew a
anything
handgun
earlier than like a high school level.
and
Like I just
opened
don't
the
know
door and pointed
how
the
much we
gun
should be
at
teaching
whoever was in the
children.
driver's seat.
So at that point in time, had you gotten your food already or not yet?
No.
I would say the
No,
same
sir.
thing about psychology,
And so
like
you were just
psychology.
sitting in the
Like you
car
don't want to
and you see
teach
these officers
psychology
pull up.
to a bunch
Yes,
of high
sir.
school
Or
age or
walk
middle
up,
school
correct.
age
Right.
kids who are going through like
And
puberty and
after
don't even
seeing that,
understand
what
themselves.
happened
Like they're going to be like trying to self-diagnose
kinda
themselves
startled
and
me,
and
you
like
know,
decide
from
that they
where I'm
have like
from,
bipolar issues when
when you see
they probably don't. They might just be going through puberty,
Right
like
there.
and hormonal
Don't talk
changes.
about
Like
past experience,
they might,
talk about-
you know what I'm saying? Like
Yes,
if you
sir.
teach, if you were to
But
teach a
it
bunch of
startled me,
kids
you know, when I
about
seen the officer
like
raise his
psychological issues, I'm sure there would be a lot of like
Let me just
self-diagnosing because
Okay,
even
that's
at an
exactly
older
what I
age,
wanted
when
to
you
ask
learn
you
about these
that.
things, you tend to do
So at
that
some
kind of
point you
stuff. So
started recording that.
Right.
And
Correct.
that was because of basically what
I feel
you
like
saw.
it's the same
Right.
kind of
All right.
deal with
And
with trans issues. Like
so
like I don't think it's a problem
when you were
necessarily. I
parked there, you
just
started
think we
making
should
your
be
recordings,
very
correct?
careful
Correct.
about how
At some point you stopped
we
the
were to
recording.
teach it and frame it, and
why
then
did
how
you stop that recording at that point?
early we were to
Because I
present it
heard more
to kids. That
sirens
would be
pulling
my
up, and I didn't want to
take
be
on that, I
trapped
guess.
in between the whole commotion of what's going on. I didn't know exactly what was going on. It's just
Thanks,
I didn't want to
Axel
be in the middle of
Appreciate that,
bunch of
brother.
promotion about what's going on. So I
Also,
moved across the street.
yeah, if anyone wants
Yes,
to come in here and
And
chat about this
prior
stuff and
to
watch this
coming
together,
into
that's fine.
court today,
We're just
did we show
watching
you
the
a copy of that video?
Yes, sir.
And did that
live stream
video
together right now.
truly and accurately represent what you were seeing while you were recording it?
Yes, sir.
We've marked that as Exhibit 35, and Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 35 at this time.
No objection.
35 is received.
Okay, Mr. Belfry, we're going to play that video for you now, and then we'll ask you some questions about it either during or after it, okay?
Okay.
What's up, racing? Is the raffle set now? No, the raffle will be on Friday. Yeah, so the raffle will be on Friday. You just need to be subscribed to the Republican Nation on Twitch TV, and then we'll be doing the drawing on Friday out of all the subscribers. If you subscribe to my Twitch channel on accident, I'll stick you in the drawing. Okay, I'll talk to Jake's, but either way, that helps me. I'm part of the TRN crew, and that's how we all make our money. So. Yeah, the raffle's not up yet as far as like registering, but it won't be like, it will just be,
Now,
it will
when you were
be
making that recording,
a drawing
you
based
recall
on
if your
all of the
window was
subscribers
down and
to the Republican
so we
Nation.
were able to hear some of it on the video. Were you able to hear any better
on
sitting
Twitch.
there in person than with the video?
I vaguely heard most of it.
What were you kind of hearing?
I heard.
Thank you, darling.
Him asking him to.
Hey,
let
thanks
me
for the
see
follows, Ike
your
Attack.
hand. He's saying,
Appreciate it.
please, something about I've been shot or something before. Please don't, something like that. And
What do you mean he
at
has
that
to hide his
that's
camera?
when I heard the sirens pulling up and they're pulling him out, and that's when I went to back up and turn around.
Okay.
Stop.
And so
Oof, I don't
I'm
know
gonna
how
go
this
back now to
helps
Exhibit
the
1.
prosecution.
we'll put that up again. And again, if you would take the stylus.
I got a
and
bounce
just
man
kind
headed
of
to work.
show
All right,
the
Metal
jurors
Minister.
where
Appreciate you
went
stopping
when
by,
you
man.
moved your vehicle.
Backed up.
What do you mean he had to hide his camera?
Vehicle there.
Maybe I missed it.
So for the record, you're showing that you moved from the Dragon Walk side of 38th to the Cup Food side of 38th, correct?
I come over there, Nacho. All right, appreciate you,
And when you got
Joker.
over there, what did you do?
Yeah, it's on
Thank
the
you,
Republican
Anthony Weiner.
Nation
And were you
on Twitch.
well, you
Thanks for
started
the
recording
follow
again.
there, Jody girl. Appreciate that.
And when you were
Oh, thanks for the
recording,
subscription.
Did you have somebody in the car?
Nice,
with
good stuff.
Yes.
Like I
my
said, the
fiance,
drawing will be
well, she was in
Friday.
the car in Cup Foods getting the food. So by the
Friday.
time I turned around, she came out and got in the car.
And so during that,
I don't know what time Jace
recording,
plans on doing the drawing
some
on Friday,
conversations
but
between you and
it will
her
be
were
that
also
day.
recorded.
I'm talking to
Yes,
Jace about potentially doing like a subathon stream on Friday. So I'd be willing to like do like a
And so
subathon and just
did
be
you start
streaming until
recording
like
them at that point?
whatever. I could go 24 hours if I
And
had
prior
to.
to coming into court,
So we could do like a
you didn't
subathon
also
on
have a
Friday
chance to
night
review
and then
sir.
possibly do the
and
drawing
produce
like
the
Sunday
true and
depending on
accurate
when it
copy of
ends.
The actual video you made.
Like if we keep getting subs,
Now,
then
I
I'll
will
just
tell
stay
you that we
live
have
and I'll try to hold
deleted
down the fort as
audio
long as I
from
can.
This video.
Cops
Yes,
love
sir.
smacking phones out
Conversation that you and your
of people's
fiance had.
recording.
Not important. It's the video.
I mean, how true is that actually,
And,
though?
So, we have marked that as
I mean,
as
like,
Exhibit 36.
I feel like we have more footage
Any objection?
of the cops
36.
doing their deeds than we
So now
do
we'll show Exhibit
people
36.
phone smacked out of their hands, but I don't know. I don't know the data on that. But I feel like generally cops don't do that because they're not idiots. I mean, the cops who are doing that are idiots. And they're probably not staying cops for very long, behaving like that. I think it's federally like legal, or like in most states it's legal to film the cops like everywhere now. Like that's just a thing.
Now, nice to pause it right here,
Shabira
please.
Karat says
And there's
that,
no
or shining
timestamp on the video.
flashlight into lens. Yeah, I mean
so
shining
we
the
will do our
flashlight
best
is
to describe it. Oh, there is a timestamp on the video. This will be at approximately 26 seconds. Do you see that?
Hey, thank you for the sub,
And
Angry Joker with the tier 1 sub. What is
what
this
you're seeing
raffle you're
here,
speaking of?
obviously, there are two
Jody,
officers.
so you're actually part of
Well,
it
there are
since
now
you
3
subscribed
officers on
a
the
minute
scene,
ago.
correct?
Correct.
And the
Yeah, that's for
original
the
two officers,
Republican Nation
are in this
notifications.
But
But
one of the officers is with the individual
yeah, thank you for the subscription,
sitting on the ground. correct?
Angry
Correct.
Joker. And then
The individual sitting on the
the
ground,
drawing, the
do you
giveaway that I'm
recall
talking about, the
seeing
raffle
him,
is going to be
from
on
when you were
Friday.
parked behind
So we're
the
giving
Mercedes
away
before? Where was that
$1,000
individual
on
when you were
Friday.
parked behind the vehicle?
sub
He
for
was
4
in the
months. Let's
driver's
go.
seat.
Nice.
So that's the same individual.
Yeah, so Friday we're giving away $1,000.
Correct.
And did you see?
We're still working out the details because I want to suggest doing a subathon, and I'm willing to basically stay up
where they are now.
like 24 hours,
How did that happen?
and
They brung him out,
and basically
walked him
just
over
every
to
time
the
someone
sidewalk,
subs, I'll go for
sat
like
him
another
down.
like
One
30 minutes or
officer
something, or 20
then
minutes, or
went over to
however
the
long we had to
other
do it.
people that was in that
24 hours at the most,
vehicle
and that way we don't put off
and
the
started
drawing
asking
longer
questions.
than a day.
And then the
But
other
that I feel like
officer,
that would be a cool thing to do,
had the
and I'd be
driver sit
definitely
on the
willing to
ground.
do
Do you
that.
see him now?
Correct.
All right. So then we'll continue to play Exhibit 36, please.
So officially, as of right now, since I haven't spoken to Jace about it, the $1,000 drawing is going to be on Friday from a list of all the subscribers to the Republican Nation channel, and then yeah, if he takes my advice, it could be on Saturday, if he lets me do like a 24-hour stream / subathon. I feel like that would be really fun. So this is the footage that was released of all the stuff like before. I might need to make this full screen so I
So
can get a good view of
Exhibit
this.
36 has ended, and you stopped filming at that moment.
Yes, sir.
And why did you stop
There we
recording
go.
now?
Let's do this.
Slightly still kind of scared, nervous that one of the officers kept staring at me like while I was recording. So
Bro.
I kind of put it down, and then I went to record again. But I was
It's
like,
not
I really
illegal
don't
to
have any
record the
problem,
cops. I
so
don't know why.
I stopped recording.
Look,
At that point,
and
Did
somebody
you think
can
that the
probably
sense
tell
of
me like, oh well, yeah, well you're not
officers
black,
was
so you don't know what it feels like to
over?
like,
Somewhat I've seen
record the
when I
cops or
started
whatever.
recording,
Like,
I drove
so for
towards the
that, I would
corner
just
as
say
they
you
crossed
shouldn't be.
over
Like,
with
period,
George,
point
the two
blank. You
officers
should be recording the
that
cops
came and approached
as
me
much as you
in the first
can.
place. They went
Okay?
to walk me
Record the
across
cops
street.
all the time.
Then when we
Okay?
went to turn to go back home,
And don't be
we
afraid to
seen
do
them
that.
placing him in the police
not illegal
car,
to record
so
the cops.
That's all I seen, and I kept on
You're
driving. I
if
thought
you're
he was
across the
detained. I
street
thought
in
it
your
was
car,
over, so
like
I
there's
kept
nothing they
going
can do.
home.
They can't. They
you
literally
referred
can't
to
stop you.
George.
Yes,
What do you mean by that?
They're not going to shoot you.
I felt that George
I don't
was
know.
detained.
I don't know, man.
Okay. But when you use the name George, this individual who was removed from the SUV, the Mercedes, did you know that?
Right, but it
gentleman?
doesn't mean that the person is in danger
Did you
either.
subsequent to
It
this
doesn't mean the
one who
officer's
that
bad,
was?
but
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I mean, it's
Is it
like,
George Floyd?
I don't know.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That'd be a
So
good
you
one on
saw
Friday.
him
Yeah,
remove
I'd be
Mr.
down
Floyd
to do like
after
a
you stopped
subathon
recording?
and just stream
Right,
like an
yeah.
extra 20 or
So I'm
30
gonna put
minutes every
Exhibit
time
1
someone
back up,
subs,
please.
and see if we can't get like a 24-hour stream going. JC's doing big
And
things.
if you
True.
would, again, show the jurors, you know, where
Legality
you saw
of
them.
recording cops depends state to
Well,
state.
let's-
Check your
if you
local
would just
laws.
put an
I
X on
think
here where you were
in
parked when you
every
made that
state
second
now,
video,
it's
you know what I
like
mean?
you can record anyone who's in a public
Should I
space
try again?
is you can record them.
Okay. And then if you would, show the jurors where you saw them walking Mr. Floyd after you stopped recording.
And that would include the cops. So
And walking him this way.
so yeah, no, look
And
up
so
your
then
check your
at
local
some
laws for
point
sure.
you
But yeah, the kids get
started up your car
smartphones at a
and
young
drove
age.
off
Some
out of
education.
the area.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
can
I'm
you
not
show
sure
the
where we
jurors
got
where
that
you drove when you did that? And
Yeah, I mean, I
so
just
the
cooperate
record should
unless-
reflect you turned from 38th Street.
I mean,
to
I
go
usually know
southbound
like
out
the
of
cops are
Chicago.
just being dicks. Like if I know I didn't
And
violate any
the
kind of
record
like
should also
law,
reflect that
or
you're
if they're just coming
indicating
up to me
the
because I'm sitting
officers
there or
walking
something,
Mr.
like no, I'm
Floyd
not.
From the Dragon
like,
Walk
I'm gonna-
corner, what would be
I'm gonna pull out
northbound
all the
Chicago,
stops.
Correct.
Correct.
Towards
But
the
it,
Cup
I mean,
Food
as
Store.
long as they do everything they're supposed to
Now,
do,
when
like
you
coming up
turned
and
and
presenting
went
themselves,
south on
introducing
Chicago,
like, hi, I'm such and such
had they already
officer,
walked
whatever.
Mr. Floyd in front
Like
of you over
this is what you
to
did,
that, or
and
you put in
then
front of them? Do you know
because
what I
they're
mean?
supposed to tell you what
They
law
already
you supposedly
crossed.
violated.
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. It was a while ago. I'm not sure if it was before or after.
Publicly, yes. Privately, no.
But at
Yeah,
one point
that's
you
what I'm
said
saying. Like,
earlier that you saw
unless
them
you're on
putting
private
the
property,
squad
someone's
car.
private
Where did
property.
you see that taking place?
Over
Yeah.
here.
So, but I mean, the street would be public. They're in a
So,
public space,
When
so
you
you're
turned to
allowed to
go
record them. I
southbound,
think
is that
so.
when you looked
behind us. Literally, yeah.
Okay. And then
Currently, 38
Have
states
anything else
allow
to do
their
with
citizens
that
to film police.
scene
Is
that
this state
it.
one of them? I don't know. I actually forgot which state this happened in.
I have no further questions. Your
I
Honor.
will take $2,000 giveaways. Yeah, Belush, you can you can make another account. Hey, if you guys want to make a separate account and then go sub to TRN twice, that's up to you, man. It's not against the rules, so it's just gonna be a. Oh, they're having a huddle,
Sure,
man.
you may step down. Thank you.
Freak.
Sidebar?
Poggers, dude, I can't wait till they replace the Poggers emote. I think they should just put that one back on there, but you know, whatever.
And attorneys and the judge are having a sidebar right now here in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of George Floyd. The prosecution just finished interviewing the witness Christopher Belfry,
What did I
who
miss?
had parked his car for a period of time right
12
behind
states that
the
require
car that
parties to
George
give their
Floyd was in
consent
when he
before you
had
can
the
legally
initial
record a
police
conversation.
encounter.
Those
Mr. Belfry
states
said that
are
he recorded some
California,
video of that
Connecticut,
encounter while he was in
Florida,
his car right
Illinois,
behind George
Maryland,
Floyd as he watched
Massachusetts,
police
Michigan,
approach
Montana,
George
Nevada,
Floyd in
New
the
Hampshire,
car,
Pennsylvania,
eventually
and
pull him out,
Washington.
put him in handcuffs, sit him down at a nearby store, and ask questions to the two people that were in that
Interesting.
car with George Floyd.
How
Now,
it does
as that
happen to be
police
a lot of
encounter
blue
happened,
states,
Mr.
doesn't it?
Belfry said
Minus
he got a little
Florida.
nervous
Aren't those
and
all
didn't
blue
want to
states?
be involved, and so he pulled his car around to the other
Except
side of the street
for,
and
what,
then
it-
continued
Florida,
recording
Montana.
that
Looks like the
encounter.
best schedule would
Let's
be to
listen.
take a
Nevada,
lunch break now.
arguably.
We'll try and reconvene about 1:15.
It's kind of purple.
Thank you.
Yeah, but every other state on there, I think, is a blue
So
state.
again, we just finished hearing
Interesting, though.
testimony from the witness Christopher
thought California
Belfry, who had
was
parked
a-
his car behind the car that George Floyd was driving the day of this police encounter. He actually
Right to record or
recorded some
whatever.
video of that.
But I mean,
encounter
even
while he was in
still,
his
that just
car right
means I
behind,
think that you have
George
to.
Floyd's. And in that video, you can see police approach the car that George
So
Floyd
you could
was
still
in,
record
take
technically,
him
and then
out
just cut
of
the
car
audio and
after
blur
what appears
faces.
to be a little bit of a struggle. And
So if you wanted
Mr.
to
Belfry
record
was asked
police,
if he could
you
hear
should
what was going on
still
at
be
that
able to.
time. He
And
said
Montana is
he
red.
heard the
I
police
thought Montana
asking
was,
to
like,
see
purple.
George Floyd's hands, and he heard George Floyd
Yeah,
saying
mixing it up
something
with
along
another.
the lines of please, begging the police, and referring to something about maybe being shot before.
eat the
And he
police,
said at that
okay.
point he heard some sirens and didn't want to be involved in whatever was going on, and so he pulled his car around to the other side of the street to get a little more distance from the situation, but continued to shoot video from that side of the street. And he says that the police brought Floyd
Wasn't
out,
sure,
sat
'cause I
him
know how
down,
this
and then
applies
asked
to everyday
questions to the
citizens,
other
but I
people in the
wasn't
car.
sure.
They then stood him up, and after a
I
period
think
of time, they
I
walked George
I
Floyd
think that
over
you
to
can
the squad
record
car, and he
law
said
enforcement,
when they
like,
saw him
period,
starting
in
to put
every
George Floyd
state.
in the squad car, they assumed that the whole encounter was over.
Yeah,
and that was
Death,
the end
those
of
are
it.
you can't
And so
see
he and his fiance, who was in the car with him, for
you
some
can't
of
see
that,
her, but
then drove away.
There's a
And so we
second
saw
dog.
both of those videos.
She's
prior to that, we
she's
heard a
just
much longer testimony
so
from
black
Christopher
she
Martin,
blends
the
in.
employee there at the Cup Food store. And I want to bring
I
in
don't want to
Kenneth
wake her
Moten,
up, but
who's there outside the courthouse, as well as criminal defense
wonder
and
if I
civil
can do
rights attorney
this. Wonder
Philip
if I can zoom
Hamilton
in on
for a little
her.
bit more on this. Kenneth, one very long testimony today, one much shorter testimony today.
You
How
can
do you
barely
think
see her.
this is going so far?
You can see her ear like
I think it's
flipped
going
over.
the exact way the prosecutors wanted to go, with putting up these people who can give a clear picture of what happened that day. They've got video to back it up, and they're using these witnesses to lay out this video. And video, really key video that we haven't seen before, Diane. We've seen a lot of video when it comes to
Popcorn, I think,
or a good bit of video, I should say,
yeah, I
of
think
this
links are
incident with George
disabled on,
Floyd. And of course, there's that
the
9-minute
links are
video,
disabled on my stream, and I think they're
people have seen a
disabled on
lot of.
TRN as
But
well,
when it
so
comes
if
to
you want to
this
post a
video from this
link,
latest witness,
do it through the
when it comes to
Discord,
the
maybe.
surveillance video inside Cup Foods, we're seeing that for the first time. The public is seeing that for the first time. This is obviously video. This is a normal process where investigators will grab up as much video as possible.
Interesting.
They grabbed up
Wiretap
video from
laws
witnesses.
prevent
And also
citizens
interesting
from
with
recording
Christopher
police?
Martin,
I've never even heard
who
about
lived
that.
on top of Cup Foods, an employee there.
Here,
was
let
the
me
person
post,
who interacted with George Floyd inside the store, took that counter.
That is
bill,
the
and I found it
Republican
interesting
Nation
that
Nacho
he
Discord,
took
and
video.
I'm
He
also
called
in
his
a
mother to tell her not to come downstairs when things started to.
so in a
he could
live
tell
on
things were
there.
starting to turn between George Floyd and police.
Is
Told his
that
mother not to come
helmet from the
downstairs.
Star Wars
He actually took some video.
TIE X-wing
But
pilots?
then he
No,
said he deleted it
that's
later that
that's
night.
a
He didn't have to,
helmet
quote,
from
show it to anyone, because people
family friend of
in
mine who
these
was in
communities
the
were,
Navy. He was a
that are
fighter
heavily
pilot.
policed. They know if there's an incident
George
where
Floyd
something
died of a
goes
drug
wrong,
overdose.
police get involved. There's a
That's
chance
kind of my
that they could become a
general
witness,
sentiment as well.
and there's a
But
chance that if they
I
took
think the
any
officer
video,
was
that
still in
that
the
video
wrong.
could become part of a
I don't
case.
know
It
if
could
that's
become part of a trial.
supposedly.
And so he
I've
actually
heard
deleted
I've
that
heard
video.
different takes here
We
now.
don't
So,
know
now
what
I've also
exactly
heard
that video
I've also heard that
testified to. But this video or any video
so I heard that it
of
was
this
is
video,
basically like something that they were teaching in their personal training. There was that you're supposed to put the knee on the back or neck or whatever. I heard that that was like standard training for that department. But then now I've heard that apparently the police chief came out against that, saying that that isn't part of the training. That isn't something that they're supposed to do. So if that's the case, then obviously the officer's in the wrong. And I think period, like the officers made a mistake there. Period. Like there was no reason to ever take him out of the vehicle. In my opinion, I think they should have cut the AC on. He said he was like he couldn't breathe, whatever. He asked to be taken out of the car, out of the back of the vehicle. I think at that point they should have just called like an ambulance and tried to get him first aid, whatever. Like, that's my take on that. I don't know, man. I think we're gonna see him convicted of like second-degree murder or manslaughter.
will probably be crucial then, maybe not, but definitely crucial now, especially in this trial, Diane.
And both of the videos, or I should say,
It wasn't really a link, it was just a source. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying I don't think either of our chats. I know my chat, I don't allow links just as a general, just in case. Like, I don't like want people to be spreading, I don't know, who knows, porn or some kind of like, who knows, man, viruses to people. I just don't, as a general rule. And I think TRN just stopped allowing links recently. So, but you could post it in like general in Discord, and I can look at it.
First approached by police, and I want to bring in Philip Hamilton on this as well, because Philip, we heard Kenneth say that. And we heard Christopher Martin himself say today that he shot some video.
Both parties get to question them.
He deleted it because he suspected,
I'm missing
based on the
something
direction
here.
that the ambulance went, in his opinion, away from the hospital.
George Floyd instigated drugs, ingested drugs before he just, yes, he did.
Would have gone in a different direction where they could have gotten to the hospital faster. And so in his
A
mind,
day before. Wait, Popcorn, are you serious?
have it on his phone. He didn't want to have to answer questions about it.
No, he was high the day of. Also,
X100.
thank you for the cheer. Appreciate that. I can't see who just did that though. Why is my thing lagging behind? I can't see who cheered, but thank you. Thank you very much. But yes, he definitely had a ton of drugs in his system. Even if you can, like, bro, he had so much drugs in his system that was not from like a day before. You don't have that much left over in your system if it was from a day before the arrest. And people in the store were saying that he was high. Like I'm pretty sure that's the reason why the police were even out there, was because the guy in the store called the cops. I don't remember the whole story, so don't quote me on that, but I could be wrong. But what's up, Chocolate for Healing? How you doing? I think right now this is the prosecution's best friend currently, but once the medical examiner takes the stand, I think the defense will have the last word and could be pretty compelling when the jury goes to deliberate. Yeah, probably. Current fentanyl in his system was too low for it to affect on his body, so it would seem he would have taken hours before. Yeah, but you also have to account for the fact that it was however long it was before the body was, or the autopsy was done on the body. He definitely ingested drugs like while he was in the car. I think they have enough footage to prove that, and his behavior also shows that. So him dying from a drug overdose is very possible, and it's likely that, I don't know. I'm not not an expert on these things, but I think we'll see once, like you said, once the doctor takes the stand, or the examiner takes the stand. We're gonna find out that stuff. He died from a heart attack. It is possible the drugs could have exacerbated that. Yeah. Should have called the Treasury Department. Mylan, what are you talking about? I'm lost here. Over a fake $20 bill? Oh, yeah. I'll say it's not. Even if he was high, the police are still. Yeah, I mean, I still think that there's some blame to go to the officer for sure. I just think that I think it's probably true that he might have overdosed on drugs, because he was like speedballing. From the drugs that were in his system, it was fentanyl and there was methamphetamine in his system. Like, bro, you're speedballing. You die from speedballing. And he was like eating something in the car, and it was more than likely drugs. Oh, it was Chocolate Healing that cheered for bits. Thank you. Sorry, I'm behind on the chat right now. I'm catching up. Trying to read all the chats while they're taking a break here. I don't know how long this recess is. Problem is premeditation. Yeah, that's where. Yeah, I don't think they're getting first degree at all. That you have to have premeditation. I don't think there's any premeditation, but I think there is a problem with the fact that they did have previous interactions before, and they like knew each other, so that could be an issue. Yeah, I don't think he deserved to die, but yeah, he was definitely high on the day. Or frankly, just going back and forth with them in a way that was distracting to his theory, and I'm sure just not helpful for him as he's trying to litigate his case. So yeah, link the autopsy report in Discord if you can. I don't know if you're in the Okay, you did it already? Wait, I think you did it already. With both witnesses, we were able to get more of a clear picture of just not only Mr. Floyd, but just the environment that day, the scene. I think it's hugely impactful as the jury is just trying to get their minds into the place of what exactly happened that day, what events led up to, Mr. Floyd's encounter with the police, and ultimately just helps guide them as cardiopulmonary arrest complicating. Let's see. What does the report say?
The testimony that Christopher Martin gave today. I want
What?
to play that for you both.
Why is any of these things relevant to this? This article is like, says a few things, and then it says what did the report say, and it has like a paragraph or so, and then it's like, what did Trump say, and what are the latest on the protests? Like, no, I don't want. The main headline is like, George Floyd death, homicide, official postmortem declared. What does the report say? Apparently, according to BBC. Oh wait, hold on. They're going back into it.
It wasn't about Mr. Floyd, it was the traffic.
Yes.
All right. And so we see you then here sort of behind your coworker.
Yeah, Popcorn, if you are not in the Discord, I'm going to link this again in the channel. Please go and link that stuff in general, and I'll pull it up. And we can look at it. Move out of that city pronto.
To George, actually. Sorry, not to both of them, just to George.
And so when you
Cardiac arrest gets thrown out, thrown around without explanation of what that means. Yeah.
And where were the three people in the car?
George was in the driver's seat.
Called the cops over a $20 bill.
In the back seat, or possibly on the right.
I mean, dude, it's their business. Like, they can call the cops if they want to. I don't know. I think the problem was that he already had this stuff and he didn't want to like give them the stuff back, and he was trying to offer, like, force them to take this like counterfeit bill. So it's like someone's creating a problem, a hazard to your work environment, to your like like they're causing you to lose money, to lose customers, whatever. Like, you're allowed to call the police, okay? Like, I don't know if we can put this on them for calling the cops.
What did you do?
I told my manager that he did not want to come into the store.
Stream froze for you? For anyone else? I hope not.
Correct.
And what was that?
Go back outside again and tell him to come inside the store so we can talk to him.
What did you see the officer on Mr. Floyd?
Okay, well, when I said a ton of drugs, maybe maybe that's not the right thing to say. He had a variety of various drugs in his system.
He was in resting state, meaning like he just rested his knee on his neck.
And what did you do when you saw that?
I pulled my phone out first and I called my mom and told her not to come downstairs, and then I started recording.
And did you make a recording?
Correct.
Did you keep that recording?
No.
Why not?
Floyd. The opening statements.
I deleted it because
You guys are chatting too fast for me. I can't keep up. And I don't want to like talk over the stream. I already have it turned down too much. Wait, hold on. Let me turn it back up.
Straight on Chicago. And if you live in South Minneapolis, the easiest way to get to the hospital would have been straight on Chicago. So that to me kind of made it like clear that he was no longer with us.
So you thought he had died?
Correct.
Not quite sure why that would, make you delete the video.
Oh, I just didn't want to have to show it.
Thanks for that.
I'd be questioning them.
Autopsy report.
But again, Christopher Martin did end up on the stand today answering many, many questions about his encounter with George Floyd on that day. And Kenneth, one of the things that,
they weren't back
that he
again.
said
I
that
thought
we
they were
didn't
back.
see in that clip was when asked if his first conversation, because the second conversation outside the car, he wasn't the one leading it. It was another employee that did. But that first conversation, when they went out to the car to ask George Floyd to come back into the store to discuss the counterfeit $20 bill, that conversation was led by Christopher Martin, and when asked by the defense, was that an aggressive conversation? Was it a heated conversation? He said it was in no way, shape, or form aggressive. How important is that going to be to this case?
Extremely important, as they try to, the state tries to lay out that George Floyd was not some, big, angry
Andy had a
aggressor,
heart disease.
especially as police arrived after this incident and what they were called for. But it also shows you, again, what led up to this. And while that conversation
Clinical history of
wasn't that
hypertension.
bad,
So like he
Diane,
had
it
a
still
history
was
of.
the one that led to the 911
Oh, that's
call
not gonna.
because,
That's gonna be hard
when
to.
the store employees decided
No
to call police
life-threatening
because
injuries
Christopher Martin said it was
identified.
twice that they encountered George Floyd after they went outside, and it was after that second time where he refused to come back inside the store.
This is gonna make it harder for the defense.
That's when they had to call the police and say that they believe that a counterfeit bill was being passed.
Hold on,
And
let me
Diane,
turn this
something
down.
else about
I thought they were
Christopher Martin
still.
is this is a
I thought they went
19-year-old
back in. I didn't know they were like
He said, "I
showing
have
like
guilt." He acted the situation
clips from the
when they were
trial.
down
I thought the
between
thing was
police
like back in, so I jumped back in.
said, "Oh, I
Thanks for sending me that link.
police,
Hold on, I got another link
should've
as
just
well.
essentially paid
Oh,
the
yours,
$20
$1,000
myself, or
giveaway.
paid the money
Yes, okay, never
myself.
mind.
It
I
could
did
have
already
taken
see
out of
that.
my paycheck. You mentioned earlier that he was a person who seemed considerate, kind. That's how he played out.
Oh yeah,
on the
thanks for
stand
posting
there.
that.
Because obviously this young man knows what happened.
Thanks for posting that in
George
Discord too,
Floyd,
though.
he's
Under
in his
and
community, and it takes us right back to that community store. He works there. He knows the people who come in and out of that store, and he sees familiar faces. And so a key point in his testimony is that he encountered that friend who was with George Floyd earlier in the day who tried, he says, to pass a counterfeit bill. he knew the 20 was fake. And he felt that when George Floyd came
Yeah, Looter, I don't know who that you are in the chat, but from the Discord, yeah, I would agree that there's definitely plenty of blame to go. I think manslaughter or second-degree murder is probably what he's going to get. I think, but that's what I'm saying. Like, even if there was drugs in his system, like, I just think, I think that, yeah, the cop needs to be reprimanded or be held accountable.
You mentioned the second time it was the other employee who led the conversation.
I don't think he ever should have taken him out of the car, in my opinion. I would have never taken him out of the car. Would have called the ambulance. I mean, I don't know the proper procedures, but I'm pretty sure that you just have to call an ambulance. Like,
Again, when it comes to Mr.
there was actually an FBI agent that was pulled over and being harassed by the police, and he really laid into the. He was actually part of. He was investigating one of the officers, and he called the ambulance there just to make sure that they had to report everything. He was so smart. I'm gonna find that video. That was a really good video, but there was a lot going on with that department as far as like they were under investigation, like internal investigation, and he was actually there investigating the guy, and he had asked him questions that made him suspicious, and then he basically like called the goon squad, and they all came over then, and they realized who he was, and they're like, oh no, this is not good for any of us. Let's see. I think the argument that he was more at risk because of the drugs. I mean, I think he was more at risk because he was high, and then also he has a history of hypertension according to the autopsy. So it's like, dude, he was kind of screwed either way. And then on top of that, having a knee on your neck doesn't help anything. So
back to another part that came out of this testimony, because
was the autopsy really tossed out of the trial? That's crazy.
And he talks to George Floyd, though he says kind of the whole time
more than likely
sure the person attacked. The man in the passenger seat who did most of the talking. He asked them to come back inside.
Catching up on chat. What if a car backfires and then causes someone to have a heart attack? Yeah. I mean, yeah. But I mean, the car isn't putting a knee on their neck either. Like, I get what you're saying, but I don't know, man. This is why the defense is hammering at the lack of aid rendered, not that Derek Chauvin did or did not cause the death of George Floyd. Yeah, I mean, I would have called an ambulance. That's my... I don't know, man. It's not cut and dry. It's very nuanced, for sure. That other thing could have been taken. Yeah, they could have left him in the back of the car. They knew he was like, that it was a kind of a chaotic scene that was happening. They knew that he was potentially high on drugs. So of course he's just going to say some crazy stuff. Put him in the back of the car, crank the AC on. If he says he's hot, then he says he can't breathe, you roll down the windows, he's still saying it, then you call first aid there. That's it.
Do you think that could play to the defense's argument, even though they didn't quite pull on it today?
Officer Lane called the ambulance after they took him out of the car. But that's the thing, like, why take him out of the car? Why even go there? He's detained, he's in the back of the car. Why chance anything? That's what doesn't make sense to me. That's where they failed, in my opinion. Like, you screwed up when you took him out of the car. You don't listen to your alleged criminal. Like, you don't. I mean, you call the ambulance. That's all you can do. Even if he can't breathe, especially if he's claiming he can't breathe. When he asks you to pull him out of the car and let him sit on the ground, it doesn't matter where he's sitting. You open the windows. Like, it's going to be the same temperature outside as inside. Or you close the windows and you crank up the AC. He still says he can't breathe, then you leave the AC on, you open the windows. Like, pulling him out, putting him on the ground, and then putting your knee on the back of his neck isn't going to help him breathe any better. So that doesn't make any sense right there. So I don't know. Either way, I think the cops screwed up here. That's my opinion on that.
Christopher Martin said it. The crowd was screaming, and the crowd, in many respects, as he's, kind of somewhat saying, was, boisterous or what have you. And I think Mr. Nelson will just reside with that, as opposed to stepping back into a ring where he really didn't do too well yesterday, dealing with those issues of pushback about that crowd not being malicious, but really being one that was.
He had a bunch of stuff in his system.
The other part of his
A
description
variety
that
of
stuck out to me was when he described George Floyd and Officer Chauvin that day. He described George Floyd as being
cannabinoids,
motionless
amphetamines, and fentanyl slash metabolite.
as seeming like he was in a resting state. He said
He was morphine free apparently, so that's a good thing.
on his neck. What did you make
The finding of sickle-celled appearing cells in many of the autopsy tissue sections prompted the hemoglobin as quantitation. Reported above, this quantitative result is indicative of sickle cell. So he had sickle cell anemia.
Particularly, you know, the third degree murder, we talk about depraved indifference, right? We talk about depraved
Apparently.
mind.
And he had a history of like heart problems. So that's
while you have a man underneath you who, you know, ultimately, as we know, was underneath Officer Chauvin's knee for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, limp, not breathing. You know, that's something ultimately.
The trachea is midline and the neck is straight. I mean,
but this is a tough case. This is an uphill battle for the defense, and I think.
Sorry, I'm reading over this autopsy report. Yeah, man, this is going to be crazy. They could leave him in the car. Oh, they could not. Oh, yeah, I forgot. What did he do? Smack his head against the window? Because he self-harmed, they had to take him out of the car.
And prejudice the jury in some way in favor of the state, as opposed to my client who has all the constitutional protections here, right? You got to do something on that, because you're absolutely right. That point is really critically damaging testimony, particularly as concerns.
Should he be fired? Yes. Should he be put in prison? No. Yeah, I don't know what to. I don't know where we go here. I think there's some kind of. I feel like there's probably some kind of criminal charge he should get regardless, though. Like, I don't know. At most, he will get a $20,000 fine and or 10 years.
Allude to this casual demeanor of Derek Chauvin throughout. But there was another part of Christopher Martin's testimony that I wanted
Trying to read chat here. So I moved it over here so I don't have to.
Alluded to this, and this was not so much
He
about
didn't
what
have
he
an
saw,
answer.
but what he felt. He was in the video, in the security footage, where you see Christopher Martin on the sidewalk observing everything that's happening. You can see him with his hands on his head in quite a bit of that video. And when asked about that and how he felt,
isn't that double jeopardy? What do you mean? There's different. Wait, hold on. I'm missing something. So behind. As we're chatting up a storm, dude. Oh, against the plexiglass divider. What's up, Lemon Pepper? Look at blood concentrations, not ingestion amount. Mr. Floyd to me looked like a strong man, not easy to handle. Yeah, true. So that's why I'm saying, like, why take him out of the car? He was slamming his head up against the plexiglass, though, so I guess, I don't know. It looked like there were 3 different charges for the cop.
At this point, I would call it a.
He's not going to get 3rd degree. Manslaughter is possible only if Derek's lawyer is asked or the jury is scared to give him charges. The 11 NL/ML was in his blood. That's from his autopsy.
Left that scene with these deep feelings of personal guilt about what they could have done or what they should have done, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a tough one, dude. It's a tough one. I think we just let this play out. I have my opinions are that both parties could have handled this better, like clearly.
I mean, that was her testimony clearly Ms. Hansen, as
I don't know, man.
As a paramedic, has a lot of her own regrets just in regards to watching a
screen's
man
messing up.
die in front of her when so much of her professional and just personal instincts were telling her these are the things that medically need to be done for this man to be able to live, starting with please just get your knee off of the back of his neck and then take it from there. Check his pulse. Do CPR.
I do have to use a bathroom though, and I gotta get some more coffee.
The officers were keeping her at bay, so you heard her regrets. And now you have Mr. Martin. When I talk about this consistent impact, him now being the 3rd witness to come in, and really, let's just be frank, probably the most critical in terms of that feeling of guilt-oriented impact, because he's saying to himself,
I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, guys.
What if the $20 was just docketed out of my check, right? this man would be alive. All of this that
Oh,
caused
don't
all
put
of
that
this
on that guy,
international
man. You're gonna make
outrage
that
and
kid
uproar,
feel so
and just
bad,
my own
dude. Look at
personal feelings
how
about this
old is
man
that guy?
having
He looks
died
young.
as a result of me, you know, not wanting $20
Why would you
taken out of my
put that
check.
on
I'm
that
not saying
man?
that it's Mr. Martin's fault, and nobody
Yes,
would
you
ever
are,
say
you
that
idiot.
in regards to why, you know, Mr. Floyd
You
ultimately
just said
died.
that.
But at the same time, that's what you
I'm
could
just saying
hear
he would
in
have
his
been.
testimony explicitly, but that's also what you could see
I'm
in the
saying,
video when
I'm
he's saying
saying he would be alive if this guy just took the $20 hit to his paycheck. But also, I'm not saying that it's his fault. Like, what do you, bro? Don't put that on the. He's 19. Yeah, bro, don't put that on this guy, man. That's why I hate mainstream media, man. People and social media in general. Like, people are such jerks, man. Like, dude, the kid's 19. He doesn't want to take that $20 hit. He doesn't want to get fired. I'm sure. Like, it's not his fault, man. Like,
a juror who was feeling not well. What we understand is that
at the end of the day,
who is a white woman in her 50s,
the majority of this, who is at fault, goes to Mr. George Floyd and no one else. Don't do illegal things. Don't do drugs. Don't be acting crazy, and nobody's gonna call the cops on you. Now, once the cops were called, yeah, some of the blame then starts to go to the police officers, and things could have been handled a lot better. But yeah, he's just doing his job, man. He did to the freaking gas station, like.
This woman, this juror, how she was feeling after the break, and she said, "quote shaky but better," and she told the judge she had trouble sleeping and has been awake since 2 a.m. Has been awake since 2 a.m. Again,
yeah, imagine the jury members, bro.
These jurors are under. We talk about
God, I'd hate to be on the jury for this.
How the traumatic nature of this event for the witnesses who experienced.
Either way, it's like somebody. Yeah, oh man.
Avenue. But now it's the jurors who are living this. We have been talking the past few days about how the prosecution.
Yeah, that was a terrible thing for that guy to say. I don't know why that guy said that.
Right there in that intersection with the video, with the witness statements, with that testimony. And now they're living it, Diane.
He had just had the passenger try to give him a fake $20 the same day. Yeah. Then Floyd does it too. And if he doesn't let the manager know, it comes out of his pay policy. And yeah, see, it's like the jury has gotten plenty of threats to their lives. Yeah, I'm sure. Imagine if the jurors get doxxed. I'm pretty sure some of them have. I think some of the jurors have left. Haven't they already? Like, some of the jurors have.
On her medical condition, all we do know is that according to the pool reporter, he quoted this juror after Peter.
Like, I would just, if I was on the jury, I would just say something crazy to get myself taken off. I'd be like, I'm ACAB. Like, I hate all police. I shouldn't be on this trial. Like, I shouldn't be on this jury. I would just be like, no, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a part of this.
She's essentially saying, I'm still shaky. Some of the tension is gone. But this is what these jurors are going
They
through,
say
Diane.
innocent.
It's a stressful process,
I wouldn't be surprised if they had to move out of the state. Yeah, that could change your life forever. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and all these people are gonna all these people are going to riot like they know. Yeah,
in Minneapolis, outside the courthouse, and criminal defense and civil rights attorney Philip Hamilton. Thank you to you both. We are going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with continuing coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the testimony of Christopher Belfry, the other witness who took the stand today. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
The lethal limits of this are. Hold on. What the lethal limits are for fentanyl and a methamphetamine. It's both at you have to be very brave to acquit. Yeah. We could do different amounts of drugs, yeah. Let's see, what did I try to find?
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
Yeah, do one on Antifa. How about that? Do two, okay? I don't care if you do one on the white supremacy and that stuff. Like, I think all hate groups are bad, but let's see one on the other side too. I'd like to see that. NBC would never do that. So let's try to figure out what is deadly amount of fentanyl. Wait, what was it? NL to NG to ML? I don't know how to read that. Like, what is a fatal?
The ABC News original, exclusively on Hulu, now streaming with so much at stake.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, he had way more than the deadly. People who died from fentanyl overdose had readings ranging from 0.75 ng to ml to an astounding 113 ng over ml. So that's the average death dose is 9.96, and he had 11. So that is a deadly amount. That is absolutely a fatal amount. So I'm not sure if I think you're just reading that. I think you were reading that wrong. I'm looking at the... Okay, hold on. I'll pull it up on the screen.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. The former Minneapolis police officer...
All right, let me just pull this up on the screen.
Floyd's death made an impact on racial justice movements and policing across the country, even across the world. But it also had a significant impact on the city of Minneapolis, particularly...
So this right here, I don't know if you can read this.
Chicago, where George Floyd encountered police on a day...
Fentanyl itself is so toxic that it is sufficient to kill without help of other dangerous drugs in the cocktail. People who died from a fentanyl overdose had readings from 0.75 to 113, and that's the same metric that we're using in this autopsy reading, and the autopsy is reading at 11. What is that, nanograms per milliliter? I don't know if that's what that is or not. I think that's what it is. Whatever, but that's he's sitting at 11, and the average death dose is 9.96 according to this. What is... I literally just typed in, like, what is a fatal dose of fentanyl. So I'll link that. I'll link that in here in the chat. So yeah, that's what I was looking at. Serious psyops. What?
What do you mean by that? Well, just well, maybe I should only speak for me.
What's up, Kane? But yeah, so that's what that is.
Impacted by watching the video.
Apparently.
In its entirety, by hearing the heart-wrenching...
I don't know, man. Oh, here's a toxic... Oh, okay. And then here's another study on the toxology reports. So yes, that was a deadly amount of fentanyl in his system, and that's taken... I don't know how... Okay, hold on.
Condolences to them as well.
Yeah, it's an emotional trial, that's for sure. But the safety of the neighborhood has also been brought up by the defense several times throughout the trial so far. What's your reaction to that?
So the community has been a challenged community for a long time. I've been literally working...
I want to know how long it was until he got an autopsy.
For over 2 decades, and we had really begun to...
Oh, I guess it says on here.
Lots of new black-owned businesses.
Okay, so it was a full 24 hours until the autopsy. So the date and hour of death was 5/25/20 at 9:25 p.m. The autopsy was done 24 hours later. So he had a deadly dosage. he did have a deadly dosage of fentanyl in his system 24 hours after. That website is a conspiracy pseudoscience site. I mean, okay, we can find another source, but I mean, they were linking from. Okay, what about the reports that they cited in there? Okay, can't even find them. Hold on.
So what do you want people watching this trial who've never been to that part of Minneapolis? What do you want them to know about?
I mean, there are other sites saying the same thing, that the average death dose is 9.96 milliliters, or 9.96 per milliliter. I'm gonna do a search from before even this year, so that we don't even have to get that. Hold on. Let's do it in like from like
you know, it's a vibrant community. It's historically African American community, and we are working to bring that black joy, that business.
Okay, this is from like 2017. How much fentanyl will kill you?
Back to this community in ways that really begin to address some of the inequities that are present here in Minneapolis and all throughout the country.
Well, this is just giving you like how much you would be using, but it's not showing how much is going to be in the blood.
But there's been some debate because it's been blocked off for quite some time, and now there's some debate about.
But there's another study right in here that says.
Walk me through that. What's the back and forth there?
Well, you know, it has
Patients who died a day later had 9.5 NL for him. Let's see. Hold on. Let me just post some of these.
38th in Chicago, because of the you know the fact and the reality that George Floyd was killed there. You know, it became this site of reflection, of mourning, of protest. Almost every protest in the city either.
Yeah, I took out the whole.
38th and Chicago.
Why is fentanyl deadlier than heroin? Let's see.
People, you know, walked from. There was a guy who walked here from Alabama to the intersection of 38th and Chicago. So we put up barriers to make sure that the hundreds and thousands of people were able to be safe. That, you know, during the unrest, there was, you know, lots.
An amount as small as a grain of sand can kill you. What the frick?
We didn't want people to get hurt.
It's from The Guardian.
Have the opportunity to mourn, to gather, to
yeah, and you definitely saw him like eating something.
And so we blocked off the streets.
So let's say he ate like a little baggie of it. Like it's not surprising that he would die.
And community residents who are demanding justice.
Yeah, and I put a like filter on this to put it to search like before George Floyd's death, so that we didn't get a bunch of articles like pushing a narrative. But it's showing at least one that I've found already that shows that someone died with just 9.5 in their system, and he had 11 at 24 hours after he died. So I don't know.
Do you have a source of that study?
If you want to post that, yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, no links. Hold on. If you want to post that, you can put it in the Discord though, and I can pull it up there.
Between the police and people in this community and all throughout the country. I mean, it's quite.
Just telling you, okay?
Very much.
I read he shoved it up his butt, which made the experience even more pronounced. Yeah, I mean, if you did that, it would have been the same thing. There's the Discord for TRN. The guy who wrote that article was an economist. I mean, what does that have to do with anything? If he's just reading studies and...
and we need, and the businesses are really struggling to stay
Let's see.
afloat. The city is really trying to work on
Hold on.
some.
I can't hear
providing
the
some
Discord right now.
resources. We're
Hello,
just
clock guy.
passed,
Hello.
What's up, dude?
in committee yesterday.
Do you have a link for that? The 9.6 or whatever the hell people died from?
And we're trying to
The
get some
one that
resources
they're all in the
to
chat. I've been
those
posting them in
businesses to
chat.
help support them.
I see.
But
I see
reopening
one,
and
which is
maintaining
simply
the memorial that has been
so specifically from this. They say
erected,
in the sentence, right? They say
and
patient E
hopefully
had blood
using that as a
concentration of
prototype
1
so we can
nanogram per
build
milliliter, while
a
patient
permanent memorial
I had
with
13.
along with
Patient K,
community
who died a few
input
days
and
later,
support.
had 9.5. Patient F, who lived,
We
had
really want to do
4.6.
right
Oh wait,
by community.
the
We
highest
want
among
to bring
survivors.
justice. As I mentioned, we
4.6.
want to bring
So,
job training opportunities, jobs, home ownership opportunities, affordable housing
Hold on, let me switch this.
opportunities. We need to bring health, mental health resources to this community, etc. And so we want to work together with community to make our communities on the path to wholeness.
Well, and we know that one thing this case has done is it brought what triggered what is a national and now global racial reckoning. And maybe one bright spot in this horrible tragedy is that it will bring more attention to your city and to your neighborhood as well to get all those things done that you're hoping to do.
It has already done that. I mean, and like I said, I've been working on this intersection for over 2 decades, and
okay, can you hear me?
know, it's really sort of
all right. I had to like fix my screen and everything for the stream.
The world's attention, but also it is an opportunity for us to really move forward. So
we certainly hope so.
We have to take it.
Minneapolis City
Yeah, and I'm just
Council
looking
President
things up
Andrew
on the
Jenkins,
fly. I'm trying to find like
your time today. Thank
so
you.
I the one that I'm using is an AH1, but they use skin patches for fentanyl, and I think maybe that has an effect on the blood concentrations that are fatal. But I don't know what this one's. I think this one's using
okay. So it says, I mean, this is just something else too. This says, I'm just like skimming some of these. But it says that usage... Oh, wait. I think this is the same article that I was reading earlier. But it says that fentanyl is used in hospitals as a painkiller at a blood concentration of 0.6 to 3.0 ng over ml. I think it's nanograms per milliliter. Am I right about that or no? I don't want to just be saying... Okay.
I think you're
I didn't want to sound like an idiot. Just like...
No, you're good.
I'm not an expert, okay. But yeah, this is okay, whoops, that's not the right thing. Whoops, let me see here. But it is a semi-open panel, so if you guys want to join in, you can join in. Is that John Amos? Wait, who? Oh, I don't know. Could be, could not be.
I'm looking at this, and I don't know what their fucking sample size is for the study. It was like a CDC study from cdc.gov. It's just 12 cases.
But we've had an epidemic. We know that fentanyl is extremely dangerous and easy to overdose on, so...
Yeah, for sure.
What is this? Okay, hold on.
Did
NC toxicology. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, here we go. This is something. Where is this? Where's the F fentanyl?
Yeah, if you just go to results, about halfway down, they say the substance abuse deaths had a mean fentanyl blood concentration of 26.4 nanograms per milliliter.
Fentanyl. Toxic is basically anything over 3. If I'm reading this right.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to
Is that a natural group?
So I think. Okay, this is from dhhs.nc.gov. Let's see. Here's what I'm looking at right now. I can mute this for right now because nothing going on here. All right, let's switch back over to this. This is what I'm looking at right now. Where do I switch this off? Oh wait, whoops. Okay. Okay. Let's pull up what I'm looking at right now. So this is Toxicology. The toxicology laboratory located at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in Raleigh is nationally accredited by the American Board of Forensic Toxicology Incorporated and serves all 100 counties of the North Carolina Medical Examiner System by providing forensic analytical testing of specimens and evidence from medical examiner cases. The laboratory is responsible for analytical testing records, maintenance, and review of analytical testing and interpretation of the results of more than 10,000 medical examiner cases annually, the staff of which consists of toxologists, chemists, laboratory technicians, and administrative technicians performs more than 36,000 analytical tests each year. Okay. Interpretation of toxicology results. The following table is provided only as a guide. The data have been compiled from previously published scientific literature and from prior OCME experience. Hence, these concentrations cannot be regarded as complete for all therapeutic and poisoning situations. When available, references are included for a drug. Also, the appropriate screening assay is designated for each drug. Average concentrations are given in parenthetical form when available. Many of the concentrations listed as toxic are from driving under the influence of drugs data and are referenced as such in the comments column. The proper interpretation of postmortem drug concentrations is complex and complicated by many factors, including individual variations in response to drugs, tolerance, physical stature, and disease states. So, I mean, that could apply to him because he has heart problems and he has... I don't know if that's the report was saying that he was sickle cell, but yeah. The presence of other drugs and the potential for postmortem changes in blood drug concentrations if a toxicological agent is suspected in a case. Additional specimens, including peripheral blood and liver, should be submitted for more complete investigation. Normal and lethal liver concentrations, where available, have been added for clarity. So we scroll down here to... Okay, so hold on. Let me make sure I show you the top of this. So here's the top of this, the columns, so we can see. This is the toxic column, and this is lethal column. But this is in mg over L, so I don't know what the conversion would be there either. I don't know if it's the same. I don't know if those two are the same or not. Oh, no, this is in ng now down here. So 1 to 5 is therapeutic, okay? This is what they're using like in hospitals. Like if they're using fentanyl, they're using like 1 to 5 ng. So 1 to 5 nanograms per milliliter of blood. And then it starts getting toxic at 3 nanograms per milliliter of blood. He had 11. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, okay? Right here. This is from his autopsy.
Yeah, this is so fucking weird.
I mean, this is just from North Carolina, but I would assume.
Yeah, so with regards to like at least acetylfentanyl, I don't know. I guess maybe he used acrylfentanyl because acetylfentanyl it's like a lot higher. So I don't know.
They're testing for fentanyl.
Yeah, I just don't know. There's 2 fentanyls on here. Acetylfentanyl and acrylfentanyl. I guess it's acryl.
Isn't am I like dumb or is acetylfentanyl? No, never mind. That's not the right thing.
I have no fucking clue. Oh, okay.
It says unknown on here on this one.
Down there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fentanyl is down here though.
So...
Yeah, that's something else. I don't know how to read this column here. I don't know what this stuff is pointing out here. What is this column? Lethal mg. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what this column is supposed to be saying here. Sorry, I'm not reading chat either, but tolerance and route of administration is important to consider when evaluating the toxicity of the drug. Significant PMRD can occur. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, this is just the blood. These are from toxicology. These are from reports from autopsies a lot. as well as like testing in DUI cases or whatever, DUID cases. So I don't know, man.
The range is super fucking huge.
It would appear that he had a lethal dosage, or at the very least, he had a very toxic dosage in his blood, and that's 24 hours after. So you can imagine that because your body doesn't just stop, like all the chemicals in your body are still going. Like your fingernails and your hair are still growing after you're dead for a certain period of time. So I would assume it was probably higher. If anything, it was probably higher before he died, not lower. And there are definitely people who were dying. There are autopsy reports of people who died. At least in this one patient who died a few days later had, I don't know if this is saying, wait, hold on. They're saying that people died with only 9 ng per ml. And that was the high. Wait.
Patient that was F the highest of the
patient F who lived had a concentration of 4.6 nanograms per milliliter, the highest among survivors of this incident. I don't know what this incident is talking about. All right, let me read the whole thing. Subsequent investigations revealed that what had been sold as cocaine was mostly fentanyl, trace amounts of cocaine. The patients who were dead on arrival had gone into cardiac arrest due to blood concentrations of fentanyl that were much higher than what is administered therapeutically. Fentanyl is used in hospitals as a painkiller at a blood concentration of 0.6 to 3.0 nanograms per milliliter, or ppb. Patient E had a blood concentration of 11 nanograms per milliliter, while patient I had 13 nanograms per milliliter. Patient K, who died a few days later, had 9.5 nanograms per milliliter. Patient F, who lived, had a concentration of 4.6 nanograms per milliliter, the highest among the survivors of this incident. I don't know if they're saying, they didn't say anything about whether patient E or patient I died. They just said, wait, hold on, did they? Oh, patients who were dead on arrival. Okay, yeah, never mind. So yeah, patient E died and had 11 nanograms present, and that's what George Floyd had. And patient I had 13 nanograms per milliliter, also died. Patient K died a few days later and had 9.5. So I think it's safe to say that he did have a deadly amount present in his blood. I don't know.
You said one of those people had like a 9 nanogram per milliliter and they died like days later. Like days later. I don't think that this is like relevant to like fentanyl toxicity.
Yeah, but
I don't know what it is.
I don't know either. But I think it's just
NIH paper I leaked you.
So it's talking about fentanyl overdose, and like naloxone isn't going to save you from it or something like that. Because there's been a lot of articles that are coming out about fentanyl way before this ever even happened, because it's like a big problem. Let's see.
Yeah. I'll link it in Twitch chat again. This is the one that I'm basing my information off of. Maybe you could tell me what you don't like about it.
It says, okay, when we're talking about, okay, I'm just reading this. Mm-hmm. This is by a doctor. Okay, let's look this guy up to see his credentials. Who's this guy? Okay, Dr. Alex Barizo is a PhD microbiologist, science writer, and public speaker who specializes in the debunking of junk science for the American Council on Science and Health. He is also a member of USA Today board contributors and featured speaker for the Insight Bureau. Formerly, he was founding editor of Real Clear Science and an analyst at Geopolitical Futures. Okay, so he's an accredited doctor, and this is like part of his job. Okay, and he's writing here. Let's see, in the second paragraph, the heroin epidemic sweeping the nation, which has quadrupled heroin overdose deaths among people aged 25 to 34 and contributed to an increase in the overall mortality rate of young white Americans, serves As a case in point, heroin is often mixed with fentanyl, a chemical that has 50 times more potent than morphine. Merely 3 milligrams, the mass of several grains of salt, is lethal. See the upper left image. I think that's this image here. So he's saying that 3 milligrams could potentially be lethal. So I would assume that anything over that would also be lethal.
Yeah.
So if he were, let's say he ate a little baggie of this stuff, which we're assuming here, but I mean you can see it in the video. There's some evidence to point to the fact that he ate some of this stuff to like not be caught with it. How the hell is a drug that strong? That's crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. It's pronounced fentanyl, not fentanyl. Fentanyl. Who cares? Whatever. I don't think that's really relevant. I think everyone who's talking about this is saying fentanyl, but whatever. Fentanyl. For you, magic missiles. Okay. Your Honor, sure, my client undertook actions that would have killed him, but he was going to die anyways, not guilty. Wait, what? Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just pointing that we were just discussing this one specific piece of this, okay?
Yeah, so I don't.
That's 3 mg,
I don't know,
not
man.
NL/. I know that popcorn, but I'm just saying, if he was eating that much, and we're looking at patients who were dying with much less than 11 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl present in their blood, in their toxology report or whatever, like I think we can safely say that he had a potentially lethal dosage in his bloodstream.
So that source that
I
you're
don't know if
using,
that's.
I don't know, man. So this source specifically, they only have like 9 people, something like that, and it was specifically people that thought that they were like snorting coke, but they were actually snorting fentanyl mixed with coke. So I just don't know if this is 1-to-1,
Right, but
right?
didn't he have? Did he have cocaine in his system as well?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I mean, he had methamphetamine in his system, which is like just as bad because
Yeah,
then
he barely had any,
you're
but he did.
speedballing.
Yeah, with regards to like how much he had, I looked up like the toxic dosages of like methamphetamine. It's like not even on the charts. Like he had a super low amount, but I could be wrong. I maybe did the math wrong, but he had like 19 nanograms per milliliter or something like that.
Yeah, 19.
And it was like up in like the milligrams per was it per liter per milliliter for toxicity. So I don't think that the math had anything to do with it. I don't think. I could be wrong though. So I'm looking at the source of this specific thing because
let's see if this is back.
Because I linked an NIH article or research that went into fentanyl overdoses, and it seemed to be pointing to different amounts than yours is. And I just don't know why that is. Seems like maybe this study is talking about snorting, and the one that I linked had to do with skin patches.
I was just looking at the part where they talked about how much was present, like in their bloodstream, like from the autopsy reports, and which most of them were like less than. Well, I know, actually, there was like 2 that were over. In those cases, they were actually over more. But
so the article I linked like also uses blood concentrations, but it's like totally different. So I don't know why.
But they're saying patients. Wait, okay. The patients who were dead on arrival had gone into cardiac arrest due to blood concentrations of fentanyl that were much higher than what is. So that's saying that this patient F who lived with 4.6 nanograms per milliliter survived, but he had still gone into cardiac arrest due to that amount being in his blood. So just from 4.6, he went into cardiac arrest, or she, whatever. Patient F who lived had a concentration of 4.6 nanograms per milliliter, and this is implying that all of these patients who came in were. It says the patients who were dead on arrival. Oh wait. I don't know. I don't know if it's implying that. Like, I'm probably wrong there. But they're all arriving into emergency. Oh, okay. They weren't. So I don't know. I don't know. There's not much more information of whether they were like. Oh, well, let's see.
Yeah.
Where's
In the
patient? Where's
sample size, which is
patient F?
super small.
Observed and discharged. Okay, never mind. The patient F wasn't. I don't know if they went into cardiac arrest or not, but
Check out that one I said if you don't.
oh, where did you send it?
Twitch chat.
Okay. Oh, where? Wait.
It's the liquid sunshine. That's me.
Oh, I didn't know that was you. Okay, hold on. Reliability of post-mortem fentanyl concentrations. Okay, this is in okay, good. This is in like 2012. Yeah, it's hard to look up any of this stuff after George Floyd's death because there's so much like which is terrible.
That's fair.
That's being politicized.
I didn't even think
like
about
that.
it, to be honest, but I guess I was lucky to find this.
I had to filter it just to get something reliable.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. Does it say what a deadly dosage is in here or what? %95 of the 37 accidental intoxication deaths involving fentanyl or multi-drug intoxications. The substance abuse intoxication deaths had a mean fentanyl blood concentration of 26.4. Jesus Christ. The natural group was 11.8. What? 2 accidental... What? I'm so confused. Of all the intoxication deaths, there were 3 sole acute fentanyl deaths, of which one involved a descendant with no known history of substance abuse. In parentheses, sickle cell disease patient. So does having sickle cell disease increase your chances of... Because if that's the case, I think that makes it even more likely that that was a lethal dosage, because it says, what does it say in his autopsy report?
Yeah, it says he has like of sickle cell.
The comments say the finding of sickle-celled appearing cells in many of the autopsy tissue sections prompted the hemoglobin S quantitation reported above. This quantitative result is indicative of sickle cell trait. Red blood cells in individuals with sickle cell trait are known to sickle as a post-mortem artifact. The descendants' antemortem peripheral blood smear, made from a complete blood count collected 5/25/20 at 9 p.m., was reviewed by an expert HHC hematopathologist. I can read. At the medical examiner's request, this review found no evidence of antemortem sickling. Wait, I'm so confused.
Yeah, so am I.
What?
So what I thought that meant was that he wasn't suffering from it, but it sounds like what they were but it sounds like what they're saying is that if he did suffer from it, then it would have had postmortem sickling. So I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah.
It doesn't
That's what it sounds like they're
make any
saying,
sense.
but I don't know about that.
Wait, he was also COVID positive? Get out of here, dude. Are you serious?
So they don't know whether or not he actually had COVID. So he was positive on the, I forgot what test it was, but it's pretty much like you can remain positive for like 3 months after being infected with COVID.
Holy bejesus, dude.
He could have had COVID then. He could have had COVID like a month ago. We don't know.
Look, Ripe, we're not talking about. Look, okay, we're not trying to absolve Derek Chauvin or any of the police officers of their failures here in this case. Okay, we just got into the semantics of this a little bit, or the nuance of this a little bit, because I was saying that claiming that he did have a lethal dosage, so we were just trying to find out if he actually had a lethal dosage.
Thank you, darling.
Okay, I'm trying to fact check myself here. All right. So we're not trying to say that the cop is we're not looking at any of this to prove that the cop is innocent, okay? Just to be clear. We're just trying to make sure I'm saying the right thing.
You know, what's really funny is that lefties, right, if they do like see the medical examiner come up and say like, yeah, this guy was going to die regardless, they're going to be like, they're going to pivot back to like, oh, the police should have done something about it. It's so that's disingenuous, and I see people doing it right now whenever they get confronted with like the facts of the situation. They're like, well, the police should have been doing this anyway. And it's like, sure, right, but you probably shouldn't be defending something that you're gonna just walk back off of once you're like wrong.
Yeah, right? It seems like this report would be important. I don't know.
Yeah, it does.
And that the autopsy would be important, but that apparently has been thrown out as evidence.
Has it? No, that was an independent medical examiner. There was an independent medical examiner. Supposedly, Doghouse Show was talking about this. That was in the same. Oh fuck! There were like a couple cases. I think the Michael Brown case and the Epstein case. Like this is the same independent medical examiner that did this, and it's very sketchy with regards to like this guy seems to be like a celebrity medical examiner to an extent. So they just dismissed him right off. That's why.
Oh, great! Nice shot of a dog's. Oh yeah, there you go. Have a little bit of that. Have some dog butt there for you. Take that.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're fighting over a duck back there.
They said something about him having like congestion in his lungs. Is that? I thought that was something. I know he had like liquid pooling in his lungs. I think they said something about like distributed congestion or something.
Yeah, I mean, love that dog, Ace. Yeah, same. Not this one, but the other one. The independent examiner's report was done by Michael Baden. Look him up. He has an interesting background. Okay, that helmet is great. You should stream with it. I actually can't fit into it. It's too small for my head. I tried to put it on the other night when I was drinking. That's my that's actually from an that's an actual naval pilot's helmet. I came for the dog butt, stayed for the hot takes. Nice. That's awesome. Well, glad you stayed, man. Also, thanks for the follow. I didn't see who followed, but appreciate you. Appreciate it. And there is a if you're new to the channel right now, there is $1,000 giveaway on Friday for all subscribers to the Republican Nation. So if you're on my channel, go over to the Republican Nation and subscribe if you want to be entered into the subscriber drawing on Friday to see who wins $1,000 from Jace. Not for me, because I don't have money like that. So let's see if this is back live again. It doesn't look like it. I don't know if they're gonna get back into this or not. When is like the full, like the end of the country? Yeah. That is interesting, and it sucks that all of this has been politicized so much that we can't even that it's hard to find the information as to what a deadly amount of fentanyl is. On average, there should be you should be able to just look this up, and there should be a CDC range or something, or some kind of accredited university or health organization that can just say this is a deadly amount on average. This is the deadly amount found. Oh man. Yeah, so apparently 2 milligrams. So this is just an image, but this shows you how much can kill you. And I'm assuming this is like pure fentanyl, which most of it is probably uh um diluted or something, or like stomped on. But like, this is such a small amount, and if that little thing that you see like him put in his mouth was full of fentanyl, like, you can imagine he'd probably die from that. I mean, I don't know. Fentanyl is 100 times more toxic than morphine. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not a scientist, but I I feel like it's safe to say he did have a deadly dosage. That doesn't absolve the police officers of mistreating him or failing. But you know, a Latin Patriot, thanks for the subscription. Appreciate that. Much love. Yeah, so we'll be doing the drawing. Will be Friday, just so everybody knows. Where did they show him taking that much? Now, 'cause I'm curious. Okay, so in the video, all right, let's see. It's kind of scuffed, but I mean, it shows you can see him like swallowing something. I don't know. I'm just gonna like try to look up the. Okay, let's see.
Let me see your other hand. I'm sorry. Let me see your other hand. Please, both hands. Do nothing. Put your hands up
I
right
think
now.
it's if you look at his mouth or something, like he's in the process of like trying to like swallow
Put your
something.
hand up there. Put your hand up.
All right, the attorney for Officer Thomas Lane believes this is the most important piece of this video because I want you to watch George Floyd's mouth. They are alleging that he's got 2 milligrams of fentanyl in his mouth when he was first approached.
You can see, okay, so I guess you can see it like on the back of his tongue.
Take a
like,
look as we zoom
yeah,
in.
so I don't know.
Freeze
It's
the video.
I mean,
you
it could be
tell me
gum. It could
what
be,
you
but I mean,
see
I would have to
George
assume
Floyd's
that.
tongue. Could that be 2 milligrams
I don't know.
of fentanyl? That's what they alleged in their court papers, and they say it was
here, but
that
I mean,
fentanyl that killed George Floyd.
I don't know, man. Like I said, it's kind of scuffed. It's hard to see. Could be gum. Yeah, I mean, it could be, I don't know, a mint. But if that's fentanyl, that would explain why there was that much in his blood. Like, check your DMs. Okay, hold on. I don't know, man. Yeah. What the? Why is this website scuffed? Could be his tongue shining in the light. No, I think there's definitely something in his mouth. I mean, it could be spit. I don't know. Yes, during the live stream Friday, that will be the drawing, and it'll be from all the subscribers to the channel. Let's say he was doing fentanyl and meth, which toxology suggests. What kind of culpability do you think the officers have? Like I said, I still think that the officers are responsible for like handling this whole thing like very poorly, and like there's definitely some blame that just has to go to them. Oh, I see Davis and Pablo over here. I have to use the bathroom. Clock guy, are you here?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Could you hop into the stream waiting room and just kind of like chat with with those two and just like kind of vet them real quick? I've gotta use the bathroom. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I just need to use the bathroom. All right, I'm bulk. All right, I think there is. I think this guy's a firefighter. EMT was an onlooker. She asked to help Floyd. Yeah, I mean it's yeah. There's that. Hey, appreciate you, Angry Joker. Court proceedings are live again. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's get back to that. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it.
And we're going to test out the microphone and how it works with you. So if you could state your full name, spelling each of your names.
First name,
What's up, guys?
McMillan,
I don't know about Pablo.
CHARLES. Last name, McMillan, capital McMillian.
Thank you.
Are you a mod in here too?
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. All right, so good because you can
How are you doing today?
handle that. Because I do need to take the dogs out.
Thank you for being here. Okay. I'm going to start with some questions about your background, and then we'll move on from there, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
So could you tell the jury how old you are?
61 years old.
And how far did you go in school?
3rd grade.
And what city do you live in?
Here in Hennepin County.
And you're in Hennepin County. Are you in Minneapolis?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you some questions about Memorial Day, May 25th of last year. Do you live in an area close to Cup Foods?
Yes, I do.
And that evening on May 25th, were you driving by that area?
Yes, I was.
Tell me if you can get sound for that clock guy.
What kind of car do you drive?
I drive a 2006 Dodge Caravan Blue.
Okay, is that a van?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I don't think so.
So,
dang it. Understand why.
When you were in the area of 38th in Chicago, did something
There's echo
draw
on
your
the stream
attention?
right now, I think. Or am I playing it twice?
What was that? What did you see?
I was at the red
Could be a
light
combination. I don't know.
going south,
I had
and at the
the nickname
time I was
left, so it
going to
might
go east on the 38. That was to my left, and when I got there to make a left turn,
Yeah, that was this.
I see
Okay.
an interaction.
That's the video I'm watching,
with
though. So
a car
yeah, very good
with a man
doggos.
and with a
Yeah, they're
police
good
officer.
pups.
So I'm going to show you a map. If we could put up exhibit
Here,
1,
I'll send
please.
you. I'll post the link to what I'm watching in the
All
Discord,
right.
so you guys
So
can
you were
watch
talking
along.
about where you were. Using this map that's up on the screen, could you just describe? You can actually use your. There's a little pen there, stylus pen. You can use that to sort of show the jury on the screen where you were
All right, I'm
and
gonna
where
take
you
the
were headed.
doggos out real quick.
Hard for me to see because I'm old.
Very bad, guys.
I can drive it better by itself because I can't hardly see what's going on.
Okay.
I was on the corner of 30
Thank you, darling.
in Chicago
All right.
to make a left to go east
towards 47 and Hiawatha. So I was right on the corner of 38th and Chicago.
So you were headed east on 38th Street, is that right?
Yes, which would be right here.
Okay, perfect. And you just made a mark at that intersection there where in the direction you were headed, which was eastbound, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And when you were headed down 38th, you said you saw an interaction with somebody and some police officers. What did you see at that point?
Well, when I made the left, I seen a blue. There was a Mercedes-Benz truck on the right side with a police officer standing at the door. So I automatically made a right turn and pulled over.
And what made you decide to stop and pull over?
Being nosy, just being nosy. I'm in the neighborhood. I'm a nosy person.
Did you want to know what was going on?
Yes, being nosy. That's what it was.
So when you first approached that area, you said an officer standing next to a blue Mercedes truck.
With the door open.
With the door open. Did you see what the officer was doing at that point?
No, not at the time.
Okay. So you said you decided you wanted to pull over, see what was going on.
Get out, yes.
All right. So did you drive up the street a little bit and then park?
Immediate park, got out.
Okay. So when you got out, what'd you do?
I walked I went to the other side of the street.
All right. And would that be the Cup Food side of the street?
Yes.
Okay. So what'd you do on the other side of the street?
I engaged in what was going on by watching.
Okay. So what did you see from the Cup Food side of the street?
Basically, I seen the officer, was asking Mr. Floyd to get out the truck. And shortly after they got Mr. Floyd out the truck and they walked over to the sidewalk where they allowed, just walked over to the sidewalk behind Mr. Floyd's truck.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there. We'll just break it down a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you saw the officers getting Mr. Floyd out of the truck. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you say Mr. Floyd. Did you know who he was at the time?
No, ma'am.
Did you later learn that that man was George Floyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you saw how many officers at that time did you see interacting with Mr. Floyd?
I want to say one at the time, then another one walked over to help him.
Okay, so tell the jury about that. What did you see the first officer do, and then what happened next? So start from that point.
Well, when I got out my truck and started watching, I basically just seen the officer asking Mr. Floyd to get out. And from that point on, I don't want to say the other officer walked up to the truck where the other officer was. The other officer on the other side.
All right, so what's going on in the chat here? Hold on, what am I looking at?
I said I heard a couple words. I don't know what it was. And they
I want Floyd to dive dressed because it lists the officer.
Handcuffed and walked him down.
Yeah, no,
so
I don't.
Stop you right there. So first,
Yeah, I
you
mean,
saw
that's
one
not what I
officer
want. I think the
interacting on
officers
driver's
still are
side of the car
responsible.
with Mr. Floyd. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said there was another officer.
I just think it complicates. It
who
makes
was
it.
on the passenger side initially.
It just
of that
complicates
blue
this a whole
Mercedes
hell of a
truck.
lot.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I think you're describing that eventually that officer on the passenger side came over to assist on the driver's side. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that those officers got Mr. Floyd handcuffed. Did you see that happen?
No, I didn't. No, I don't not recall it.
So what did you see while you were standing on the Cup Food side of the street happen at the next to that SUV?
Well, after that, I seen, because I was looking away, but then when I turned back and looked, I did see Mr. Floyd handcuffed. Then they started to walk him down the sidewalk.
So you didn't see the very moment he was handcuffed,
no, ma'am.
But you did see that he ended up in handcuffs.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you looking around you, but not focused the entire time?
Yeah, Lord Venture, but I think actually that's not standard procedure for that. I've heard conflicting stories. So, I mean, generally, I think that's bad.
What you saw happen next?
That's I don't know how to say it. That's not the proper technique. I think that's like improper technique. I don't think that's good to put a knee on the back or on the neck or whatever. Like, I think anybody who studies like BJJ or has any small like background in just basic like wrestling or whatever can understand that it's not even necessary either. Like you can keep someone restrained, especially if they're already in handcuffs. Like you learn in wrestling, you just put the hips on the hips, man, and they can't get up. But obviously, it's been a while since I watched the full video, but I don't think he was really struggling too much to get up. I can't remember though. But I mean, I would have never let him out of the car. People then I forget that I guess he was smashing his head against the plexiglass, so it just makes things complicated. I think the police are still at fault
the
here.
officers that you saw walked with Mr. Floyd.
I think the officer is still at fault here, to be honest.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said he was in handcuffs.
Even though
Was Mr. Floyd walking across the street?
Mr. Floyd here wasn't on his best behavior.
Sidewalk with them.
Yeah, see, that's what I was trying to figure out, Venture. I think it was in the training for this department, which then kind of would make it kind of lifts some of the fault of off the officer and places it more on the whole department and the training methods there, which I would agree with. Over all our police force, our law enforcement in general needs like a whole revamp of the training. Like that's such an outdated thing. Like you shouldn't be putting knees on necks or on backs or whatever.
All right, so you are on the cup food side. You see them sit them down at the Dragon Walk. Could you hear what was going on in terms of the whole conversation?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you were watching what was going on. Is that right?
I would say if you were going to put a knee anywhere, you could put it on the buttocks because that's where his hips are, and there's really nothing he can do to get up. I mean,
okay, and then
that's like wrestling 101 or BJJ 101. You control the hips, you control like the entire body.
The red light, which would be going north through the red light.
I do have somewhat of a background
so did they
in
head
this.
toward Cup Foods at that point?
Yes.
I did used to do like some small MMA training, and then
where were you? Did you stay where you were, or did you follow?
I did
wrestling in middle school and in high school, and I've done BJJ like puddle deep. If I'm being honest, I don't have like a belt color yet, but it's something I want to get back
I'm going to
into.
put a. Did we? Can you take this down, please? Thank you. Did we?
No, beyond the tags, it's not an April Fool's joke. There's a $1,000 giveaway on Friday. Anyone who subbed to the channel. So if you go to twitch.tv/The Republican Nation and you're subscribed to that channel, there will be a drawing from a pool of on Friday, this Friday. It is not a joke.
All right. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize yourself in that picture?
Yes, I do.
And is that what you look like on May 25th?
Do you have
what you were wearing? All right. We would offer Exhibit 38.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I mean, I do.
Publish that to the jury.
Grimy, so it's like, I get it. They're still your
so
family.
Now the jury's getting to see that's
if
what
that's
you
the
were
point
wearing.
you're trying
That's
to
what you
make.
looked like on May 25th.
Even if
right?
even if George died before the lethal
it looks like you're
the
walking
yeah,
down
I
the
mean,
sidewalk. You're talking about
there's fault on
getting
both
closer.
sides
Did
here.
you get closer at that point?
Yes, I was getting closer.
Okay.
Yeah, innocent until proven guilty, I guess.
We can take that down, please. So after you see the officers walk Mr. Floyd toward the Cup Foods, and you're getting closer, what do you see then?
I see them come through the intersection with Mr. Floyd, and I was just standing and observing like I was doing. And when they came through the intersection, they went on to the car with him.
And when you say the car, what car are you referring to?
Squad car.
Okay. So they were taking Mr. Floyd to the squad car at that point? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he still handcuffed at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Mr. Floyd walking with those officers?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it just those two officers at that point?
Yes.
Did you know either of those two officers?
No.
Okay. And then did you continue to observe after they got to that squad car?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see then?
Just standing and observing them, get him into the car, and as they get him in the car, I'm just paying attention like I always was.
And was Mr. Floyd saying anything at that point in time?
Yes, he was.
And were you engaging in a conversation with Mr. Floyd as well?
Yes, I was.
So tell the jury just a little bit about what was going on in that moment.
Tony Timpa.
At the time I was engaged with Mr. Floyd, that the officer was, you know, trying
Be
to
on the
get me in
tags. If
car
you're in
and
the
everything,
Discord,
talking to him. I was telling Mr.
can
Floyd,
you
Mr.
link
Floyd,
that?
just apply with him, get on in the
Lord,
car
have
because
a
you can't
chat,
win.
decide
Something
who
to that
gets
nature.
to be the one, and we'll watch. Wait, what?
And before, as you were watching Mr. Floyd walk up to the squad car,
that's
and he was
basically what
seated
I
down,
would have.
and then he was walked across
Yeah,
the
put him in the
street.
car, put the
Any of those
AC on,
moments in
roll the windows
time,
up.
Did you see Mr. Floyd
And then
fighting or
if
being
he's saying that he
violent with
can't
the
breathe, you call
officers
the
from the moment he was taken out of the
ambulance,
car
which I think
until
they
he
did
was
call
sat
first aid.
down
But
and then walked across the street?
No.
Okay. And then you're describing what was going
I can't
on.
breathe.
And he was handcuffed, you described that whole time,
more
is that
than
right?
enough.
Yes.
And then you're talking about them trying to get him into the car. Did we previously show you a video that showed your position and what you were watching, as well as what one of the officers' body cameras showed was going on at that moment? Did you see video of that on a previous date?
Yes.
And
Except
did
I
that
think,
show accurately and fairly what you saw, as well as what you heard and what was going on with
I think he was
respect to
smacking his
Mr.
head against the
Floyd,
window too, which
at the
kind of
squad
messes
car?
everything up. I think they have to take him out at that point. I can't.
Did that show
what the
what was
protocols are.
happening?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I'm clearly describing it to you, I know you saw a number of videos. There was one that had a view from one of the officer's body cameras combined with a surveillance camera that was showing where you were standing. And that's what we've marked as Exhibit 39.
Exhibit A.
And you said that that video showed what you were doing and what you saw and heard. Is that right?
Freaking food, man.
Yes.
All right, I'd offer Exhibit 39.
39 is received.
And we will publish that now. And does that show you walking by? Can we just pause it for one moment? Before we play, the top screen, does that show where you're standing next to the squad car?
Yes.
And can you just point yourself out on that top screen? And then on the other video that's embedded within what's shown here, that shows the officer and Mr. Floyd at the car. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We will clear that, and then we will continue to play. Thank you.
I don't want to win. I'm claustrophobic. You ain't gonna win. I'm claustrophobic. I got anxiety. I don't want to do nothing to them. Man, I'm scared as fuck, man. Okay. You made a mistake. When I start breathing, it's gonna go off on me, man. Okay. Let me count to three. And I'm going in.
Pause it right there, please. All right, we're at 18:07. Now, just to sort of summarize what's happened thus far, are you having a conversation with Mr. Floyd at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's going on in that conversation?
It's one of the conversations that I'm watching, you know, Mr. Floyd saying he clasped over to the back seat of the police car. And I'm trying to get him to understand that when you make a mistake, once they get you a cup, it's no certain thing as being clasped over. You're going to go with them. And I was trying to get him to go.
Okay, and you were saying,
he was trying to tell.
Things like you can't win.
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you saying that?
Because I have had interaction with officers myself, and I understand once you get in the cup, you can't win. You're done. Okay. It's just the way I have looked at it.
So were you trying to just help him to...
Bro, I'm going ham on this Chick-fil-A card.
Make the situation easy.
Holy cow.
Got it. So you were trying to make the situation easier. And there were some comments about, I'm claustrophobic, and then I believe there was a response. Were you having a conversation with Mr. Floyd at that point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you feel like he was hearing you and understanding what you were saying?
Yes, ma'am.
And like you said, you were just trying to make it easier and help. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, again, we have this stopped at 1807. Did some other officers arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know any of the other officers who arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you know?
Mr. Chauvin right there.
And if you can point to him on the screen, you're pointing there. So you've made a mark with the arrow pointing to Mr. Chauvin. How did you know Mr. Chauvin?
5 days prior.
What about
to
Chick-fil-A?
this,
Oh,
I
I'm ordering
pulled up
Chick-fil-A right
on
now.
a squad car somewhere in South Minneapolis, and I seen Mr.
God
Chauvin.
damn it,
I
I'm
told
so
him,
hungry.
like I tell our officer, at the
So
end
can
of
you
the
read
day,
about real quick?
you
Wait,
go home
are
to
you
your
talking to
family
me?
safe, and that the next person
So if
go
I'm not
home to
reading
their
chat
family
right
safe.
now, I'm trying to
So
wait
you
till I
had
have
just
a
met him
break.
in the
I'm trying to listen to
community
this.
a few days.
Thank you, Anthony Weiner.
Hey, Lush, thanks for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate that.
You know, the day I pulled up on him, I gave him the recommendation of what
Like
I
I
said.
said,
Okay,
if you
so
didn't
had
know,
seen him 5 days
there
or
is
so
a
prior, had a conversation with him,
a
but you had known him in the community before that as well.
I can't
is that
speak.
right?
There's a giveaway, $1,000 giveaway on Friday.
So you
All you have to
recognize
do
him as
is
an
be a
officer in the
subscriber
community.
on the Republican Nation channel. And then on Friday we'll be doing a drawing, and we will raffle.
You
We'll
try to slow
at
down.
random be
Take a
picking
breath.
one subscriber from the
And I'm gonna
subscribers
try not to
list,
talk over you.
and
Do
they
my
will win
best.
$1,000.
All right.
Whether it's gift cards, Venmo,
So-
PayPal,
I'm gonna let the video
what's the
play,
other one?
and then we can
Cash App,
pause it
however
for
we
some
want to do it.
follow-ups.
But
Go ahead.
Jace is giving away $1,000 on Friday.
I'm
So.
not trying to win. I'll get on the ground, anything. I'll get in the car. He know it. He know it to Mr. Officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man. In the car. Okay, can I talk to you, please? If you get in this car, we can talk. I am claustrophobic. I'm claustrophobic, man. You're working with me. God, I'm claustrophobic, man. Get in the car. Man. Get in the car. Get in the front. Please. No, you're not getting in the front. I'm claustrophobic, so I was in the car. Okay, man, okay. I'm not a bad guy, man. Get in the car. I'm not a bad guy. Man. Please, please. Take a seat. Please, man. Please. No, take a seat. I can't choke. I can't breathe. Please. Please. Fine. My wrist, man.
Gosh almighty.
I'm on the ground.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going down. Get in the squad. I'm going down. I'm not going to lose you. Bro, you're going to die of a heart attack, right? I know, can't breathe. Get in the car.
God almighty.
I can't go, man. I can't breathe. Take a seat. Please, man.
How did he manage to flip over?
He's under arrest right now for forgery. I'll tell you. What's going on?
The knee to the neck still isn't like okay. If he wasn't in handcuffs, I could understand putting the knee on the back to get the hands under control, whatever. But now, yeah, no. Now the knee to the neck is just unnecessary. There's 3 guys on him, bro. Like that's just unnecessary.
I'll grab that. Jesus. I can't breathe. Thank you. I can't breathe. Stop moving. Mama.
See, and they have reason. Him making all that noise and saying he can't breathe gives them reason to believe that he can breathe. He's crying, like he's weeping, like or whatever, like he's like crying. He's breathing. Like I'm not trying to absolve them. I'm just saying, like I could understand once he has the knee on the neck, like why he doesn't get up when he's saying he can't breathe. But like. He should have never put it. I still don't think he should be putting the knee on the neck there. There's 3 people, bro. Like 4 officers total. There's 3 officers on them. So he's kicking. Wait, what? Sorry, what's happening in chat? I don't know what's happening in chat. But it wasn't racist? Wait, what? I don't know how this has anything to do with racism, man. Honestly, I don't think this is racism. The knee on the neck is a technique that is Yes, the knee on the neck is a technique that is taught in multiple departments across the country. It's outdated. It's stupid. It's dangerous. Like it's not. No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
I don't know how much time he deserves, bro. In my opinion, I'll probably say like 1 to 5 because, but it just depends, dude. Like it depends on if this is a technique that they're using, like in the department that's being taught. I don't know how much blame I can put fully on him. You know what I mean? Like it's just tough, man. It's not an easy call to make. So I don't really know. I don't know, man. It's just, it's not. It doesn't seem so cut and dry, especially if that's a technique that's being taught.
You okay?
What's up, Buckeye?
I know that this is difficult. Can you just explain sort of what you're feeling in this moment?
For anyone with training, the technique is feel the base of your neck.
I don't have a mama either.
What?
I just stand here.
That bump vertebrae. That's what it goes.
My mom died.
Yeah, but that's poor training. That's just really not. If you're okay, if they're
We'll take a little break.
okay, so they're gonna take a break. So I can keep them chats now. Oh man. Yeah, it's been a while since I watched it, but
The weight of it there, the weight of what happened at the corner of
Buckeye, you're muted, by the way. I don't know if you're meant to be or not, but
May 25th, 2020, the death of George Floyd.
hello?
Witness Charles McMillan, 61 years old.
I can't hear you right now.
Resident of the neighborhood, going by, seeing
thank you, Darren.
nosy. In that good
Hello?
way, people can be nosy. Take
Oh wait, hold on. Hold on, my
and see what was happening,
this thing's. Oh wait,
and just reliving it there.
hear you now. It's just quiet for me. I gotta fix it.
Can you hear me now? Thank you, darling.
Yeah, I got you now.
All
Hey,
right.
thanks for the follow, by the way. Let's see who that was. I can't see who that was. I missed it, but thank you for the follow. Yeah, the knee on the neck. The knee on the neck can kill you. Yes, it's dangerous. Like,
The way that he's doing it is completely wrong. You're not trained to do it that way.
Well, and either way, like once they're in handcuffs, like I can understand the knee, like in between the shoulders, like to get control and to get the handcuffs on, sure. But once they have the handcuffs on, there's 3 dudes. Oh, somebody literally just needs to put a knee on their butt. He literally can't get up. If you put a knee on his butt, he can't get up. You control the hips.
They're way too long.
Yeah, if you control the hips, that's it.
Yeah,
like
I mean, the guy, the whole thing is that you, once you pretty much have control of the situation, the scene, which the scene only was getting more dangerous as you continued to lay there on the ground.
Right.
Had he even moved a little bit, readjusted himself, or done anything, then he could have de-escalated the situation. He did a piss poor job of doing that, and being the senior officer on the scene. All the other junior officers, I would assume, having been a junior officer myself, were more than likely afraid to say anything to him.
Right, they're not going to correct him.
So.
He's a senior officer. Yeah, I'm glad there's a dog cam in here. Yeah, the dogs are here to keep everybody relaxed. Okay.
It hits the people participating. It makes it more real.
Yeah, it's
And I think there's way too many other contributing factors to say that the knee on the neck caused the death. It didn't help it, and him not checking on his subject didn't help. He was definitely negligent. I would give him, some type of negligent homicide or manslaughter or something like that. But straight up murder, I just don't agree with that one.
It takes you back into real life. And with respect to real life,
I don't
that is
like
a real video that
I don't know who this guy is, but I think he's a scumbag for saying what he said earlier. Earlier, he was basically he like put the blame on the 19-year-old clerk that called the police because they were trying to use counterfeit bills in the store. Like, bro, you're on ABC News, like you're on a mainstream outlet, like putting pressure on this 19-year-old kid. Like basically it's like he was like, well, he basically said word for word almost that if he hadn't I think he did say it word for word. He hadn't called the cops. If the clerk hadn't called the cops, that George Floyd might still be alive. Like, bro, that kid is 19. Like, that's a lot of weight to put on that kid's shoulders. Like, but then he like, so there's a dog here.
Thank you, darling.
I promise I'm not
Did the
seeing
kid
things.
call the cops? I thought.
Yeah,
I
think they were part of it. I don't. I'm pretty sure it was him.
He was the one that received the bill,
right?
That recognized that it was counterfeit.
Right.
The manager ultimately is who called the cops, but the kid was trying to get it taken care of. The kid even testified that he went in there and said, "Listen, I'll just just take it off my salary or wages or whatever, because that's the rule if they don't catch the."
No, he was saying that the kid was saying that that it was possible that he could have basically taken that 20 off his tab, but that he reported it to the manager and said, like, bro, he's in an impossible situation. Like, this guy's causing a scene in his store, like, potentially losing him customers. Like, a customer could walk in and be like gonna buy something and then just be like, nah, I'm out of here, dude. Frick this. Like, there's too much craziness going on. Like, he's making a scene. He's getting like rowdy. He's talking a bunch of crap with the clerks. Like, he's trying to force them to take like the $20 bill. From my understanding, like, he had like stuff in his hand. He was like basically gonna be stealing because he's like trying to force them to like take this $20 bill, whatever. So I think that's why the cops were called. Like, I don't know who did it, but I think it was they were trying to point out. Like, the lawyer like asks him, like, could you have just taken the 20, and then if it wasn't, if it didn't pass later on, then that would have came out of your check? And he was like, yeah. But like, I mean, me at 19, hell, me at my age now, I don't want to lose $20. Yeah, we were just watching it earlier.
Did you watch clips of it or the whole thing?
I mean, I think I tuned into like the latter part of it, like the ending of it.
Okay, because I think he testified that he specifically went in there and said, just take it, just take it out of my thing.
But you're talking about the 19-year-old was working there.
Yeah,
if I'm not. Yeah, he was working there that day,
and that's why I think that he came in like after the second time or something and was like, hold
on, I don't know.
I'll eat this one or something like that. I mean, paraphrase, but
rewind it.
Yeah, he testified that at first Floyd came in with a fake bill. He noticed it and rejected the sale, and then Floyd came back in with somebody else.
Floyd's friend.
Yeah, it was first Floyd's friend came in, tried to use it, they rejected it, and then Floyd came in
with another one that was similar to it.
I rewinded it so we can watch it right now because you're not getting audio for this in Discord?
No. I'm not.
I don't know what to do to fix that. But I guess we could put
Are you doing like the?
I'm just doing the window capture.
Window share.
Yeah.
Sure, not screen share.
He's trying to buy a banana.
I'm going to stop you here if you could, please.
I'm not going to be able to watch this.
And for the record, this is at 7:39:09. You see an individual has just walked into the frame, correct?
Pause.
This individual here?
Yes.
And again, you don't have to give us his name,
man.
Who is that?
That is the manager.
Okay. So he has come out from the manager area of the store?
Yes.
Right.
Let me see.
We can continue then, please.
Is that all he was trying to get, was a banana?
Now, if we could pause here.
Yeah,
for a moment, please. And again,
okay,
for the
so
record, this is 7:39.
in my experience,
You see that
and
Mr.
I hadn't
Floyd is
seen this
blocked off
video
the-
until today.
off the screen, correct?
In my experience of
And so what area of the store is that where he
handling
was
shoplifters,
The cell phone.
what
area.
Floyd meandering around like that,
And,
he's
if we can continue.
he's trying to create a distraction. He's kind of casing to see who might not be paying attention, who is paying attention, what the workers are doing, and things like that. So he's trying to see who might be the most gullible that he could pass this bill on. That's in my opinion. I'm not stating facts. I'm just, from my experience, this is what I see in this video. So he grabs the banana because he has to break the the bill up somehow. So he grabs a banana and then he gets cigarettes too. So yeah, it's I'm sure the guy went in there to get cigarettes and probably only tried to get cigarettes. So George is
it would make sense, like, if it was a smaller bill, like, it would make sense that he was just trying to get, like, one thing to get to, like, basically come away with actual cash. But, I mean, I would have just, if it was just a banana, because they have all the cigarettes behind the counter. So if it was just a banana, I'd have been like, look, homie, you can have the banana, but I'm not taking the bill.
No, but he had gotten cigarettes too at some point.
Right, but in order to get cigarettes, they have to hand them to him. So if he was like, yo, well, maybe I can't tell exactly how the store's laid out, but
I might have been taking care of the kids when they actually played where the exchange was. But see how he's going around trying to make it like he's not up to anything, that he's cool with everybody in there. That's a classic indication of someone trying to. I mean, hell, you can go on YouTube. There's that guy YouTube channel that sends out all of his
exactly what you're talking
shoplifting
about. I know
channels.
exactly what you're talking about. The gas station adventures.
If you look at that and then you look at this, the only difference is that Floyd's not looking at the camera because he's not trying to shoplift. He is observing the reactions to everyone to see who he can get this through.
Sure.
I mean, and the guy in the white right there is the one that tried to pass it at the beginning. Or the first time, I should say. Not at the beginning, but...
Looks like they're coming back into the courtroom.
Okay. I was trying to see...
Understand. I mean, it's just a bad situation all the way around.
We'll go back to it whenever we get a break again.
Tragic, for sure.
All right, they're back on.
What did you see at the beginning?
Here, I'm going to try to fix this for the...
in terms of the officers putting Mr. Floyd in the car. Can you just describe what you saw from your perspective?
Well, what I'm standing there looking at now, where they are with Mr.
All right,
Floyd,
let me get the audio for that.
The car, with the trunk of Mr. Vane, other officers trying to get some scrap, what you call hog tie.
You're getting audio or
so
not?
That's what I'm engaging in right now, but...
Okay.
I don't hear anything yet.
In this image
Can't
right now,
hear
where
the
it's
video?
frozen at 8:20:51, can you just point out where you are?
Bro, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand.
You said you're talking about the other officer, and I think you used the word hog tie. Can you just describe what you meant by that?
I guess he was looking for some scraps where they tie you up.
Okay.
I don't even know,
So
man.
where we have this video stopped, you were watching. Yes.
I don't know
Sorry.
how to fix this.
Is that better?
Yeah, you can see right in all
Okay. I just want to make sure you can hear me and I can hear you.
Say
I have
send me
trouble
the
hearing
link.
with all the plexiglass. And
I posted it
I
in the Discord
Um,
already.
So could you describe
Still don't understand why this isn't
what you're
capturing
seeing
audio.
at that point?
I'm seeing Mr. Floyd on the ground.
I don't know how to fix it.
And is anyone else on the ground?
Will you repeat that again, please?
Yeah. Is
Yeah,
anyone
Discord does that
with him on
sometimes.
the ground?
Hold on, let me close this.
Yes, ma'am.
Do it this
So
way.
what do you see in terms of the other officers?
I see
Let's try one more time.
2 officers on the back of him, and I see the officer in the front with him.
No, I still
And I
don't
see
think it's
Mr.
working.
Child. That's who in the trunk of the car.
Is it
Okay,
working
and
or no?
you're, I think you said Mr.
No.
Chow or Mr. Vang.
All
Did
right,
you know the
whatever.
other officer who was at the back of the car?
That's fine.
It's not
Did you
showing
know
on
who
the
he
stream
was,
either.
that officer at the back?
Yeah, I had to fix it just now.
I didn't know who was
Did you? And you don't know his name today, do you?
What? Child, whatever. I don't really know his name.
Okay. But another officer that you weren't familiar with at that time?
Hey, what's up, John?
Okay. And what about Officer Shaw?
Finally,
then?
another
You said you knew
conservative.
him, is that right?
I didn't know his name at the time, but I knew
You can't
of
get
him
sound in Discord.
in the squad car and what I had said to him 5 days ago, but I didn't know who he was.
So you later realized that you knew
His name, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You're getting sound on the stream,
All
though, right?
So
Yeah,
I'm
there's
gonna
sound on
back
the
you
stream.
up a little bit. Before these officers were on the ground
Oh,
with
but
Mr.
usually-
Floyd, and there's an officer at the back.
Usually
At the
the
beginning of this
Discord
clip, they were
Streaming
getting him
Discord, I
into the
could share
car.
sound.
Is that
I don't
right?
know why. It's not working
Yes,
right now.
ma'am.
Okay. And at that time, you were having a conversation with Mr. Floyd. Is that right?
She looks like a Karen. Okay.
And then were you continuing to have a conversation
what's up,
with
Jeff, by
Mr.
the way?
Floyd throughout this process?
He violated his oath. The cop didn't protect or serve anyone. I mean, you could argue that he's protecting the public
did you
from
hear
him
Mr.
at that
Floyd
point,
speaking?
and that he's serving the gas station employees who called him there. So
were you
I guess
also
he actually
speaking to
did
him?
both of those things.
I want to say
I mean,
yes.
when he puts a knee on his neck, he's not really. I don't know, man.
Anything you said
The fact that he was in handcuffs is
that's
it's
captured
just
on
kind
camera,
of
that would have been what you said in that moment.
scuffed
Is
at that
right?
point.
Over the course of the time
It's been a while
of
since
your
I
interaction with Mr. Floyd.
watched it, but
Okay. So,
cops aren't legally
what stood
required to
out
protect
to you
anyone. I
about what
mean,
Mr. Floyd was saying when
they
you
still
saw
do
him
take an oath to protect
on the
themselves.
ground?
So.
When he kept
I don't know if
saying,
that's
"I can't breathe,"
a legal document or illegal. I
And when
think
he
it is. I
said-
don't know.
They take an oath to the Constitution, just like
I don't know the
anyone
semantics.
else, but they don't take an oath to protect and to serve anything. That's just like a motto.
I kept hearing, "I can't breathe, Mama,
But
they
he
killing me."
ultimately he failed
Then when it started
because
saying,
you are responsible
my body
for
shutting down.
the care and safety of someone in your
was it your
quote unquote
voice
charge. So anytime you have someone
somewhere in the
detained,
middle of all this saying,
and that's
"Get out and
why
get in the
you see
car."
them pull him out of the vehicle and
was
put
that
him
you?
on the ground.
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you
Because
saying that?
and
What
then
were
they
you trying to
after
do
that
at
they
that
call
point?
for fire, EMS, or whatever it was that they called
And,
for. Because that's
how did
you
he
know
look to you
he's hurt himself. He's
after
now bleeding.
this
Now he has to
continued
get
when
medical
you said
attention.
he was saying, "Mama," and I can't breathe?
So
How
they,
did he appear to
generally
be
you
to
keep
you?
them on the ground. That way they can't continue to hurt themselves or whatever. But the way that he was,
Appeared to be
the way that he had his knee
in and
on
out with
the
foam running out of his
George
mouth.
Floyd was incorrect
And you said you
procedure in my
saw
opinion.
foam running out of
He
his
had
mouth?
white foam around his mouth and stuff.
Okay. And you said in and out. What do you mean by that?
Talking, like,
Okay.
I don't know how, I can't really describe it, but he
See,
was-
that's what makes it difficult too, is
Did you
because
hear
he
him
was
talking
he's talking
at
throughout
one
this
point,
whole
and then did he later stop
interaction.
talking?
Like,
I heard him keep trying to
I feel like she's trying to lead him.
up so he can't breathe. And even I said to the officer, I said,
I feel like she's leading him into
Can't
trying,
breathe,
into,
and they said, well,
she was
just
trying to
keep
lead him
talking,
into
keep
saying
breathing.
like, oh well, no, at some point he stopped talking for a while before. It's been,
Okay.
like I said, it's been a while since I watched the whole interaction, so
Is it okay with
I don't
you
know.
if I
I don't
play
know if
this?
he was talking through the entire
Okay, well, keep playing it if you're ready
8
for
minutes
it.
or not. I sent you an interesting piece I discovered. All right, hold on, let me check it out. Yeah, sorry if I'm not looking at this stuff too much. I'm trying to as soon as I'm trying to read chat and do all that stuff as whenever we get the breaks. Because I don't want to talk over this too much.
Mama, I love you. I can't do nothing. Yeah, EMS is on their way. My face is gone. I can't breathe, man. Please. Please let me stay in. No. Please, man, I can't breathe. Get up on the sidewalk, please. One side or the other, please. My face getting bad.
Okay, should we get his legs up?
Oh my God. No, just leave him. Just leave him. Just leave him. Yep, just leave him.
All right.
I'm dead.
The cart's still sitting on the car there.
Look at my face, man.
All right. And you were describing, you said a hog tie, or you saw an officer maybe going to get one. Did you ever see the officers use any kind of tie or other type of restraint for Mr. Floyd?
No, they did not.
Okay. I'm going to take this video down. We're going to put up another one.
See
but
him
I'm just going
holding
to not
there
play
till
it.
M's
It's going to be
back.
Exhibit
M's
16. That's already admitted.
back
If we could
arrived.
just put that up on the screen.
Breathe.
Um,
We need to the neck.
yes, on the jury screen as well.
No,
believe
I don't
it's
think he
already
needed the
been
knee to the neck
finished.
at all.
This is
But
Exhibit
apparently,
16, which is a video.
apparently that
clip
is the.
there is. This is not playing. It's
Jesus,
marked
bro. See, that's why I'm saying like the
8:21.5
knee on the neck
timestamp.
is just not necessary, bro. Like there's literally four
Do you
dudes there.
see
Like
where you were standing in this?
the guy in the middle is doing the best job here.
Can you
This is
point
this.
yourself out?
Honestly, these two on the left and the right, you don't even need them.
And
If he's got his knee in the dude's butt and the guy's in handcuffs, he literally can't push himself
What do
up off the
you-
ground.
see the
I don't
officers
care like
doing
how
from
ripped you
your
are. Like if I
perspective
put you
on
in
the street.
handcuffs, it's probably not going to take too much weight
I see Mr.
on the hips.
Wayne at the
You
first
know,
officer
I'm not
right there.
an
That's holding
expert
down the guy that moved
kinesiology or whatever you would even
behind
need to
his
be
neck,
to claim that. But I
back,
mean,
holding him down.
I have a wrestling
Other
background.
officer
Like, dude,
really can't see around, but look like they holding.
you could
George
probably be
Floyd down
significantly lighter than most
Okay,
person, and
so
this dude in the middle would
you
be
talked about, did you see 3 officers
would
with Mr.
suffice to
Floyd?
keep him on the ground.
Yes, ma'am. I
If
see
he's in
4 officers
handcuffs.
together, but 3 of them is on Mr. Floyd. One standing in the back door.
But yeah, apparently the knee on the
And-
neck was part of the training. I just got a link to the
Looking at this picture,
to like the
can
policy.
you tell which officer was which? At
A
this
knee
moment?
on the neck is not part of the training.
Push
A
off
knee
is-
to that area of the body is
use of
It's-
force.
You have it like
I
go
don't know.
through their
Alright, so
shoulder
let's just
blades
stop right there.
is
When you say Mr.
technically how
Chauvin,
you
can you tell
you know
where Mr.
want to
Chauvin
keep him
is in
down,
this
not
picture,
on the
or
neck
is it
like
too
he's
difficult
got
to
it,
see in this picture?
not on the head
Alright,
like
can
you've
you
seen other
actually press that again if you're
police
trying to
officers
point
do.
to Mr. Chauvin?
The training that I received,
The officer that you've just identified with an
is
arrow,
that it's
is that the one you
you-
recognize?
Well,
as Mr.
Doghouse
Chauvin?
sent me
you
the
control the upper body
Okay.
with the
the
And there were
policy.
shoulder
2
blade.
other officers.
Doghouse
you
sent me
described
the training
on
thing
top
for
of
their
him,
like
is that
the
right?
5
and then a 4th officer
503 or
standing at the
3
back of the truck. Is that right?
5300 use of force or whatever it is. And there's like
If it's okay
screenshots
with
in
you,
there
I'd
where
like
they're
to play
basically
just
saying like
a little bit of this video.
neck
Are you ready for
restraint
that?
and the deadly force option.
Okay.
They're like saying, basically saying that yeah, you
Go
can
ahead.
put your knee on the back of the neck or something like that. Or wait, hold on. Direct. Wait.
And this part of the video doesn't have audio.
that's called
but does that
deadly force
show,
option. Hold
you
on,
in the
let's see the back.
screen.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
And at some point, you just step back a little bit out of the frame. Is that you walking
no,
up
there's-
right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, there's nothing about putting
So we're
the
going to
knee.
fast forward a little bit. But
Saying you can
during this
use
time,
a
you're watching what's
chokehold.
going on. You're just not on the frame of this video. Is that right?
I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving forward to 8:21:30, we'll just play a little bit of this here. Go ahead.
Dude, even 2 people, a guy that big. That's what I was trying to point out.
Do you
Yeah,
see
that's a
yourself
bad
back?
look right there, bro. That's a bad look.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
You can't. I mean, come on, bro. You really can't. It's really hard to justify that. Like, he's got his hand in his pocket. He's not even, like, braced against the vehicle. All of his weight on that dude right now. His hand is in his pocket. The other hand is on George Floyd. And that means, like, all of his weight is basically on that knee. Like,
Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit. Bro, get in the car, man.
that's a bad look, man.
Yeah, he should have been in a different position.
That's a bad
His-
look.
The way that he should have done it is
Get in the car.
the
Get up. Get in the car right.
his
It's hard to-
right knee should have been over the shoulder blades.
It's
of
hard
George
for me. It's hard for me to justify that in any way, shape, or form, man. Like, bro, you literally have all your weight on that knee. Because you can see from both angles, which we're watching from both angles, like you can tell, like he doesn't even, like this hand isn't even, his other hand, his right hand, isn't even like on the vehicle, like, so there's no like.
Please. I can't breathe. Shut up.
Chicken wing, you can't say that somebody's racist without proof.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say he's racist, but I just think he's incompetent.
Look at his nose.
Yeah, and the people that are telling him like, bro,
I cannot breathe. You're just a grown, you're a tough guy.
and this dude watching him like, bro,
Tough guy. You're not even resisting arrest, bro. His whole nose.
he's like, what am I supposed to do? This guy's supposed to be my
So
superior,
there's
and
someone
he's
in that
like,
clip who says, you know, your knee on his neck, that's wrong, man, something like that. Was that you?
Yes, ma'am.
muffing this whole thing,
And,
man. Like, oh my god.
There are also, before that, some
Yeah, I
statements
don't think
about
he's
you can't
racist,
win,
but
get up and get in the car. Was that also
I think
you?
he's incompetent.
Again, was that what you were describing earlier? Just trying to help with him? What could you describe what you were trying to do at that
It's
point?
terrible. I think he'll definitely be serving time.
Can't win because once, like I said before, once police.
I'm looking
get the
at some
cops on
documents
you,
from the Minnesota courts
you can't win.
that show
So I'm trying to tell them just cooperate
some
with
training
get up.
documents from the
If you can't get in
Minnesota
the car.
police. That
Here, I can
You can win.
share this in general chat. This is what I was
Did
saying.
he say I can't to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Jesus, man.
And did you understand him to be
Oh,
talking
I'm already
to
in
you?
the Wolf Den, brother. But thanks for the invite.
And when you were saying, you know, your knee on his neck, what were you concerned in that moment?
Is that way?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
The way of saying we should hop over there?
Because
nobody's in there.
Like I said, I can't breathe. You know, my stomach hurt. You know, he said
This was this is the
maybe believe that he's in trouble.
When you say in trouble, what do you mean by that?
Man.
Did you stay? And I'm not going to keep playing this clip. We can take it down.
If you look in general chat,
to watch what was going on.
Davis. I just posted a link.
And eventually,
Yeah, I'm looking there now. I posted the link to what I was talking about too.
Okay, nice.
Yes, ma'am.
At any point in time,
I'll look at some of this stuff
see
whenever I get a
Mr.
chance.
Chauvin or any
to
of the
chat.
officers give any medical attention, help give CPR, anything like that for Mr. Floyd?
No, ma'am.
And did you see Mr. Chauvin or any of the officers get off Mr. Floyd before the ambulance came?
No, ma'am.
And while you were watching that, did your concerns increase over time, the longer it went on?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
What time did this start at? Seabury, I'm not sure.
When the paramedics arrived for Mr. Floyd,
Let me see. I can get the
I knew then in my mind
the whole.
and my instinct it was over for Mr. Floyd. He was dead.
After the paramedics arrived and then left the scene, did you have some additional interaction
This
with
is what I'm watching.
Mr. Chauvin?
Yes, I did.
And
Let me see. We're
prior to today,
yeah,
did we
this is
show
like
you some video
this
clips
has been going on for like
of that
6 hours.
interaction?
Yes, you did.
And we've marked those clips as Exhibit 40 and 41, but reviewing those two clips, did they fairly and accurately show your interaction with Mr. Chauvin?
The dog's
on
names
May 25th, that day?
are Pickles and Olive.
Your Honor, I offer
Pickles is the
exhibits
white one,
40
and Olive is the black one.
40 and 41 are received.
And they're both idiots.
Your Honor, I'd ask to publish
But they're
Exhibit 40. And before we press play, one of these videos, Exhibit 40, contains a composite, so a video showing you as well as Mr. Chauvin's perspective from his body camera. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's play Exhibit 40. And is that you walking down the street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, all right.
Bro, you said to me, you got to have dreams, man. Like, bro, you don't fuck around and shoot yourself. That's what you gonna do. I mean, I'll hold you for the rest of your life. I just like the phone. I gotta get in the car. How you doing, man? I know you. You know me from on here. That's why I said it. I ain't anybody. I know you 2 weeks ago. Huh? Yeah. I just ain't even getting put on the neck. I know you respect the ball.
So that can be, we can pause right there, but that can be difficult to hear. What was it that you were saying to Mr. Chauvin at that time?
I can't recall, but in my mind that I said to Mr. Chauvin, in an act I think it was like 5 days ago. I'm not quite sure, but I know in my mind what I did say to him. I think I said to him 5 days ago, I told you at the end of the day, go home to your family, say, let the next person go home to their family, say, but the dad got to look at you as a maggot.
Okay. And so your interaction continued with him in over these two clips. Is that right? Did he move his car at some point?
Either that clip or the other clip. Yes, he did.
Okay. And then did you also have another conversation with him as well?
I think so.
And initially, did you remark about his foot on his neck or something to that effect?
I can't recall.
Can't even see it.
Okay, but
Wait,
if
what?
it's
What
there,
are you
it'll be in
talking
the
about?
videos. Then
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Are the
And
two
again,
cats on the
some of these
screen?
can be difficult to
Because
share.
I'm
Can we
streaming on
put up exhibit
multiple
41,
platforms.
please?
What can't you see though? Is the stream messing up or something?
They're still with you. They need to go to 36 Park. That's one person's opinion.
What's up, TFPC?
We gotta control this guy.
They're two different. Yeah, they're two different chats.
Looks like he's probably on something.
Yeah, I haven't set up. I haven't set up my new bot yet. Oh, the chat is covering up some of the video. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
Okay, so there's a voice that's heard. There are two voices.
the other side.
Which voice is yours?
The one when I told him I'm gonna respect him at the end of the night. You go home and
Felt like it was better on the other side. I don't know. You guys tell me.
And whose voice is the other voice?
Mr. Shaw.
And one of the voices
Yes,
is saying
actually, I
something
did
to the
hear
effect
about
of,
Matt
I
Gates. That
don't
was something
respect
I was
what
going to
you
talk
did,
about
something
today.
like that. Was that your voice or Mr. Chauvin's voice?
My voice.
Okay. And was Mr. Chauvin's voice the other voice on that?
Yes.
And what were you trying to do at that point in time when you were talking to Mr. Chauvin? Why did you feel the need to talk to Mr. Chauvin?
Because what I watched was wrong.
And did you feel it was important to tell him that?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson. Sure.
Yeah, that's one we were going to go over for sure today. Yeah, I was going to definitely talk about Matt, old Matty boy, as soon as I get the chance. I didn't know this was going to... I thought this was going to be over at like 3 or something.
So we're about to hear the cross-examination of this very interesting witness, Charles McMillan. You see Derek Chauvin there on the right, conferring with his counsel about how
old is he? How old is this guy? This
Mr.
guy
McMillan,
is like...
for the first time since this incident.
Actually, I don't know how
in
old
that
this guy
last
is.
recording that was
the other guy,
played,
they asked
in
was
which
45,
Charles
but
McMillan, the witness,
that was a different guy.
followed Officer Chauvin and
think this
had an
guy's in his
encounter with him. For the
50s.
first
I
time, we
can't
heard
remember.
Chauvin's voice right after he had his knee on the neck of George Floyd. And I must say, there was virtually no emotion in it. He didn't sound winded. He didn't sound even remotely concerned, or not even concerned. He didn't sound. He sounded like he was just,
what are we talking about? How did we get here?
You know, he had to subdue him, so he did it. And this is a significant moment in this case, and that is one of the reasons you're seeing the defense team conferring there, because Charles McMillan does offer some ground.
Why are we talking about sex bracelets, man? How did we get there? Oh, I know what they are. I'm just not sure how chat got there.
How Charles McMillan witnessed officers trying to get
Matt
George
Gates.
Floyd into the car, and what happened.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay.
The bottle of water that's right over there?
Gates said yesterday that his arm is...
Also, talking. What are you talking about? Paying a witness? This guy. I mean.
Wait, what?
All over videos.
We'll get into the Matt Gates thing for sure. That's definitely something I wanted to talk about. Yes, Gates liked the young buck. Hey, we'll find out, man. Innocent until proven guilty. It said the same thing about said the same thing about Trump. Said the same thing about what's that other Democrat dude that was sleeping with like the Chinese operatives or whatever. Said the same thing about Cuomo. Like,
and I'd like to go to
said
our
the same thing
trial
about
lawyer and civil rights attorney Philip Hamilton. Philip,
Supreme
I'm actually
Kavanaugh.
surprised. I
Like,
thought that there were aspects of
yeah,
Mr.
Eric
Hamilton,
Swalwell. Yeah, I mean,
McMillan's testimony
innocent
that the defense
until proven
might have been
guilty.
able
If
to
that's the
use, but
case,
they
then
just
yeah,
backed
he's a
away from it
scumbag.
altogether.
I'm in jail.
He is
But
a
I mean-
very sympathetic, credible.
Said the same thing
no
with
stakes in the game
most
type of
recently.
witness.
Who's the quarterback? Who's the quarterback for the Texans?
Trying to prove him to be incredulous.
I forget his name.
Anyway, biased to the level that it would
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I think he's innocent too. I mean,
think they made again another tactical decision.
till proven guilty.
I wouldn't be surprised
You know,
if the underpinnings of that decision were again made in the way that things made yesterday.
it was just something that came out about him. Apparently, like the stuff with the whatchamacallit,
We'll see you back here.
Yeah, he's starting to do
massage
settlements.
therapist or whatever.
So we'll see.
That's stupid though, man. Like, and it happens right around whenever he's like wanting to be traded or something like that. He's been like asking for a trade, and then all of a sudden, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't care who it is. I'm holding my ground until you prove something wrong.
Yeah, I'll say innocent until proven guilty. I mean,
trying to get George Floyd into the squad car, you can hear him say things like, you know, I can't breathe, I don't want to go in here.
yeah, let's see.
Defense can use some of that. I guess it's on the bottom.
He was Metro PCS, I think.
Let's go back and see what this dude had to say.
Can you just describe for the jurors, you know, what is Cup Foods? What all can customers get there? So you can. Is that yes? Yes. Okay. And didn't I promise you I would tell you to fix that? Yeah. And so, fairly busy store in May of 2020? Yes. Get a lot of customers? Yes. So the part that sold tobacco, was that separated from the rest of the store somehow? Yes. So when you first walk in, there's a door. There's a door to your left. If you open that door, that's where you go in and you can get food or snacks or toiletries, as I explained. Or if you go to the right door, or kind of just straight in front of you, that's where the tobacco is. So is the tobacco part sectioned off from the rest of the store? Basically. And so you would work both places, the tobacco area and the regular? Yes.
I tell you, I was impressed with this witness, with his age and how he performed on
May 25th of 2020.
You know, the stand or whatever. He did really good.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, that's the date that the incident occurred that brings you to court today, correct? Yes.
I was trying to figure out
was your shift 3 to 8 that day?
what he said, if he said that he was trying to pay for it or not.
Yes. Sorry. That's all right. And
how far into
so when you are working, well, let's look at that day. Generally, you know, how many coworkers did you have working with you that day?
So always came off as
About
creepy to
4
me.
to 5.
Hey, we'll find out.
At least one manager present. And
Waiting for Jim Jordan's turn. Wait, what? Who?
So
Press the thing yes and correct over and over.
7:45 p.m. You were working. Did you have?
Why prostitution shouldn't be
a customer
illegal? I
came
mean,
into
it's
the
still a
store
minor. Yeah, I
that you
mean,
know now is
even
Mr.
if we.
Floyd. Yes. Did you know him before he came into the store?
Yeah, but I don't think.
Did you ever see
Yeah, I
him
don't think
before
just
in the
buying a
store?
flight
No.
would imply anything though.
And
Gates always
what
gave
was it
off
about
ego
him
vibes.
that sort of
We'll find out, man.
gave you notice?
Apparently, he's claiming that there was some kind of FBI investigation into this, that they were trying to.
So I noticed. Other than that,
What do you call it? Like basically blackmail them and get money out of them. Yeah, extort them and trying to get money out of them. And that I guess his dad was wearing a wiretap. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
And just
It
not what
was.
said, but what was the conversation generally about? It was about.
I want to get to
I
the part
asked
where.
him if he played football.
Okay, let me watch.
Football, or no, I asked him if he played baseball, and he said he played football. And
You believe? Wait, are you saying that about something else? Do you believe he's guilty?
when you were,
Who knows, man?
communicating with him, can
We'll
you
find
describe
out.
for the jurors, generally what his demeanor was like? What was his condition?
Yeah, I think generally.
So when I had
I mean,
asked-
I can
asked
almost
him
agree.
if he
I mean,
baseball.
my
He
traditional
went on to
my
respond to that,
values,
but it kinda took
my
him
my
a
morals
little
say that it's wrong,
to
but I mean,
get
I'm
to
also
what he tried
more
to say.
my
So
libertarian
it would
side is
appear
like
that he was
whatever,
high.
man. If two consenting
So
adults want
you
to
just
exchange money for
emphasized
sex,
you
then
thought he was under the influence of
you know,
something? Yes.
who am I to say you can't do that?
But were you able to carry on
Some
at least
people think that
conversation?
religion is bad, and I practice that
Did you
too. So
eventually sell him
whatever,
something?
to each their own.
Yes.
If you want to do
That was
something in the privacy of your own
worthwhile.
home or in the privacy of a business,
That was
whatever,
sort
then
of later after he was in the store. That was later.
whatever.
Yeah. The conversation that we had, he didn't
I think
purchase anything. Right.
legally,
when he purchased things
like
from
as
you,
far
you
as
were
like the
able to understand what
Constitution
he was
goes, he
buying.
should be allowed. Like prostitution should be allowed morally. I think it's wrong, but whatever.
When he was in the store, well, I was going to ask you for how long he was in the
My
store.
moral
Dating is just legal
Quick time, or was he in
prostitution.
there for a
Prove me wrong.
He was in there for a little bit. I think he came in to make some repairs on his phone, so he might have had to wait in line, and then
Sedition for prostitution.
And you, well, let me ask it this way. At Cup Foods, you're aware that there are security cameras inside, correct?
I don't see any investigations being concluded yet.
One of those security cameras
Yeah, I mean,
is in the
no
back
one's
of the
guilty
store,
yet, so
faces
we'll
towards
see.
the front, correct?
Yes.
And that will capture the employees and the counter where the cashiers are, correct?
Yes.
And prior to coming into court, we showed you a video or a couple videos of the time that Mr. Floyd was in the store.
Yes.
Gates was close to Trump and the
that
insurrection.
is,
I don't think anyone was close to the insurrection that was actually
when you
in
saw that,
the political
Did you
sphere.
recognize that as a fair and accurate representation of the time
Yeah, I
he
mean,
was in the store?
I think I
Netflix
wouldn't
and
consider
chill is like
Offer
DoorDash for
Exhibit
prostitution.
29.
I wouldn't consider any of those. Oh shoot, my food's here. Whoops, care back.
And then,
I wouldn't
Mr.
consider
Martin,
any
we're gonna play that
any
for you
Republicans
now.
like close to
And
the
there is no audio on
QAnon
this,
people.
correct?
I wouldn't
It's just
consider
video.
them even Republican. They're just
Is that right?
radicals.
Yes.
And so we're just going to sit and watch it, and then I'll have some questions after the video shows, okay?
Yeah, anybody who thinks irrationally like that should not be serving public office.
Now, I'm going to pause this just for a moment right here, okay? Well, let's see if it can you click forward just a few more frames, please? Let's just keep going here for a little bit. All right, stop it right there, please. Thank you. Now, a couple things, and just for the record, the timestamp on the video currently is 7:34:57. But Mr. Martin, you don't know if that timestamp is the actual correct time that this was being taken, do you?
I do not.
All right. And there'll be ways that we can deal with that later, but you're not, well, I think you've answered my question. So if you would, in this photograph, describe for the jurors, kind of what we're seeing here in the layout of the store. And one of the things I want to let you know is in front of you, there should be a stylus like this, okay? And if you take it and see how you can draw right on the screen? So if you would, as you're just telling the jurors kind of the layout of the store, maybe just mark the screen when you're talking about different areas of the store, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
so when you enter,
I don't consider myself a Republican. I mean, technically, I'm still registered as a Democrat, even though I didn't vote
This is where
for
tobacco
Biden.
is. So that's kind of how it's closed off. And then if you take a left here, there's a door here, and then these are all the snacks. This is where the deli is located, kind of like tucked off here. Right here is just kind of.
I had my issues with Trump, but
usually where they are,
I couldn't bring myself to vote for Biden.
And then back here,
I mean, maybe after the fact of the insurrection or whatever, but that was after the vote, so.
And then right here in the front,
whatever, it is what it is.
Where I sit.
But I mean, even then, I wouldn't pin that on him.
All right. And then, Your Honor, I think you can clear the screen in one fell swoop, right? Please? Thank you.
Not wholly, anyways.
So when we're looking, I'm going to have you identify this individual here.
George Floyd.
Okay, that's Mr. Floyd, who you'd had the conversation with?
Correct.
All right. And then this individual right in here, who's that?
That's me.
All right. And then these other three individuals are coworkers?
Yes.
All right. And so is this the area, when you're cashiering that you work?
Yes.
Except when it's tobacco and that's over back here?
Yes.
All right. Okay, and then we can let it run.
The trash can.
for another moment, please. I see there's an individual sitting here.
Yes.
You don't have to give us his name, but is he a coworker as well?
Oh,
All right. And
so the giveaway, the $1,000 giveaway, is going to be Friday.
at least 4
And
coworkers.
it's going to be from a list of all the subscribers to the Republican Nation.
Yes.
And where would the manager?
So if you want to be
He would be
eligible to win the $1,000, all you got to do is subscribe to the Republican Nation on Twitch, twitch.tv/the Republican Nation.
Usually behind his computer working, and then when people needed help, he would pop out and help.
All right, then let's
I'm not sure, Greg. I don't know when it will conclude. I'm sure it'll be a couple more days. Dog is just licking my foot. What a weirdo.
All right, I got a question for you.
I don't know if he'll get 20 plus. I don't know. All right, what's the question?
So I've got 2 laptops that we brought. They were in storage when we came back from Hawaii. And from the time we packed them to the time we got them and unpacked them, we forgot the passwords for them. If I buy new hard drives, can I still use the computer?
Bro, you can... I mean, there's so many back doors to get around. You can get around the password fairly easily.
You are, and just for the record, we stopped.
Because I pulled the hard drives because we have like pictures and stuff on them that we didn't want to lose.
Right now.
I mean, you didn't even
like if we do something, we could lose what's on there. But if we take out the hard drives and then connect them somehow to another hard drive, then we can pull the data off of them.
You don't even need to do all that. There's a way to get around. Like, there's built-in back doors for this. Like, that's how, if you took it to IT, they'd just be able to bypass all that stuff.
Looks like Windows.
But no, if you factory reset it, it would wipe everything.
Yes.
So, but you can get in. You can get in into the computer. I've had to do it before.
Is that actually Chicago?
Oh, Chicago. Sorry. Are you talking about the ones in front?
Right.
But you can look. You can look it up. I think on YouTube.
Sorry about that.
Well, is that actually Chicago?
Depending on what version of Windows it is.
Chicago.
I don't even know. My son wants to play ABC Mouse on the computer, and that's how they do it at his school. And so I'm trying to set something up for him without having to go and buy something brand new. So I figured if I could just buy a new hard drive and throw it in there and use it that way, then I'm good. And then if I need to get the data off the hard drive, I'll just go and take it to someone.
Yeah, I mean, if you pulled the hard drives out, you can just go ahead and factory reset it.
Sounds like the easiest thing for me right now.
Yeah.
Where's a good place to buy some hard drives, though? Go online, or should I just go to Best Buy?
Yeah, it depends on how fast you want them. If you don't mind waiting, you'll probably get a better deal online. But if you just want them now, then yeah, just go to Best Buy.
And for the record, this is at 7:39:09. You see an individual has just walked into the frame, correct? This individual here?
Yes.
And again,
If
you
you're
don't have to
looking
give
for
us
when he
his name,
says
but
that or doesn't
who is
say that about
is the
paying for the
manager.
20, it's
Okay.
after George
So
has
he
left
has
and he's
come out
gone
from the
to
manager area of
the
store?
vehicle.
Yes. All right. We can continue then, please.
I don't know. I'm just gonna wait. I just wanted to see. I don't want to miss it again.
Now, if we could pause here for a moment, please. And again, for the record, this is 7:39:28. We see that Mr. Floyd has sort of walked off the screen, correct?
Yes.
And so what area of the store is that where he has walked to?
The cell phone area.
All right. And then if we can continue.
Actually, yeah. You're probably right, Venture. Similar to OJ. I could see that. Yeah, nobody
All right,
wants
so I have a
riots.
question. Anyone who has heard cancel, do you read his stuff in the chat and hear his voice when you're reading his chat?
Wait, no. I don't know. Cancel.
Every time I read something he's put in the chat, I just hear his little monotone, no energy answers and discussions that he has. Well, yeah, Best Buy for you, since they'll tell you what fits your computer. Yeah, no matter what, the only place that this guy's walking is the park walk.
Yeah, he's going down, I'm pretty sure.
Which is really interesting because nobody really said that what he did was right. I don't think anybody has ever argued that what he did was right or that it was okay. It's always been that the actions afterwards didn't need to happen.
Yeah, manslaughter is what I'm guessing. Or whatever. I don't know if manslaughter is a thing in that state, but... I mean, I just think that anyone with the slightest... I mean, I don't even think you would need to have a serious background in training, like in any kind of like self-defense or in any kind of like physical combat training to understand what, like, when someone is no longer resisting or like it's not necessary anymore. Like, I don't think... I mean, I think there probably had to be a point where he's still putting his entire body weight on his knee, on George Floyd's neck, and he has to understand and, like, think to himself, like, okay, he's not moving anymore, or, like, okay, he's not resisting anymore, okay, he's, like, calmed down a little bit, you know, let me, like, you know, these other two officers are also sitting on him, like, I think I can get up, or I think I can, like, reposition, like,
Tobacco counter.
I don't know.
Purchase with you. Yes. So we'll see that coming up.
I think there's still a lot of the onus is on him at some point. Like, yes, George Floyd wasn't behaving. I think most of the blame for his actual death, though, is still going to fall on Derek.
So I'll tell you this. Had Chauvin shown more empathy towards someone in physical distress, and the result would have been the same, where George Floyd died, then there'd be an argument that he wasn't responsible because he showed empathy. He let the guy sit down. He let the guy sit up. He tried to give him water. He tried to do this. Like a responsible officer would have done with someone in their charge.
Yeah.
But at no time did anybody. They just tried to force him into the car.
And the fact that he's a senior officer.
Right here.
Yeah.
Like, so there's nobody there that was above him. If I'm not mistaken, he was the senior officer on the call.
Cashier area.
Yeah, as far as I understand, he was a senior officer that was on scene, and he had been the training officer for at least two of those guys.
The conversation with him.
Right, so they're not going to call him on anything.
Not out there in public. Well, and regardless of, they wouldn't have done it in
not
public.
During the situation, yeah.
No.
Like I said, if they were trying to get the cuffs on him, I understand the need. But the fact that he just like fell out of the car onto the ground,
For the record, at 7:40.
already in cuffs, I don't
Where are you now?
I don't understand why he did that.
In the tobacco section of the store.
And did you in fact sell him something there?
I did.
Hold on,
Do
say
you
that
recall
again.
What it was that you sold to him?
A pack of cigarettes.
I'm just saying I don't understand what, like, I could understand if they were trying to get the cuffs on him,
Yes.
putting the knee in between the shoulder blades or on the back of the neck, whatever.
Yes.
Like to kind of secure the upper body, make it easier to get the arms, whatever. But the fact that he's already in handcuffs and he's just like falling out of the police cruiser after fighting with them,
Yes.
and there's four officers there on him, wrangling him.
He then went back outside.
I don't find. I mean, once the other two officers are on him, I would have got up.
Yeah, the only other thing that you have in consideration in this situation is that they were dispatched. I believe, I can't remember if it was or not, but I believe that the dispatch mentioned that the subject may be under the influence of something. So when someone's under the influence of something, I mean, in my experience as a police officer, someone's under the influence of something, alcohol or anything else, there is a,
the chance that they can fight a lot harder or whatever.
Yeah, there's a height and strength. Whether or not it's like you got some of the most wiry guys in the world that just they get drunk and they get this. I don't know. It's
but even after that, even after that.
But even then, I like you can wear that out of someone.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like once there's three people on the and like I'm saying, like it's just simple like body mechanics. Like if he's in cuffs, he can't use his arm. He's cuffed behind the back too, so he can't use his upper body. I mean, he looks like he's a pretty strong guy. It looks like he's got a pretty strong upper body, but his hands are cuffed behind his back, so he can't use his hands to push up. So really, at that point, once he's on the ground, all you need to do is put a knee on his butt, if anything, or just sit on his butt.
Well,
That's
max
it.
they needed two people on him. One should have had their shin across his shoulder blades, and the other one on his legs. At maximum, that's what my experience would have been. So.
All right, so that is the end of Exhibit 29. I believe the
Yeah, I just don't see any way to justify
7:45:51, correct?
What
Well,
he did.
I'm asking you, but you saw that on the timestamp on there. Correct. So we could look at other video to determine if that time is correct.
Like after several minutes, I mean, you have to just be like, look.
After he left,
You'd be able to feel it too,
look at
like.
the bill again?
You'd be able to feel him like stop squirming and stop moving around so much, and you could understand like, okay,
Yes. The
You know,
minute
this
that
is-
he
it's not really
the minute that
threatening
he stopped
anymore.
any type of physical resistance, adjustments should have been made.
right? Like once the other two officers behind him that are on the lower back and the legs, once they get in position, you don't even really have to be there anymore. And I mean, you could
Right,
tell
that's what I'm saying.
you could tell he's not even.
There should have been two officers.
You could
One
tell
up at
from the
his shoulder
video.
blades and one down on his legs.
Yeah, and from the
then once you
video,
stop-
he's just staring down at. He's not even looking at the other two guys, like to see if, you know what I mean, if things are under control. He's literally just looking. It's kind of strange.
What happened next? What was
He's definitely, you know, not empathetic to you know, anything that was going on. It's like he was probably in a point in his career where during the training he was the one that was
he just zoned
showing
in
and
too.
giving the example instead of the one that was on the ground, you know, going through the maneuvers. Because you know, when you're the one that's getting twisted up,
Yeah.
you twist up someone, you're less likely to go beyond a point because you know exactly how painful it is. So he's probably in a point in his career where he forgot how painful something was. But yeah, he was just a toxic officer, and he should.
That's what I'm saying.
Be held responsible.
That's why my take is like that basically all police officers should be like rolling in BJJ. Like if you're constantly, first of all, you're going to be more confident in your abilities, like to handle things without using lethal force. Or even the non-lethals like the pepper spray or the tasers. But so you're going to be a little bit more confident, but then also you're going to understand, you know, you're going to know what hurts, what works, and what doesn't. Like you're going to know what it feels like, and you're probably not going to even bother putting a knee on anybody's neck, unless, like I said, you just really have someone who's extremely like violent or like you just need to get the cuffs on them.
Well, the other thing too is that in training, you're training with other officers. So the minute that officer feels pain, they're like, okay, you know, I quit. I don't want to, you know, go through it. You really don't have any type of live struggles, so you don't get the experience fighting with a subject until you're actually out there on the scene. So then once you have done that for a couple times, then you're like, you know, well, I'm not gonna, you know, I'm going to do whatever I can and cause as much pain compliance to this guy as I can, so that I don't get hurt. So it's, I mean, it's a you know, slippery slope, but it's like,
is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, him as with as much experience as Chauvin had, he should have known that once your, you know, subject shows compliance, you now back up your escalation, and if he starts to do it again, then you put him back in the ground. You know, but at no time did he give, you know, Floyd the chance to say, okay, you know, just let me sit here and calm down. And then get crazy again, and I go back on the ground. He didn't allow that to happen, and he should have. That's part of, you know, training.
Not only that, one of his fellow officers was actually asking him, saying, like, I think we should back off.
Yeah,
right.
Was
Did we miss it?
I don't think so. Until you see the video of
break there,
okay.
Yeah,
him
he
talking
said that
about
he thought it had
him
a blue
going out to the
pigment to it,
vehicle
kind
and
of like
stuff.
a $100 bill, and so that made him.
I remember it being said.
It's hard as a witness.
Situations. It's been the question.
Yes, in Chicago.
All right. Let's see.
All right, so at the end of that video shows you and the other individual entering back into the store, correct?
Okay, good thing the court case goes live again. I don't know if it's.
When you got back
wait,
into
they
the
might
store,
be back in the courtroom. I don't think so.
What did you do about, you know, the 2 trips out to the vehicle?
We told our manager that he still refused to come into the store.
Do you know what the manager decided to do about that?
He instructed one of my coworkers
Lord
to
Richard.
call
all
the
that's
okay.
one of the
Yeah.
problems with the whole
See.
thing is that there's so much going on.
Okay, he just said it.
You and the other individual entering back into the store, correct?
I can't hear it. What's he say?
Hold on.
I'm going to ask to pause it right here, please. The timestamp reflects 20:23:35. It appears the 2 of you are now walking away from the SUV, correct?
Correct.
So during those preceding moments, it appears that the 2 of you are talking with at least some occupants of the vehicle.
Correct.
And did you have any conversations with Mr. Floyd, or was it just the front seat passenger?
Just the front seat passenger.
Were you able to see Mr. Floyd at all during that interaction?
Correct.
What did you see about him?
As I said earlier, he was just kind of shaking his head and putting his hands in the air, like kind of like, why is this happening to me? Like, I don't want this to happen, sort of thing.
And so he appeared to be awake?
Correct.
And so what was the end result of that conversation?
George Floyd did not choose to come into the store.
Okay, neither did the passenger front.
Correct.
All right. And so then let's watch Exhibit 31 run here, please. All right, so at the end of that video shows you and the other individual entering back into the store, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
When you got back into the store,
I just missed the name.
what did you do about
Oh, Davis.
trips
I
out
appreciate
to the
that.
vehicle?
Yeah, thanks.
We told our manager that he still refused to come into the store.
Do you know what the manager decided to do about that?
He instructed one of my coworkers to call the police.
And so did you know if that happened?
Correct.
That somebody did call the police?
Correct.
Was it you who called the police about it?
No.
Was it another coworker?
Correct.
And
So they called the manager, and the manager instructed one of the coworkers
ask
to call the
the
police.
coworker to make the call?
The other coworker called the police. He didn't have anything to do with
He
it.
made the call?
Correct.
Okay, so you were there next to him or something?
Correct.
And so at some point, did the police respond to the store?
Correct.
And when they responded, did you see the officers actually come into the store?
I do not recall.
All right. Did they deal with you when they came to the store?
No.
Do you know who they dealt with?
They went and talked to my manager.
So this dude had nothing to do with this. And that
You were not
stupid idiot
involved in
reporter was saying
conversations with
something
the
about.
officers at all at that time?
No.
Let me see
So what did
this
you do?
moron
I was
said.
still working cashier.
Just went about your business.
Correct.
And
This guy is such a scumbag.
as you did that,
Not
as
the
you
witness,
continued working,
the reporter that
did
says
you
something
notice
about it after.
a commotion out in front of the store?
Correct.
Recall what it was that
Pretty
This
important
idiot.
one because he's one of the few people who actually interacted with George Floyd aside from the police right before this
Oh, I see.
encounter. How
Maybe
important
I
is
could
his
be
testimony going to be
mischaracterizing
to
what
this
he
case?
said. So let me just re-listen because I was
His
reading
testimony
chat.
is critical in many respects because, you know, as was for the last year almost, we have just constantly seen footage and video of Mr. Floyd essentially at the moment of his death. This gave us a bigger glimpse into moments of his life. I think moments that, of course, he didn't in any way think that he only had maybe 10 or 15 minutes left to live, because you could see in many respects Mr. Floyd happy, doing a little dance in the store, conversing with the community. It just had that typical kind of corner store familiarity and that typical corner store scene that Mr. Floyd was just a part of. And, you know, to be able to see that as a juror, that's powerful because, number one, it gives life to Mr. Floyd, as again, so many of us have just witnessed his death. But number two, in many respects for the prosecution, it helps to undercut where the defense is trying to go with their case. And of course, the prosecution is the one that has the burden, not Mr. Nelson. But nevertheless, in trying to undercut the prosecution's burden, Mr. Nelson is trying to play this scene wherein it has to be reasonable for the officers to have used particularly Chauvin, to have used the force that was used upon Mr. Floyd. But what we see in the video and what we heard him testify to is that Mr. Floyd, although conceitedly was high, which is an actually good point for Mr. Nelson, we can see that he wasn't erratically high or he wasn't incoherently high. He was what, you know, sometimes is colloquially known as functionally high. That's what I saw in that video, and I'm sure that's what a lot of the jurors saw too. So when we determine how critical was the testimony that was ultimately given by Mr. Martin, it's critical for all of those
He
reasons.
was
But I think most
functionally
importantly,
high.
the
It's
reason
fine.
that it gives life to Mr. Floyd.
And we did see some tense moments with yesterday's witnesses, particularly on cross-examination by the defense. But we saw none of that today. Christopher Martin
I'm just trying to see what
and
this
Christopher
idiot
Belfry,
had to
for that
say.
matter, they were both cool, calm, collected. And Christopher Martin also talked a little bit about how he actually contemplated allowing George Floyd to pay with that counterfeit $20 bill and then just putting it on his tab, meaning he was going to pay for George Floyd's cigarettes, essentially, because he felt like he didn't know that the bill was counterfeit and he thought he'd be doing George Floyd a favor. You know, you get a picture of someone who is very calm and considerate. What does that do in terms of impact of a witness?
You know, I think that impact is huge. I mean, number one, when we did look at some of the, you could say, testiness or combativeness we saw between Mr. Nelson and some of the witnesses yesterday, I would actually give Mr. Nelson a little bit more credit kind of coming into today. I think he realized probably last evening that that just was not effective for his case. I think particularly his cross-examination of Ms. Hansen, the other public service official, the firefighter. And
Not erratically high, just lethally high.
Just a little bit more tight. That I think because they were tight, it didn't leave a lot of the openings for witnesses to start running around on him with answers that he didn't like, and then he either had to start going back and impeaching them or refreshing their recollection, or frankly just going back and forth with them in a way that was distracting to his theory, and I'm sure just not helpful for him as he's trying to litigate his case. So he came back a little bit more tight today, which I think then is what allowed us to be able to see just more of the testimony of Mr. Martin, not threaded with all of that combativeness. And to the extent that with both witnesses, we were able to get more of a clear picture of just not only Mr. Floyd, but just the environment that day, the scene. I think it's hugely impactful as the jury is just trying to get their minds into the place of what exactly happened that day, what events led up to, you know, Mr. Floyd's encounter with the police, and ultimately just helps guide them as they are going to eventually have to come to their decision.
And we do actually have a few clips from the testimony that Christopher Martin gave today. I want to play that for you both and get your reactions.
I'm going to stop it here. And so can you tell the jurors then when you crossed the road and went to this vehicle, obviously the video shows you approaching the passenger side, correct?
Correct.
And why did you approach the passenger side?
Well, I didn't want to stand on the driver's seat side because that's where George was, but there's also oncoming traffic that I wouldn't be able to see. So I chose to go around.
Okay. Why didn't you want to go to the side?
I'm trying to listen to this one part.
Because of the oncoming traffic in the street.
It wasn't about Mr. Floyd, it was the traffic.
Yes.
All right. And so we see you then
This guy just had some
here sort of
egregious
behind your
comments.
coworker.
What did this guy say, bro?
Because but ultimately they just said they weren't coming back in, and
I'll
then
come
that
out
was
in just a
the end of
second.
it. And then the manager says to call the police, and we know what happens after that. The
Give the
police
wife
come,
a
they
hug.
apprehend George Floyd, they bring him over to the squad car, and then we have the encounter that we all saw on that viral video. Now during that time,
so
Martin says he notices a
obnoxious.
commotion outside. And the store at some point is empty, and so he decides that he can go outside because there are no customers. And now he becomes a bystander to this event that, again, that we've all seen play out on video. But there was one point that I found interesting, and I was surprised that the defense didn't pull on it, because the defense is trying so hard to establish that this crowd was angry and was
I end up cursing more when I read
and we've
chat
heard
than I do
several
in
other
my stream. Like I
bystanders
try not to
counter
curse, but
that. But we did
then
hear today from
read
Christopher
chat and
Martin
then I'm
when
like,
he was
oh,
asked by the prosecution what he saw when he went outside. He said he saw people yelling and screaming. Do you think that could play to the defense's argument, even
but I'm
though
a
they didn't quite
libertarian.
pull
I don't
on
try
it
to
today?
tell anybody. If somebody wants to curse, they can curse.
I think it plays to their argument, and you know, the irony is, I think that's probably from a strategic standpoint why Mr. Nelson didn't really harp on that
I can't hear you very well right now.
that you just
I'm trying to find
illuminated,
this one
because
place in
I
the
think of
video.
two reasons. One, remember all of the issues that he had yesterday.
What did you make of that?
I think that is testimony that probably should have been explored a little bit more by Mr. Nelson, because it is kind of damaging, right? Because ultimately, when we talk about, particularly, you know, the third degree murder, and we talk about depraved indifference, right? We talk about depraved mind. that's critical testimony that goes to that element, right? To the extent that you're in a resting state while you have a man underneath you who, ultimately
he was in the video, in the security.
Left that scene with these deep feelings of personal guilt about what they could have done or what they should have done, right? I mean, Ms. Fraser yesterday testifying to the fact that you could kind of hear it in her. What if I would have just went over there basically and just pushed the officer off of Mr. Floyd? Like I could have been able to do more. I go to bed apologizing to Mr. Floyd sometimes. I mean, that was her testimony from yesterday. Clearly Ms. Hansen, as a firefighter,
I can't remember when he said this crap. It was so stupid.
Yeah, it's done.
His testimony explicitly wanting $20 taken out of my check, and I'm not.
Oh, this is where it is.
Caused all of this all of this that caused just get your that medically need to be done for this man to be able to live. Starting with, please just get your knee off of the back of his neck, and then take it from there. Check his pulse. Do CPR.
Yeah, it's messing up in Discord today. I don't know.
Because the
it's not
officers
giving
were
any
keeping her
audio.
at bay. So you heard her regrets. And now you have Mr. Martin. When I talk about this consistent impact, him now being the third witness to come in, and really, let's just be frank, probably the most critical in terms of that feeling of guilt-oriented impact, because he's saying to himself,
Hold on right now.
What if the $20 was just docketed out of my check, right? This man would be alive. All of this that caused all of this international outrage and uproar, and just my own personal feelings about this man having died as a result of me, not wanting $20 taken out of my check. And I'm not saying.
See, that doesn't have anything. Yeah, see, this guy's a scumbag for saying this thing. First of all, he's not paying attention, clearly.
Why, Mr. Floyd ultimately died. But at the same time, that's what you could hear in his testimony explicitly. But that's also what you could see in that video when his hands are over his head. There was almost like an immediate.
I think he's just parroting.
That clearly,
yeah, but dude,
right?
You need to be very careful to what you say right now in regards to a witness that's 19 years old, that's being put on the stand in a case where someone is going to end up potentially going to jail for. I mean, in the worst case scenario, could be going to jail for life, or could be cleared, and then he feels responsible in some way, like maybe he contributed to the fact that, it's like.
That's not what he was saying. That's not what he was saying.
I know, but he's saying
he was
that
literally talking about what the witness said. The
right.
witness said that he felt guilty about that.
Sure, but he's like, he's just pointing out like, well, yeah, like the way he frames it, like, oh, well, yeah, if I would have just let this $20 come out of my paycheck, it wouldn't have been a big deal. Like, that's not the way it was. That's not the way it really happened either, because somebody else there ended up calling the cops. They called the manager, and then the manager said to call the cops, and then someone else, not him, called the cops. So it's like he's
what I'm saying is
he's
I
not
don't think the
responsible for
commentator
this.
was making that statement like out of the blue.
I mean, sure, yeah, they're talking about this case, but I'm just saying, I think
he was repeating what the witness said. The witness said
he didn't say that. He didn't say.
Yes, he did.
He didn't say that he if he would have just let that he should have just taken the $20 out of his check though. He was asked like, if you took this $20 and it turned out to be fake, like, is it something that would have been taken out of your check? And he said yes.
Enterprise video
but he made the statement that he was
commercial
feeling
software, but each camera feeds its
after the
images into
event.
Milestone.
Like in his testimony, he said he was feeling guilt because he maybe should have just not
they
taken
stay
the
there
money.
for 14
Like
days.
he should have not let this event happen because he took the money.
And it just goes away.
This all happened.
But during that 14 days, the staff
I
at the
just
SIC
hate
or
media in general,
investigators
man.
can go in and search by date, search by location. So, with
Sorry,
the
hold
huge
on.
number of
Your
cameras we
volume's still
have,
messed up for me.
we
Let me
can't
try to
monitor
turn it up.
every camera all the time. It's just not enough people, and
You're at 100.
So it's very common for an investigator to contact the SIC.
Not,
the day after an incident.
yeah, that would
say,
probably
hey,
help.
Will you go find the video from?
Because I don't want to turn
this
you up and then
corner
it just
at-
like
from this time
blasts
to
my
this time
eardrums out.
and save it for me, send it to me.
You're at
So they will
100%
do
right
that,
now.
Check the area where the incident was and get the video. It can be downloaded out of the system so that it's no longer subject to that 14-day expiration. And once it's downloaded, it's like any other video file. It's there as long as you have it.
And when
We have the live. We have the live.
an officer
Pull
does
it back up, anyways.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a lot
Okay.
better now.
Milestone video. When they
Sorry, everybody.
download the milestone
In the
video,
stream.
does
Hey,
that leave
I just was
any
gonna
kind
say.
of a electronic trail. So
I mean,
you can,
did you even see the witness
know
with the
who made
glasses?
the
That kind of
request,
got
what
me
case
going.
number it was
Like he's
assigned
like
to,
either.
and where the
Did you see
incident
the other
came.
witness with
The
the
milestone
glasses?
video itself,
Yeah.
Like as
the
she's
system
repeating
doesn't
it,
have case numbers,
and
but
he was
when
like,
downloading it,
you know,
usually the
he starts
file is
getting
named,
emotional and he starts
including the case number.
crying.
And then to
Yeah.
And he's
store
like,
that file,
"Oh, we
rather
got to
than keep it
continue
on a
on this
person's local
later."
computer,
It
they
just
store
caught
it in
my
our
eye that like
video cloud storage
that he's
system,
kind
which
of
is called
doing it for publicity.
evidence.com.
You know, that's
And
what
at
I
that
feel
point,
like.
it's
I mean,
associated with a case number.
I don't know.
I know.
I'm not gonna assume that.
Collecting the data, I suppose.
I mean, the guy has like, I don't know. The guy has a third grade education. I mean, this might really be impactful to him. I don't know. I'm not gonna.
Is this something that?
I wouldn't personally. I'm not gonna assume that he's just like being theatrical. It seemed pretty genuine to me. He literally was there watching. He was trying to help the guy the whole time. I don't know.
To determine whether or not
I don't know.
milestone video was.
That's one thing I noticed. So what about the?
And when I say this,
What
case,
about the
you're
20
aware,
$20
there was
bucks?
an incident that took
I didn't even know
place
what
on
happened to
38th
that
in
case.
Chicago
Did he
on
get
May
$20 from the officer, or who did he get 20 bucks from?
No, that was the whole reason why the cops were called. He was trying to use counterfeit bills in the store.
The death of George Floyd. Yes.
Oh, George Floyd was. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that,
Well, George Floyd's friend was, and then George Floyd was.
In connection with this investigation.
So he was trying to say, what did he say in his statement? Did he say, I wish I shouldn't have called the cops? Or
the camera
Yeah, I guess so.
in Chicago.
Yeah,
he was just saying he felt guilty, but he didn't call the cops anyway.
Maybe 11 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Someone else there called the cops. They just called the manager.
Based on your review of the
And this was all over
was
counterfeit
that
money.
video-
How sad that he lost his life over counterfeit money.
I mean, that's not why he lost his life, but I mean,
But I mean, the cop
if you wanted to,
put his knee on him and choked. You know, wouldn't get up. So I mean, just let him. You know, put his knee
How
on
is
him
this
for 9
mean?
minutes.
The Minneapolis Police Department
Anyway.
case number.
But we know
Why
it's
is
the
this
officer's
muting,
fault.
bro? What the?
And that footage was exported
never mind,
and then
it's here.
uploaded into the MPD's evidence.
We know it's the
.com
officer's
site.
audio is
fault,
messing
but
Was that right? Yes.
it's not his
And
fault
you
if
know
he was
when,
trained that way,
based on
correct?
your
So it's the
review,
trainer's fault.
That's
It's
where
the
I'm
police.
finding I'm having
Yes.
difficulty. I'm hearing
It was at,
conflicting things, and
12:50
I saw even
on May
there wasn't
26,
anything about
2020,
like in the
uploaded
training
sentence.
about putting
You
knees on
reviewed this
necks or
footage
whatever.
yourself, is that
Like at
right?
least not in
When
writing.
it is
So-
the
I
thing,
actually viewed
though,
it the day
right?
after the incident to see if there was video.
That is
available.
a training that they teach them, correct?
Can the
That is a
milestone
training in a
footage,
lot of
does the
departments, yeah,
milestone
but
footage
it's
include a date and time
it doesn't
stamp
appear
embedded
to
in it?
be
Yes.
the
And
training
based
that
on
they get
your
there.
Experience,
At least not on paper.
Using this footage, are the date and time stamps accurate?
Nowhere that I've ever
They're very
seen are
close
you
to the same time
trained
as
to
what
put
you've
the
got on your
knee
phone or anywhere else.
on the neck.
And can those
It's
date and time
across
stamps
the
be
back and the
changed or
shoulder
altered
blades
by
area.
the user? No, one of the reasons we use Milestone is because when you download video using Milestone, it creates a sort of a secure package that includes a player and the video. And
They didn't even get into
it
that
can't
part
be
of it,
broken
right?
up, altered. Now,
They didn't
we
even
asked
ask
you
that
to
question,
review
did
some of this footage, and you're aware that we've had footage
About the training that he
excerpted
received?
and
Did he
marked,
receive training?
or
Well, they haven't gotten there yet. I mean,
exhibits.
you're only
Is
looking
that
at
right?
day 3.
Yes.
Yeah, this
I'd
is-
like to draw your
we're just
attention
scratching
to
the surface
Exhibit
of a lot of these
42,
things.
Where you previously shown
Okay.
a video that you were told would be designated Exhibit 42.
Yeah, and they're back
I don't know
on
if I was told it would be
stand now
42, but
too.
I've
So.
been shown some video clips. Yes.
Okay.
All right. And you watched it, recognized it, and believe it to contain
So it's just this is not
an
the
accurate
defense,
excerpt
right?
of the original Milestone video
What?
downloaded under that
This
case
is not the
number. Is that
defense.
right?
It's the
Yes.
actual people
That
that
officer
actually.
I don't know what's
Correct.
happening now
Correct.
because
Okay. Okay.
Would you agree that the excerpt itself is a little zoomed in and captures various images from about 7:44 p.m. until 8:35 p.m. on the proffered exhibit? Yes. At this time, Your Honor, offer Exhibit 42
No objection. 42 is received.
All right, and I'm going to request to publish Exhibit 42, but before we do that, just to explain to the jury, what they will be seeing is something which they've already seen a couple of times, milestone footage, I guess in that format.
I have no
There's
idea.
sound, is that right?
Correct.
We'll see
And
if they have
we're
the
going to
verdict.
be
I mean, if I had to
playing a
guess,
segment
they're
without
probably going to
sound
go all
narration
week,
that
man.
will run from 8:08 p.m. until
Oh, right.
8:14
Never mind.
and
Tomorrow's
about
Thursday.
42 seconds.
I'm on Friday.
So I ask that be
I get my days confused.
published now.
Sometimes.
Oh, this is the Metro P. Wait, what footage is this? Oh, from the gas station across the street. Oh, yeah.
A lot of people are watching, eh? Right? Do you think a lot of people are watching what's happening?
Oh yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are, especially there in this city. I'm sure a lot of people are glued to the screen.
Oh, I'm sure they are. In Minnesota.
Yeah.
I'm looking at seeing the Washington Post live feed on YouTube with 54,000 people watching.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what people's opinions on it are, they're going to be watching, because whether they think he should go either way, like especially if they live in the city, just because they want to know whether the city's going to burn to the ground or not.
Exactly. That's what they want to know. They want to know if justice will be served. That's what they want to know. Like everybody does want to know. I wouldn't be so sure if justice is going to be served or not. Who knows?
I think he's going away. I don't think there's any question in this at this point. I think they're making a really strong case. I mean, and it's been a while since I watched the footage, so I forgot about a few things, and like just seeing it again just makes it look pretty bad, man.
Yeah, really bad. But didn't they try to go to trial, and didn't they have the trial behind doors, and now they're opening it up to the?
I have no idea.
I'm sure everybody's eyes. But yeah, they're making a very strong case. I agree. I'll tell you, if they don't get him anything,
You have a grand jury before you have a trial. That's what's behind closed doors, so that evidence doesn't get out.
Okay.
And the grand jury decides whether or not to indict, and then you go on to trial.
But that's what they were doing behind closed doors. Got it.
Yeah, But
Is someone controlling this camera?
The grand jury hears from witnesses,
or does it just naturally whip around and look at
the
things?
prosecution lays out the case.
Because I'm like, bro, if somebody is controlling this camera, they're doing a bad job.
They're doing a terrible job. Does it say 99%?
Like, dude, if there's someone controlling the camera, I would be, coffee 99 cents, not gas. No, that's too good to be true, man. I'd be going up there and loading up some 55 gallon barrels.
Yeah, you'd be like, what year is this? Jesus.
There was a civil settlement behind closed door, but
I don't know.
no
Back
criminal
then,
trial
it could have been true. Not now.
Yeah, it seems stupid. It seems stupid to settle a civil, any kind of civil, like reach any kind of civil settlement or lawsuit until after the criminal trial to some degree. Like usually it's in situations where it's like not clear, or where the it's like a really muddied water type of situation where they just decide to settle instead of like pressing charges on the officer or whatever. In this case, it was pretty clear, I think, that they were going to end up pressing charges, and yet Floyd's family received a settlement as well. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it's weird to me. I feel like they could have just done it all in one. I don't know how this thing would work. I'm not a lawyer or a criminal justice expert.
No.
I'd be an autofocus security camera that grabs movement could be, yeah.
Would you ever want to be a lawyer?
Might be checking to see if anything else might be coming there. Yeah, true.
mean, just think about how many people you have to. How many people will remember your name, right? if you make a bad case decision, whatever. Rolling. Yeah, but I'll tell you what. If they don't at least get them for a third degree or second degree, I'll tell you that city's gonna burn. Like that's just the worst part.
I think he's getting like manslaughter or whatever the equivalent is there. I think what it is that some states don't. I can't remember. Somebody was just telling me about this the other day. Who is a lawyer? I think manslaughter is there to replace like third degree. In states that don't have like third degree murder, they call it manslaughter.
Oh, okay.
Like if you kill someone in a car accident, and you were like driving recklessly, like they give you manslaughter. Like Caitlyn Jenner.
I'm gonna switch over to my PC. Can you drag me back in?
Yeah. Civil is Floyd family versus city. Criminal is Chauvin versus state. Yeah, true. I guess.
So they got a settlement, right? But they're still.
They did get a settlement. Yeah. They got a settlement, and Black Lives Matter raised like I don't know, like 1.8 million or something crazy like that. I'd like to know how much of that actually went to the family, but they'll never tell us.
Me too. That too.
There's lots of families whose children were shot or whatever family members were shot, and Black Lives Matter raised money for them, and then the families haven't seen any money from the organization.
Correct.
All right.
Unfortunately, that's just. Unfortunately, it's just unfair to the people that were supporting Black Lives Matter or whatever.
Of course it is. You think you're donating money, and you think it's actually going to these families, and then it's not.
Yep.
And then you got what did they have, like 3 or 4 of the guys that were busted for like prostitution, drug use, and sex trafficking or something like that, and these were like higher ups in the Black Lives Matter organization. The organization, guys, okay, not the movement. There is a difference. I can get down with the Black Lives Matter as a movement, okay, because I know people who are in it locally who did a lot of really good things with the local churches around here. They gave away food, clothing, etc. to the homeless, but they have no affiliation with the quote-unquote organization.
One of them is our camera.
So
they only operate here locally, and it's literally basically just like a group of churches that get together.
I asked one person.
All right, so the perspective of that we were watching the milestone video is taken from one of the 2 cameras depicted
and he
in
was
what we
really
see in Exhibit 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Not because
the lower one
Janet.
on the corner of the store.
Not
That's why you
because of
catch
the
the speedway
fact
sign.
Yes.
Okay.
No issue.
That they're trying to make it like I don't know if you guys know that fact that Black Lives Matter was started because a bunch of white people started burning shit down. Black people joined in too, but the media wanted to put it as paint the. He was very upset at the media.
And now I'd like you to focus a little bit more on what you.
I don't know the full origins because there wasn't an organization first.
We know when you began.
There was just like the movement, like people saying Black Lives Matter, etc.
A little bit about what the business technology.
But yeah, Antifa definitely infiltrated Black Lives Matter pretty early on and was just getting violent.
Uses body-worn cameras.
Trying to
as
do
of now, every
bourgeoisie 2.0, and
body-worn camera.
They thought that they were going to burn down the country and then
the program. So we
restart
are the primary
on
point of contact with
some
our
Marxist
body camera
Leninist
vendor, which is a company called Axon
society. Who knows?
When cameras are shipped to us,
Antifa have a big
set them
problem
up for use. We assign them to officers in the system.
A bunch of terrorists.
We make sure that officers are trained on how to use them.
What kind of group?
And we manage the back-end software, which is called evidence.com, where all the body camera footage is stored and retrievable and managed. And my unit also employs 2 full-time auditors who audit the body camera program to ensure that officers are following the body camera policy, that they're turning them on when they're supposed to, that they're doing the checks that they're supposed to, and that the system is working well.
And you're familiar with the Minneapolis Police Department body-worn camera policy?
Yes.
He was involved. This is something, obviously, in 1989, officers were not wearing body cameras. They weren't invented.
That should be
right. When did
Ben Crump is a scumbag, in my opinion.
We started piloting
man.
piloting them, I believe, in late 2015 or 16.
Is that the police team?
No, that's the guy who represents.
He's a fucking ambulance.
He's a parasite, dude. He just finds all these families who are involved with these police on black shootings, and then he just, in my opinion, he exploits them. Politicizes the event and then uses it to to make money. I mean, he's a scumbag.
The Minneapolis Police Department
I don't think he
is in the manual at 4-223. Is that right?
That's what a scumbag he is.
And at this time, I'm going to offer.
I don't think he actually cares about any of these people. He just is making money off of them. Because if they get a settlement, then they pay him.
214 is received.
And we're not going to publish that now because it's a lot of reading, but if you could please.
Thank you.
It's like,
sure.
like the equivalent to like a class action lawyer.
What the body-worn camera policy requires.
Do you remember the black officer?
So it requires that officers working in uniform always wear their body-worn camera. They turn it on in a standby mode whenever they're working, and that they activate it and record video when they're responding to a call or when they're meeting with members of the public or any other time. There could be anything that we might want to review later. And so it also mandates that investigators who work in plain clothes wear cameras when they're doing certain enforcement actions like executing a search warrant and this kind of thing.
Antifa is not anything close to the Black Panthers. I'm sorry. Like,
with this case, doesn't the sound doesn't kick
the
in
Black
for a
Panthers
little
actually
bit.
had a legitimate.
There's image, but there's no sound.
Like, there was actually oppression. There was actually
When the cameras are
racism
on,
happening.
but
There was actually something
they're
to fight
actually
against.
recording much like a DVR
I honestly, I don't see
when you press the button to activate it.
the
that
so-called
kicks on the
fascism
sound,
that
and
Antifa
it
is fighting
saves the
today
previous 30 seconds of video without
is like
sound.
non-existent.
So
like, it's
the
really
thought is that whatever
if you're
caused you to
actually
turn on your camera
I don't know,
would be
man.
captured because it was
I don't want to
being
get into
recorded.
that,
And
but
now-
no, I
now
don't
the
think
sound
I don't think
comes on
it's
when you
even
activate.
close.
But there's safe to say there's nothing wrong with the camera.
fair
and
to
nothing
compare,
wrong
like,
with the
Black Panthers to
operator. Just
Antifa.
The first 30 seconds
Because there's actually a serious.
exactly as it's
There
supposed
was
to
actually a
work.
problem.
Okay. And then can you tell us a little bit about what these cameras look like and how they're actually physically attached to the officer?
Sure. They're about the size of a deck of cards, a little black rectangle. There's a number of ways to wear them. Most officers use the magnetic mount, which is basically a pretty strong magnet that goes inside the shirt, and then a mounting plate that goes outside the shirt, and then the camera attaches to that mounting plate. So when the magnet is engaged, it's affixed. A lot of them wear it either in their shirt pocket or up on high on the chest, which is where they're supposed to wear it to capture, a view of everything going on in front of them.
Right. And every officer is issued a body-worn camera. Is there a way to associate particular footage with a particular officer?
Yes, every camera has an electronic serial number, and when we issue a camera, we go into evidence.com and we find that officer in the roster and we say, this camera is assigned to this officer. And then that camera is linked to them until we remove that link.
And so much like you're able to do with the milestone, you're able to attribute particular footage to a particular officer at a particular time.
Yes.
And you've reviewed body-worn camera footage before, is that right?
Yes.
And is it generally a workable system? Does it capture what it's supposed to capture?
Very much so, yes.
And are you able to also associate particular footage with case numbers, just like with the milestone?
Yes. So when an officer is responding to an incident and records video after the incident, we call it tagging. They tag their video with the case control number from the incident. And that way, when the video is uploaded into evidence.com, it is tagged as being associated with that case.
How long is the footage retained?
Depending on the type of video, the minimum retention is a year. For any sort of evidence thing, it's 7 years. And then for significant incidents, it could be indefinite.
And does Minneapolis Police Department provide body-worn camera footage to other agencies upon request if they're investigating a case, or a prosecuting agency if they're using that footage to prosecute a case?
Yes.
How does the MPD physically provide that footage to?
Yeah, I don't know.
agency?
I don't think there's any
The most common
comparison
way
to
is to
the
set up
two.
a
I mean,
partnership
barely.
within
There's no.
evidence.com. So, for example, the county attorney
Antifa wasn't.
uses a lot of our video. They have an
Antifa
account,
decided to
they're a partner
attach
agency,
itself
and so we can
to
share
Black
with
Lives
them
Matter.
within evidence.com
Like,
to give them access.
the
And then
Black
they log
Panthers
into
formed
the same system we are, and
out
they can see
of
video
the
we've
civil
shared
rights
with them.
movement. Like, it was
Obviously,
just
there
like they were all.
several,
It was
police
all
officers
connected. Like,
involved in the,
this wasn't the
May
case with Antifa. Antifa was on some other junk. Then Black Lives Matter comes into the
Minneapolis
picture,
Police provided
and
a number
then
of body-worn
they kind of like
cameras, body-worn camera footage
stick themselves to Black Lives Matter,
the
like some kind of
prosecuting agency,
parasite.
the
Like,
DCAs,
I don't.
right? Yes. Okay.
I don't know. I don't appreciate any of the behaviors of Antifa. I mean,
And are you familiar with the
I don't know.
specific officers?
I think
who
they're the reason
responded,
why
to the
people have
scene,
such a
of
negative
the
view
incident
and are able to
that
paint a
occurred
negative.
from 8 o'clock in the evening to about 8:30.
Paint Black Lives Matter in a negative light, because honestly, the movement, I don't really have too much against like the movement. I just have an issue when it comes to like the violence and then the
Yes.
Marxist
And
organizers
upon
who
your
created
review, does it appear that each of the
the organization of Black Lives Matter. But whatever.
body-worn cameras
How many people got their own show now? Me, Zach,
and you were able to associate
and then
with the
Jace
same
is the
case
normal
number
one.
you
Oh,
were
and
cited
Preacher in the
earlier,
morning.
is that right?
Yes.
And this
MLK was telling BP to back off.
servers, correct?
Correct.
Hence,
You viewed some of the
I
footage
apologize.
involved with the various officers?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, true, but but even then, there was a lot of black people who were like pro Black Panthers or whatever.
Right, this time,
I feel like the majority
I'm going
of
to
black people, if you
ask
ask
to
them, would
review
just
a
be like, "No,
series of
Antifa are
and
scum." Like,
to introduce and publish a series of
I feel like it would be
body-worn
pretty
cameras,
hard to find
associated with particular officers.
like a majority. I don't think there's a majority
First,
of Black Lives
piece of
Matter
footage that I'm
or
gonna ask
of
you
actual black citizens, excuse me, black Americans who are in favor
to
of Antifa.
discuss is, it's
I think you
marker
could find a
identification
lot.
as Exhibit 47,
You know, like a majority would
and
be
it
in
is
favor
the
of Black Lives Matter
body-worn
and
camera
not Black Lives
footage
Matter,
of
as well as
Officer
Antifa.
Lane. At this
Like
time, I will
Antifa just
offer
decided to
Exhibit
attach
47.
themselves to this movement, and I don't think they actually really care. Just be careful, leftist, before I add an objectivist section to the stream.
And at this time, I'll
I'm
ask
not a
to
leftist.
publish
I mean,
Exhibit
maybe
47.
to a lot of the right, I'm a leftist, just because I'm like so center. It's probably annoying for some people. You know, stuff like this. You know, I get put in the right wing box.
And if you could enlarge and highlight the time.
Why is this cutting this?
Oh.
What is
Some
that?
glasses.
There we go. Whoops.
All right.
Oh, I
so,
forgot to unmute myself.
Just to draw your attention to the upper right-hand corner of the footage that you're seeing here. Are you able to see
All
the
right.
date and timestamp?
Bulk.
Yes.
Okay. And it says 5/25/2020.
Correct.
Right. And the time is expressed in military time. Is that correct?
Yes.
So 20:07
Hey,
would
I'm
be about
back.
8:07 p.m.
Hey, Nacho.
Yes.
And some change you can see on the
Oh, I don't know
footage.
if you heard.
Axon body, that's just simply the
It's so
brand
crazy
of
how
the body camera. Is that
media
right?
Yes.
And then there's some
won't acknowledge
serial
and
numbers
won't
on
give
the
a
footage as
sentiment.
well.
Like
Correct.
he hasn't
Okay,
even got
and
a
so
settlement for
again,
the,
this
for the family, that lady
particular
that lost her life
footage,
in the riots in January.
Exhibit 47, is associated with Officer Lane based on the serial number that you
I
see.
haven't heard any.
And the
One
footage
report.
begins at
I
about
haven't heard one
8:07,
report over it.
58 seconds. Is that
No,
right?
I haven't heard
Yes.
anything.
All right. Please continue.
I mean, a
Publishing
lot of the
exhibit.
times investigations, stuff like that, will go on behind closed doors.
Right.
It wouldn't surprise me if there was some kind of investigation going on, especially because that's the Capitol
30
Police.
seconds in, the sound kick in.
That we didn't know about.
You're right, and potentially they could have already settled with the family. They could have just signed like an NDA or something. It's not coming through the Discord. I don't know what's going on. I can't get it to come through with audio.
You mean so they're not hearing us from
Not if you're watching in Discord. No. Everyone hears it on the stream.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're watching. Oh yeah, you sent me the video.
Can you mute the video? No. What? I'm playing it for the stream.
What up, Zach?
Yep. Just head back in.
What's going on, Billy?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. Just chilling here. Yeah. Had to deal with some other stuff pretty much all day. So it's been
And the record should
hectic
reflect that the time noted here is 8:09 and about 27 seconds. Is that right?
Tough, rough day, right? Sort of. You've been busy doing other stuff.
Well, somebody wanted to start up drama again.
Oh. See your hands. Oh shit. Was it?
Yeah, true. Seems like the further left the left goes, they kind of move that. There's a name for it, but it basically moves. It moves where the center is over, so it makes it like like 10 years ago, probably. I would have definitely be considered. I would definitely be considered on the left, I think. And but by today's standards, I'm definitely
yeah.
At least center right.
I was wondering what happened.
Okay, well, when I say let me see your hands, you put your fucking hands up.
Where is Jace? I don't see him.
You got him?
I think he's busy.
Put your hands on top of your head.
He decided to message my wife.
Hands on top of your head. Hands on top of your head.
Yeah.
Step out of the vehicle and step away from me, all right? Step out and face away. Step out and face away.
Please don't shoot me. Please, man.
I'm not going to shoot
Yeah,
you.
we're gonna have to stop calling Zach Gates for sure.
Please don't shoot me, man.
Don't shoot me, man.
Please, man. I just lost my mom, man.
Step out and face away.
So sorry.
Step out and face away.
Please don't shoot me, Mr. Officer. Please. Don't shoot me, man.
Step out and face away.
Can you not shoot me, man?
I'm not shooting you. Step out and face away.
Okay. Please, man. Please. I didn't know, man.
See, look, that's where Kitty. Yeah, I think with all the squirming around and the way he like oh man, the way he was behaving definitely would make me think that he ate something. Like, I don't know, man. And it would make sense because like even the witnesses were saying.
We're figuring out what's going on. Drop the bag.
Figure out what's going on. Adam,
what's the problem?
We was getting, it ain't us. We was getting a ride. I just got my phone fixed. It's my ex-man. That's my ex.
Are you good?
He told me to get my car. That's it, man. You can ask Mr. Adam. You can ask Mr. Adam about me.
You have ID?
I'm on 38 man.
320 or 44.
I was a registered Democrat. They've gone too far left. I feel like I'm old center, but now it's called far right. Yeah, true. Yeah, I'm still registered as a Democrat. I might just leave it. No, if I change it, it'll be an independent. Yeah, but I don't feel like it matters really. But
I just came over to get my phone. You see, I don't have a purse or nothing. And my daughter is on her way to get me.
What's his deal?
I don't know. That's my ex. I don't know.
bro, they are talking too much. Man, they all had a little something on them, I think. Or it was
We have problems all the time when they come, especially when that man took that gun like that. It's been one.
maybe he had the drugs. They were going to party, whatever.
He's a good guy. George Floyd, she said.
Can you spell that?
I don't know how to spell George.
Her name.
My name is. Oh, my name.
Your name, yeah. Can you spell it?
It would make sense too because the way he was behaving in the store previously,
W.
and then coming out, Like he was dancing around in the store or whatever, comes out, and then between then and the toxicology report showing how much fentanyl he had in his system, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's the prosecutors that are showing this. I think this is defense right now.
Okay, well, so here's the thing. Someone passed a big bill in there.
I think he'll be found. I think he might be found guilty of manslaughter.
Starts getting weird. Now shows his hands. I don't know what's going on.
That's what I think.
So just hang tight right here.
I think he might. No, it's second-degree manslaughter is what they charged him with. He might be found guilty of second-degree manslaughter. But if he is found guilty of second-degree manslaughter, that means the rest of the officers that are being held on accessory to murder would be released because there's no murder to be an accessory to.
It's hard to get them to because he was actually the superior officer there. Like he was the one that's supposed to be. Like he was the veteran there. And I think he had actually trained 2 of the other officers. This is the prosecutor? No. I don't know why they're shooting this.
Stop falling down. Stay on your feet and face the car door. Please. No. Please, Get out of the man. I don't want to talk to you, man. Please, let me talk to you, man. You ain't listening to nothing we're saying, so we're not going to listen to nothing you're saying.
Can you watch that car? Just make sure no one goes in it.
I hear you, but you're going to face the door right now.
Listen up. Stop.
I'll do anything. Anything y'all tell me to do, man.
Kind of disgusted by both parties. The swamp is not only deep, it's wide as well. Yeah, true. The party of humanity? Yeah, that's me, dude. Hindsight is 20/20. Yeah.
I'm not the kind of guy. I'm not the kind of guy. Please. I'm not the kind of guy, Mr. Officer.
I don't even care about this mess. It's a classic situation of mistakes stacked on stupidity on both the perpetrator's part and the cop's part. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel.
Oh, you're still going in the car.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the cop is getting it. Like, regardless of how crazy the subject gets, like I mean, you got the gun on your hip. You're in control of the situation. He's in handcuffs.
You got him?
Can you please back it for me, please?
Yes, I'm back.
Stay with me, man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you. God, man. I didn't know all this was going to happen, man. Please, man. I just want my hands free. I don't do none of y'all, man. Nothing.
You got it.
I'm listening. And I understand that people do stuff.
There's nothing worse.
Okay.
Grab a seat.
Okay. I'm having trouble walking because that was my spine.
I'll roll the windows down, okay?
Please, man. Please don't do. Take a seat. I'm going in. I'm going in. No, you're not. I gotta go in.
Sexy Rexy. Oh, okay. What's up, Logic?
I'm not the kind of guy.
What's up, Sean? Prosecutor showing all of this early. Yeah, I don't know. They showed this basically earlier too, though. Like,
I'm not that kind of guy.
I'll roll the windows down and my legs in, all right?
cop shouldn't have credit. Yeah, I mean, honestly, they should never have let him out. They should have left that other door closed. See, somebody said that he got in the. Okay, somebody said they got him in the car, or from what I understood, they got him in the car and closed the door. Which now, watching back, they never ended up getting him in the car and closing the door. But somebody had said that basically he was like hurting himself. He was hitting his head against the plexiglass, like he wasn't though. So they basically should have left that other door shut, pushed him in there, shut the freaking door, turned the air on, and then if he says I can't breathe, turn the AC on, like call the ambulance, like call first aid in. But I mean, from what they've showed, and yeah, I know this video is already released. Oh yeah, in the advance of the defense trying to control the narrative. Yeah, but the defense already actually showed this same clip earlier. They showed the same section. They're just showing a different perspective, I guess.
Okay, man. Okay. I'm not a bad guy, man. In the car.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Sockster. By the way, we are doing a $1,000 giveaway on Friday. The Republican Nation is giving away $1,000. I've been streaming for them, doing like a time slot. The Republican Nation on Twitch. So twitch.tv/The Republican Nation. Go there, follow, and subscribe to the channel on Twitch, and you'll be entered in. And then on Friday they'll choose one subscriber from the list randomly
I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Dang, dude. He like kicked himself out the other side. Jesus, man. Oh yeah, forgot to undeafen.
Thank you, Daryl.
Whoops.
I can't breathe.
Forgot to. Was trying to mute myself undeafen.
Do you want to take this to me? He's under arrest right now for forgery.
Weak ass cops. Yeah, I mean,
What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, he's a big dude though.
I can't fucking breathe. Come on.
But even when
Yeah, just when you get up
on the ground.
I appreciate that. I do.
yeah, like right here, bro. You got 4 officers and 3 people on him.
Got your
Like right there.
Jesus.
Thank you.
Stop moving. Mama.
Right there, it's good. Like right there, it's pretty much over. That dude that has his knee on the butt right there is sealing the deal. There's no need for him to have his knee on his neck anymore, man. Like, I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah, Janet. I mean, I don't. He was definitely. I mean, he was definitely committing crimes. He was in the wrong, but at this point, right here, this is where this is where this is where the guilt starts to fall, or like you start to have the failure on the police side now at this point. I mean, he's secured at this point.
My face is gone.
They can't push up with his hands, so there's no way he's going to roll over. As long as that guy in the middle stays on it with his knee on his butt like that. I mean, he literally can't get up. He's controlling his hips. His hands are behind his back, and he can't push up and roll himself over anymore.
All right. Hopefully, Park's still sitting on the car there. He was acting very little shady like I was in there.
He shouldn't have had his knee on his neck at this point.
That's what I'm saying. Like he's under control. Like, and they showed the other. So the other footage that they showed earlier from the defense side, you can clearly see that like they have 2 angles. So they have the angle from the other cop that's looking towards him, or like one of the people I think is recording on cell phone or something, and then they have from the gas station. Like, see, even this guy is like leaning up against the police cruiser, like he doesn't even have all his full weight on him.
25 seconds, so 8:21 and 25 seconds.
Derek has his knee on his neck. He has his left hand. He has it in pocket.
Item is.
That's a body cam.
Yeah, that's definitely a body cam.
Please resume.
But yeah, the dude. So the dude that's on his neck, it probably got kicked off. Yeah, it probably got knocked off of the officer in the middle. Because I think they have Derek's cam footage. They have the other officer's cam footage, and they have this guy's camera footage. So it's probably the guy that's in the middle right there, the guy by the tire. Yeah, like at this point, there's no need. Like, this guy's clearly relaxing. The guy in the middle has his hand on the wheel well, and he's like got his knee on the butt of the guy. Like, the dude's not going anywhere, man. So at this point, for him to have his knee on the neck is just dangerous at this point.
Is that the shaking of the eyes?
It sucks, man. Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out, Achromatic. I don't know if the knee on the neck is more in the department or not, because on paper, there's nowhere on paper where it states that is any part of the training. Now, whether or not they're doing that, whether they're training each other like that, that's where the question comes in. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I think they just wait at this point for him to get tired. Like, but Chauvin still doesn't need to be on his neck, or they try to wrestle him back into the car again. I mean, it's 4-on-1. If with 4 officers you can't get him back into the back seat. I mean, all of you just need to be let go. Like, you need some serious training. Like, I get it. I get that people can put up a more of a fight on drugs. I get that he's a big dude. Like, I can see that he's a big dude. But I mean, these officers don't look very small themselves. Like, they look like they could handle him, all four of them together. I don't. They don't do neck restraints or chokeholds anymore. They changed it. Yeah.
Roll on the side.
You said it was in training to use it.
Just worry about the delirium or whatever. Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's I've heard that that was part of the training, like from them, I think, early on. But then when you look at the website now, on paper they've changed it. At least, like through their website, it doesn't say that this is any part of the training to put a knee on the neck. Like, yeah, this dude's barely doing anything. The dude who's doing the most is the guy in the middle who has all the weight on his hips. That's really the only guy they need. See, and now that he's stopped.
Yeah, I think he's last now.
See, okay, the officer right there just said, like, yeah, I think he's passed out. And Derek still has his knee on his neck. That's where it starts to become like... Yeah, I think he's going away, bro. I'm sorry, bro, but at some point you gotta be...
He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro.
Yeah, like once even the bystanders are like telling him at that point he's got to get off, bro. Like, he's still got his hand in his pit. Like, yeah, he's got all of his... Wait, what is he holding there? Oh, he's holding his wrist? Bro, he's not even... Yeah, this is the defense showing this? You're a bum, bro. If this is the defense showing this, this is not a good look. This looks terrible for Chauvin.
Here we go.
Yeah, like, he's not even moving, bro. There's no need to even be on. And yeah, okay, this looks terrible for him, bro. If this is the defense, this is the worst. Oh, this is the prosecutor. Okay, I was about to say, man, because this looks terrible. This is the defense, man. Like, this looks awful.
You get out of the car?
gotta sit there like that? You gonna let him sit that man in front of you, bro? Like what? Bro, he's not even fucking moving right now, bro.
Bro, why is he still putting like all his weight on him though? That's where this looks terrible for him, man. Like, bro, the EMTs are there. He hasn't moved in like 2.5 minutes. Like, you're the veteran? If that's the veteran on the force, man, like,
they just straight up bring a body bag.
It looks terrible for the whole department, man. Like, that's just a stretcher to get him up in there, but like.
I don't even understand the medics here. Like, to put him in the ambulance before we're like resuscitating.
Yeah, I don't know what the procedures are for that. Like maybe I don't know what the thought process is. Maybe they just want to get him out of there because it's like causing a scene. They want to get him in the back of the ambulance first. I don't know.
Exhibit 43.
I'm at a loss.
Body-worn camera footage of Officer King. I'll offer Exhibit 43.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Man.
43 is received.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right, Janet, but I just the knee on the neck just it doesn't like. If he didn't have his knee on the neck, there would be like no case though. This is the whole point. Like there would be no case. No criminal case anyways. Like it would be cut and dry, but the fact that he had his knee on his neck for such a long time, even after he went unconscious, like or stopped resisting, like just looks terrible for them, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, I agree that you know he was committing crimes and that he was. Like you can see in the toxicology report, he has like a lethal dose, according to other patients who have died from fentanyl overdose. Like, but
The driver in there?
Oh my god.
Which one?
It just doesn't look good for them, man. Yeah, fentanyl, carbon dioxide from the car. Oh, because he was by the exhaust. Was the car on? It was, wasn't it? Yeah, they're gonna crucify this dude, man. Like it doesn't. It looks terrible on Chauvin's part, man. It does not look good at all. Why'd you got a flashlight on during the middle of the day? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing with your life? You just got a flashlight for no reason. I mean, I guess the windows are tinted. Maybe that was the reasoning. Like, you gotta maybe try to see through the back window.
Let me get over here, sir.
I'm not a cop, but my family are police officers. And apparently, this is the... I don't know, man. Apparently, that's not part of the... that's not part of the training either for them, so... I don't know, man. Yes, my brother-in-law, my sister.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, man.
Your friend's car, you said?
It's his friend's car. Her name, I forget. Her name is I forgot her name, but I know his co-worker, and he was giving her and I a ride. This young lady right here.
This just looks terrible for them, man.
Okay. We just waiting on him.
All right. You stepped here, or what stopped you here at Cup Foods?
I did business with Adam. I was trying to buy me a laptop.
All right.
And I did buy one, but it wasn't working. So he gave me my change back.
Yeah, I'd hate to be on the jury.
You can ask.
Okay. Do you have your ID
Set
on
out
you?
of control because they came with guns drawn. I
How you
mean,
doing, sir? I'm good. Yeah, that's fine.
well, I don't know. I don't think did they have guns drawn like. Yeah, I don't know. I missed that part. I can't remember when they drew their guns.
In the car. Yes, sir. Not moving.
Dude, his guns away now. Like, he was like hiding his hands though at first too, so it didn't make. I guess it looks a little sketchy from their part, but yeah, I've never had a cop approach me with actually. Well,
Stop resisting, man.
I mean, I've had a gun drawn on me, but I was doing a bunch of stupid stuff at the time. But I mean, like, if you're being like, I don't know, I don't think I've ever had a gun pointed
Thank you,
at a
Don.
cop though.
Come on, walk with me. Walk with me. Walk with me.
They just showed this other part right before this, leading up to this, like when he was walking up to the car, and he was like reaching in the center console and other stuff. Yeah, I mean, he's not compliant. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that he made it easy on them by any means. But once they got him on the ground like that, like, once he kicked it, because they got him in the back of the car. First of all, I don't know why the other door was even open. Whoever opened that other door when they were pushing him in there is stupid. Because that allowed for him to basically go in one side and then just kick his way out to the other side.
They opened it to pull him through.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be murder, but I feel like it's definitely getting manslaughter. Like, they can be accessories to manslaughter. See, but I don't know if that's good because they,
Last name?
like, yeah, criminal negligence. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they should be charged though, because in this case or in this situation, Derek Chauvin is the veteran officer here. He's like supposed to be the leader in the situation, like, and he actually is responsible for training two of the officers, I think, that were on the scene. So it's like they're not going to challenge him because
Man, you know why we're here?
he's their
We're here
superior.
because it sounds like you
So
gave a fake bill to the individuals in there.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yes.
And you know why we pulled you out of the car? Because you was not listening to anything we told you.
Right. I didn't know what was going on.
You listened to us, and we will tell you what's going on, all right? When you're moving around like that, that makes us think way more is going on than we need to know.
Right. And that's all I had.
And it would.
All right. We're going to put you in the back of a squad, all right?
Okay,
Yeah, we're going to sort all this out, all right?
Is
that your car key?
It's my sister.
Key fob right there?
Yes, sir. I got one problem.
And I really have to think. I mean, I feel like he ate something. Because his behavior in the store versus his behavior, like, from, like, this point on, he's, like, really strange. And then from, like, that point, like, from his behavior in the store doesn't really make me think that he's, like lethally high. But his toxicology report shows that he had like 11 nanograms per milliliter of blood fentanyl in his system. So I don't know. Manslaughter in the second degree. A person who causes the death of another by any of the following means is guilty of manslaughter in the second degree and may be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 10 years or to payment of a fine of not more than $20,000. Let's see, what does it say? By the person's culpable negligence whereby the person creates an unreasonable risk and consciously takes the chances of causing death or great bodily harm to another. Yeah, no, he was definitely in his system to the amount that he was definitely high during this interaction. But what I'm saying is, like, it bodes more, like, it makes me think that even more when you look at, like, his behavior, when you look at his behavior in the gas station, like, at that point, it doesn't seem like he's really that messed up. But, like, from that point on, like, from a minute ago on, and I don't know what that was. I think that was some kind of pipe or something.
Anything sharp on you? I won't do the word. Do you have anything sharp on you?
But
you want to get home or nothing?
like from the amount of fentanyl that was in his blood in the autopsy 24 hours later, I feel like he would have had to have eaten it in the car. I don't know. That's my, uneducated opinion. Didn't they report that he ate the fentanyl? I think they did. Yeah. I mean, it's safe to assume he did from the video. I think too. I don't know. I don't know. He would have complied and told the officers his drugs. Yeah, they could have given him Narcan. Yeah, true.
I'm not the kind of guy.
What am I watching? Yeah, you're watching George Floyd trial.
Take a seat right now. I just had COVID, man. I don't want to go into that.
This is the prosecution exhibit. Yeah, he ate way too much. Yeah.
I'll roll the windows down and put your legs in, all right?
So they're showing this in all of the trial publicly live on TV/internet. Yeah, as far as I know. Yeah, this is the trial right now.
I don't want to try to win. I don't want to try to win. I don't want to win.
With how hyper he is, it'd have to be an uppercut with it. Yeah, it could be communist. Apparently, there's a lot of cocaine's like cut with fentanyl.
He know it. He know it to his officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man. In the car. Okay, can I talk to you, please?
But I mean, when you get
I am claustrophobic. I'm claustrophobic, man. Working with me.
I mean, like, look, I'll say, I used to partake in the marijuanas, and I mean, no matter how, high I was, like, if there was cops around or whatever, I'd sober up pretty damn quick. Like, I'd probably be more hyper than I was, like, out of it or whatever. So, see that? Okay, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. The cop who opens that other door, that guy's an idiot. All of the officers should have been on one door, shoving him in the car. That's it. This officer who opened the door is a moron. The one who opened that other door. Look, see, that's why he shut that door. He's like, what are you doing? So who lost the body cam then?
Get in the squad. I'm not going to leave.
Chauvin lost the body cam.
Idiots, man. Idiots. If that other dude wouldn't have opened that door, he'd have been in there. Like, no problem. Like 4 people, bro. Open one door, have all 4 people shove him in the car, close the door. That's it. Would have been too much force. What do you mean? Oh, tasing would have been too much force? Yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't know if they should have. I mean, he's already handcuffed. Like, if you're trying to get him in handcuffs, then yeah, I would say, like, use it non-lethal, but... See, this dude's got all the control. This dude who's the body cam is on right now. Damn, son, they make this look. This looks so bad, bro. Chauvin lost his body cam. Well, you can see it right there under the car.
Stop moving. Mama. Yeah, Mama. One of the front couches. Mama. On my right side bag. Mama.
I don't know, man. This looks awful.
Oh my God. I can't believe it.
See, that's what's confusing too. Like, I can understand them not responding to his like claims of like, he's like, I'm dead, I can't breathe. Well, like, just him saying that would, like, beg to differ or whatever. He's contradicting himself by like saying he can't breathe.
Thank you, darling.
But once he starts getting quiet, like, and once he's not moving around, like, there's no reason, man. Yeah, yeah, you're probably right. But
please. One side of the arm, please.
My face getting bad.
Yeah, should we get his legs up?
Oh, that's all right.
Just leave him. Just leave him. Leave him. Yep, just leave him.
Oh,
man.
I'm dead.
The park's still sitting on the car there.
Look at my face, man.
I believe so. I found a pipe.
Get out of the
I
car.
ain't keeping my sweat on.
Yeah,
Please.
across the street, park's washing.
Please.
2 other people with
Please,
him.
I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody help me.
Probably step it up then. You got it?
Please, man, somebody help me. Relax. I can't breathe.
You're doing fine. You're talking fine.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. My body's just tired this day. Relax. Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up. What do you want? I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit. Get up, get in the car, man. I will. Get up, get in the car. I can't move. Mama. Mama. I can't.
What's up, chicken wing?
My knee. My neck. I'm through. I'm through. I'm claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts.
Wait, he was gonna pin him down too. Yeah. And I'm not against them pinning him down, but like at this, like, dude, he's in handcuffs. Chauvin just made it a bad situation by putting his knee on his neck. Like, this dude right here, whose body cam they're showing, he's controlling his body. He's the one who's got pressure on the hips. Like, he's cuffed up. Like, how's he gonna? He can't even fight. Like, he can't push himself up with his arms. He looks like a big dude. Like, he's trying to get his one hand around. But as long as they control his arm like that with the handcuffs, and this dude whose body camera watching keeps sitting on his butt, he really can't go anywhere. Like, this is like wrestling or like, you know, jiu-jitsu like 101. You control the hips, you control like everything. Yeah, I think Derek's going to jail. I'd have to agree with that. Yeah, like at the very least, like by now, you should be able to take your knee off of his neck, and you can like stand up. From where Derek's standing, he's like to the left of this guy. Like, he could just. They got 2 people on him, man. Like. Right. Yeah, like right there. Like, his arm's going limp. And he wakes back up. Is the engine on in the car? That's what I'm trying to figure out too, because he really is pretty damn close to the.
You know that's bogus right now, bro. You know it's bogus. You can't look at me like a man because you're a bum, bro. He's not even resisting arrest right now, bro.
I think he's just
right now, bro. You think that's cool?
Straw man, he didn't have massive fentanyl in his system. Wait, what? He did. Wait, I'm confused. What's up with handcuffs? I got my hands out. Cop said it was a felony. I slid my hands back in. Got it really expensive right now. Oof.
You get mad. You see here, stop me breathing right now. You about to go out right now, bro. He's breathing.
Yeah, I don't know what they thought, man. If the knee on the neck didn't cut off the oxygen, I'm not sure how the prosecutor can make the claim that the knee on the... Yeah, I mean...
When
But this is the problem. Look, okay. So I was trying to pay attention to when it actually happened. I think it was like a minute and a half or 2 minutes ago. He stopped moving and he stopped breathing at this point. Oh, okay. Yeah, he did have COVID as well.
Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse.
This is stupid right here. This is improper technique right here. You can't check your pulse with your thumb because your thumb has its own pulse. Wait, what did he say?
What is that? What do you think this is right now, bro? Bro, are you serious? Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Kyle. Kyle, check his pulse.
He says, I can't find one. That's a terrible look for him, man. And then they go on for like another 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, this just looks terrible for Derek. Like, dude, he's right beside Derek Chauvin. Like, there's no way. I wouldn't think he was faking. I mean, even if like you just relieve some pressure and then see if he moves. Yeah, no, you can't. Yeah, you can't check a pulse with your thumb. Even though he said you couldn't find one. I do have medical education background, just barely, just an entry level. I'm a certified medical assistant, and I have my EKG certification and my no, Liquid, you're really not supposed to use your thumb like at all, because your thumb has too much of a pulse because of whatever vessel is in it. Neck veins are thick. True. I'm a certified dummy. Nice. Same. Lots of cops have been killed for making mistakes, for easing up on the job. Okay, yeah, but this is a case where he's already handcuffed. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if this was a case where he wasn't handcuffed, and, like, yeah, you gotta make sure he can't, like, reach for a weapon or whatever. But, like, he's clearly handcuffed. They've already patted him down. They know he doesn't have any weapons. Dude, I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm with you, dude. Like, if Floyd is being aggressive, he's being all these things. Like, it doesn't make it any easier. But Chauvin is in the wrong. Like, period, point blank. He's in the wrong there. Like, after a certain point, man. Like,
conversations.
I have to concede that. Like,
is that right? Correct.
It makes it like impossible. Like, yeah, EKG instead of ECG.
There was also a body-worn camera footage taken from the camera issued to Officer 2 Tao.
Oh, and I have my phlebotomy certification. But when you're in the when you are in the situation, it is split-second decision with someone that is erratic. Yeah, but I mean, like, that's why you get the. That's why you get paid. That's why you go through training. Like, you have to be able to, like. No, not lobotomy, phlebotomy. Hypernova, and all you have to do is go to the Republican Nation on Twitch. Okay, yeah, you're in that channel. To be part of the giveaway, you just have to be subscribed to the channel, and the giveaway is Friday. Jace will be doing a giveaway. I might do like a subathon night that night and try to go as long as I can. I think that would be pretty fun. Biden, Hillary, and Harris are go in jet, and it goes down. Who survives? Oh, yeah. Good one. Yeah, giveaways on Friday. America. Oh, who survives America? Nice. Okay. Good one. Yeah, this dude on the other side is an idiot that opens that door. Like, bro, he's almost in. Like, dude, we're at the finish line right here, and this dude's opened the door. And so Like, this other guy on the other side should have just closed the door now and then ran over to the other side and helped him in. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. No, it's not on a loop. They're just showing different camera angles. This is the prosecution, so they're really trying to, like, hammer this home. And, I mean, it's working. This looks terrible, bro. This does not look good at all. These idiots just opening the door back and forth, like... What is this training?
I know I can't breathe. I can't breathe. You're talking to me. Oxygen. I can't breathe. I just had COVID, man. I can't breathe. Okay. We're just gonna have to
How does he opening the other door? Okay, because he kicked his way across the seat and out the other door. Because this guy opened the freaking door up. Like, he was almost in. They were like about to cross the finish line. And then this dude had the other door open, so what he did, like, you could see it in the earlier camera, but like he kicks off the seat and just flings himself out the other side of the door. No, I don't even think they need to tase him. They just need to not be idiots. I don't know what this guy's opening the back for. I don't know what's going on here. I wonder what he's looking for. Oh, I think he's looking for like straps for his feet or something. I doubt you could push Floyd into that car. If I had 3 other people helping me, I could. I guarantee you, bro. I know that dude's massive, but he's also handcuffed. You're probably going to get kicked in the head, okay? Honestly, you're probably going to get kicked. How did I miss that? He jumping to the other side. It's hard to see in this angle, but you can see it really clearly in one of the other angles they showed earlier. Where like once they get him, like, he's basically laid down across the seat. So his head is like at the other door. And I think it's Chauvin who's on that side, or somebody, whoever's on that side, like as soon as they shove his feet up into the car, he just like kicks off of the like bottom of the seat and the back of the driver's side seat and just kicks himself straight across and basically out the door.
Thank you, darling.
Yeah, I mean, they don't look that strong, but there's 4 of them total. There's the guy whose body cam you're watching right now, and then there's the 3 who are on him. Like, bro. Oh, did they turn the car off right there? Oh, they turned it off. Okay, so the car wasn't running. Did they turn it off or on? I think they turned it off. People get 40 years non-parole. I don't know, man. He's getting something. See, like, it's... bro, the other angle they showed makes it pretty obvious, too. That guy in the middle is doing all the work at this point. The guy in the middle is kneeling on his buttocks, which means he's controlling his hips, which is all of his weight. Like, that's the only way he can roll over at this point is by using his hips and his legs.
Relax. I can't breathe.
Oh, man. Yeah, leg restraints. I think they were trying to, but the other guy just, like, gave up. Like, they handed that guy on the end, they handed him leg restraints, and he just, like, gave up. Look, all they had to do was, like, strap his legs together. And once they strap his ankles together, dude, there's literally nothing he can do to stand up. No matter, even if he has 100 pounds on the guy, you sitting on his butt when his legs and his hands are strapped together, there's not really much he can do. He can't really roll over. And even if he does, he can't get up because his legs are strapped together. Yeah, unfortunately, that might be the case. But even still, like, who wouldn't start at this point? Yeah. Bottom line, I don't think he meant to kill him and didn't want him dead. Yeah, but I mean, that's like, okay, that happens all the time in, like, in car accidents. Like, if you're like Caitlyn Jenner and her manslaughter that she got away with as what's his name? and his arm is in his. You can see it right here. His hand is in his pocket, and the other hand is on George Floyd, and his knee is on his neck. Like all of his weight is on this dude's neck right now. Like he doesn't even put his hand like on the police cruiser like at any point. I don't think the entire time either his left hand is either in his pocket. Okay, there he goes. Okay, I lied. He put his hand on the for 1.2 seconds there. He put his hand on the cruiser, if that. For that half a second, he put his hand on the cruiser. But for the rest of the time, he sits just like this, with his hand either in his pocket or on his leg, and his leg is on his neck. Like, bro, that just looks so terrible, man. How does one know how much pressure he's putting on his neck? I mean, with my brief wrestling background, like I wrestled enough in my life to know. Okay, I'm not an MMA expert, okay, but I've wrestled it enough. I wrestled in high school, like through high school and in middle school. Look, dude, he's putting a lot of pressure on his neck. I'll say that.
Thank you, darling.
Chauvin is a professional stuntman and is our part of the scene, yeah, baby. No, I mean, there's another angle they showed from the gas station too, where you can see like very clearly both of his hands are like on his legs, or either his right hand is either on his leg or it's always like holding one of his hands, and then his knee is like on the neck. I don't know, man. It's not good, bro. Supporting his super huge neck. Supporting on his super huge neck and muscles. Yeah, bro, like he hasn't said anything for a while.
You think that's cool though, right? What's your
Autopsy said no trauma to the neck. It was I mean the autopsy does say that. Look, I have it pulled up. That's what I'm saying though. Like even if that's what I'm saying. This is terrible, man. Okay, so that's. I'll try to find it again. I'll try to find the.
I'm not scared of you, bro. You're a fucking pussy ass dude, bro. What? I'm a firefighter from Minneapolis. Bro, look, well, you should check on him. He's not responsive right now. Back off. He's not responsive. Get off the street. Okay, can you indulge? He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now, bro.
Head and neck. Evidence of injury. Okay, head and neck. Let's see what it says here. I'm reading the, and I'll post this in the chat for everybody else.
Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Kyle. Check his pulse.
Here, I'm gonna post this in the chat.
Bro, check his pulse, bro. You both these, bro.
That's the official autopsy report. Okay. I'm reading where it says evidence of injury, head and neck. 4 centimeter maximum dimension, abraded red, black, purple contusion, lateral corner of left brow. Okay, that's on his face. Pinpoint red abrasion, just left of the middle, or just left of the midline of the forehead on his face. Abrasion left cheek. More abrasions on the corner of the mouth.
2026-34.
Curvilinear red avulsion just superior to the right side of the upper lip. So still none of this is to the side of the nose. Contusions to the body of the nose.
Is that right?
Right nearest, left nearest. Maximum dimension aggregate of pink and purple mucosal abrasions and lacerations upper lip. Still nothing. Yeah, so all was to the lip and the face and the nose.
44. Offer exhibit 44.
44 is received.
Request to publish 44.
Yeah, there's no yeah, there's nothing to suggest that there was something somewhere. I don't know, I found it earlier, but there's a part that talks about his neck. There's nothing to show that that his trachea was straight. There was no crushing of the trachea. Ever played the Pass Out game in your other? Yeah, I did. What's up, Conservative Texan? If we take all 4 cops, that's enough to force to snap a femur, the strongest in the human body. Yeah, facts. I think they could have got him into the car. I think they just suck. That's my opinion. They're all incompetent. Just saying.
320, we're code 4.
Okay, let's see. What I miss. Intermediate trauma to the neck to make someone pass out. Yeah, true. Yeah, it can be from the, no, I forget the name of both of them. Drug knuckles. No chest wall soft tissue injuries or fractures other than a single rib fracture from CPR. Vertebral column injuries or visceral injuries. They can't be fixed. They can't be if a man squash your death. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. Ripe. Yeah, 11 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl. That's enough to overdose. Or for it to be an overdose. He clearly gave himself that road burn to the face. It was not, hey, I didn't say that. I mean, obviously, his face was being smashed against the ground. But.
All right, if you can take that down, please. Now I'm going to be asking you about some items that we will seek to admit without publication at this point.
That's not true, communists. There are people who... Okay, there's autopsies that have been performed on people who die of fentanyl overdose at as little as like 4.6 or something like that, or like 5.6. We went and read a bunch of stuff earlier. And the autopsy was taken like 24 hours after. So I mean, if anything, the amount of fentanyl in his system only went down.
That were taken from,
yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's getting off.
Reviewed. This time
or budget so they can do better training. Facts. Yeah, they do need better training.
Publish kind of.
Mean lethal doses around 26 for accidental overdoses. We were looking at these earlier, but
Lane's body-worn camera at 20, 30, 41. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he did have meth in his system as well, and or fentanyl. Yeah, he as well. Yeah. Yeah, and in a lot of the cases of fentanyl overdose, there are other. There's usually like a mix of.
The dude was
drugs.
a walking medicine cabinet.
Yeah, he had a lot of drugs in his system, and he had a history of like hypertension and like heart problems, and apparently the autopsy shows that he was sickle cell, and he was COVID positive. So really, he died from COVID. I'm sure that's what they put on the report, the medical report. I gotta pump those numbers up, right? Am I right? I'm kidding.
Exhibit 58.
Sort of.
Body-worn camera at 20. 30,
Finally, a
43.
fellow conservative found on Twitch.
58 is received.
I guess I fall into that box.
Body-worn camera 20, 30, 47.
Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes conservatives hate me too, though. So because I'm too center.
Exhibit 60. Lane's body-worn camera 20, 30, 59.
60 is received.
Offer 61. Lane's body-worn camera 20, 31, 32.
We use fentanyl in medicine at... No, you don't. Communist. That's not true. The dosage that they use therapeutically is like 0.6 to 3 nanograms per milliliter.
Offer 64. Lane's body-worn camera 20.
I mean, put the link it in the chat. I could be wrong, but we were looking through a bunch of these stats earlier. and data, and all of the things were showing that in a medical setting, they're using they don't use
Offer 68.
or they don't want the blood
From Tao's body-worn camera.
nanograms per milliliter to be higher than like 3.
Military time 8:32:59.
That was 68.
Trump's fault. Got it.
Offer 69.
Yeah,
Tao's
it's all
body-worn
Trump's fault.
camera
Yeah.
At 8:32.
Medical reports
and 6
said
seconds.
overdose.
I'm sorry, 8:33 and 6 seconds.
People are tripping. Hey man, it is what it
69
is.
received.
Offer 70.
The Hennepin County medical examiner determined that the death was a homicide and that it wasn't a drug overdose. He had underlying health conditions and was high on drugs, but these are not the reason why he died.
71 is
I think he died of I think they put it as a heart
72,
attack.
Photograph from King's body-worn camera at 20:33:57.
72 is received.
Offer 74. Lane's body-worn camera.
It was determined that his death was a result of
20:38:22.
physical confrontation with the police.
74 is received.
Screw Floyd. He robbed a pregnant woman at gunpoint. Another did.
Offer 195. A still photograph from defendant Chauvin's body-worn camera at 20:18:18.
195 is received.
Offer 196.
Or
Tao's
fentanyl
body-worn
is a
camera
DEA Schedule 2 controlled
at
substance.
20:18:30.
I blame the war on drugs.
196
Facts.
is received.
Offer 197. Tao's body-worn camera at 20:18:40.
197 is received.
Yeah, that's the other problem too. Is Chauvin's history of like civilian complaints, and I think he had previous interactions with George Floyd. Makes it even worse. Makes it look even worse.
237 is received.
Offer 238. Defendant Chauvin's body-worn camera at 20:18:18.
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, no matter how you chop it up, this looks terrible.
Offer 239.
This looks
Tao's
really
body-worn
bad
camera
for.
at 20:18:40.
239 is received.
Offer 240. King's body-worn camera.
Yeah,
at 20,
no matter how you chop it up, man, this looks really bad for Chauvin here, man.
Offer 241. Lane's body-worn camera at 20:19:53.
Wait, which cop is still a rookie? Chauvin was a veteran there.
Offer 240.
Chauvin was
camera
basically
at
the superior officer in
20:23:50.
this situation. At least that's my
242 is
understanding.
received.
Offer 243. Lane's body-worn camera at 20:26:33.
You've been wrong about that too. Who knows? I've been wrong about things before.
Offer 244. King's body-worn camera at 20:26:55.
Right, but that's a less harmful. Okay, yeah, but that's not. Yeah, okay,
Offer
yeah.
245. Lane's body-worn camera at 20:28:23.
Yeah, there's a different. There's two. There's like acetyl. Yeah, are you talking about acetyl fentanyl?
Lane's body.
We were looking at that too earlier, and it's a lot higher.
248 is received.
But there are. Yeah, there are definitely deaths. What's up, Jackson? Welcome to the stream. There are definitely deaths that have as little as like 5, I think, milligrams or nanograms per milliliter. They did check the toxicology report.
Body-worn camera.
They determined that it was
to offer and for publication.
His death was
That's
from a heart
relatively
attack.
short, Your Honor. Exhibit 45 is another segment of defendant Chauvin's body-worn.
It's hot in here.
Any objection?
No objection.
45 is received. May be published.
Seek to publish 45.
Jeez. It's fighting. It's fighting my blinds.
You can't win. I'm not trying to win.
This is more prosecution. They're just gonna keep showing us over and over. Yeah, I don't know, man. It looks really bad.
I'm hearing you. You're not working with me. God, I'm claustrophobic, man. Get in the front.
Also, all 3 people I know died of opioid OD. Cause of death is heart attack, heart exploded, heart failure. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Facts. Chimerkia.
I can't breathe. Please. My wrist, man. My wrist, man, please. I can't take that, man. I can't. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground, bro. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm not going to
And then we've reached the point where, based on your experience,
yes, they actually got him fully into the car, but they're idiots. And the other guy on the other side opened the door.
Yes.
So he was able to kick his way out
thank you very much.
to the other side. Like, that's what I was saying. That guy who opened that door on the opposite door, like, ruined everything. That was pretty dumb. Yeah, but I mean, they all should have just been on one side and shoved him in the back.
So there is a
and that's
by the
that.
judge
Like,
speaking with the lawyers
that's it,
right
dude.
now after these emotional, wrenching body camera videos from the 4 police officers who subdued and pinned
Narcotics,
George
depressants,
Floyd
die
to the
from
ground.
action,
Derek
die
Chauvin's
from
knee on
action,
his
no
neck
breathing,
as
no
he
breathing,
slowly
no, dude,
expired. These
Yeah,
not
and
previously
it's,
released to public were published to the jury.
If you see, also, if you see his behavior, if you see his behavior in the store, okay, he's clearly, he's pretty fine. He's like even joking around, he's dancing around. Like, it seems like you could deduce, and from what the clerks say, that he was high.
Roughly 9:15 or 9:30.
But it didn't seem like he was like about to pass out. Like, you know how you can like you can see when someone's too drunk, like they're like stumbling around. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't like that. So from then that point on to like when he gets the when he then gets the
thank you, darling,
autopsy, like it kind of makes sense that he would he would have thanks for the follow, Scrappy, that he would have ingested some drugs in the meantime, because he wasn't very like, I don't know, it kind of makes sense.
Entered into evidence. An intense day of testimony, deeply disturbing.
Oh man.
To a stark conclusion with the admission of that body camera footage from the police officers on the scene, footage not previously released to the public.
Man.
It shows up close the last minutes.
It would make sense that he ate something though. Like from seeing him in the store till, and then like based on like how much based on how much he had in his system.
Somewhere early on, they said that you could see in the video where he had something in his mouth.
Right. Yeah, we saw that earlier.
Yeah. And then, Mike, you got the autopsy in front of you?
I
do.
Yeah.
Look up the autopsy?
Yeah.
What's the time of death?
Wait, hold on. Let me pull it back up. I went to the wrong page. The time of death is 9:25 p.m.
9:25 p.m. Isn't that well after he was picked up by the ambulance?
Actually, no, I don't think it's that far off. It was you can't see it now.
You called from a good phone number to get fucked up. Look at you, your body language is crazy.
It was somewhere around 8:30 when he was picked up.
Like an hour later.
Yeah. So he died like an hour later.
Yeah. So he died an hour later. He has no crushed windpipe. No major injuries to the neck or throat region.
It looks awful though for Chauvin.
Oh no, I'm not. Hey, listen, I'm just throwing devil's advocate out there
No, I
because
know.
they say that he expires right there at the cop car, and that is factually incorrect. That's just what I'm saying. Pronounced dead at the hospital, yeah, but the autopsy is the time of death, not
I
when
honestly,
he was pronounced dead.
honestly, I would still probably argue that it was an overdose over that because he was basically screaming up to the point where I guess he wasn't, and that's probably when he suffered from the heart attack. I don't know, man. I would probably still lean towards he suffered a heart attack from a drug overdose, but the fact that Chauvin was being like his behavior and the knee with the knee on the neck for that long, like, dude, it just
Chauvin did not help at all. Like I said, he's
he
negligent in the
he just
safety of
ruined
his detainee.
he ruined it for himself and for his
yeah
department. I mean, he just like crapped the bed there. Which link are we talking about?
And see, that's the other thing that too gets me about Chauvin is that he has
died on the way to the
he
hospital.
has enough time on, as a police officer to know that situation that he's in right there could blow up to another Ferguson, another this or another that, and he failed to de-escalate the situation to where nothing like that
the one about the memo
could have been, could have happened or should have happened.
The memo. Wait, the one about the memo from the medical examiner.
Can you hear me?
I can. Sorry, I was reading chat too.
I just want to make sure.
Let's see. This is all the stuff that I had pulled out that I was reading. I was reading that one.
Some
earlier.
of the stuff I'm
We
saying and how you're responding could be.
Yeah, no, sorry. It's because I was trying to read.
I was
trying to read.
Talking to me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you. I was just trying to read chat too. Let's see. There's that one too. These are all the studies we were looking at earlier. In reference to like, I think those are all the ones. And this one. So I'm posting all the links that we were looking at earlier in result in reference to this. In reference to it being a drug overdose. But I mean, I think even if it is a drug overdose, that Chauvin made it impossible to know. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, yeah. I mean, listen, you as a police officer, you are a first responder. He should have recognized with all the kicking and screaming, and even though this guy was saying, I can't breathe and all that stuff, he had a responsibility to ensure that the person that he had detained was physically okay.
Yeah, well then
at no time did Chauvin even, talk to him, ask him any questions. Nobody was, everybody was kind of like just asking him, what are you on? And they should have given him some type of basic or administered some type of initial, what is really wrong with you type thing. And that's my opinion. I mean, some people would disagree and that's okay. But for me, I would have been like, all right, dude, we got you on the ground. And then the minute, like I've said before, the minute that he said, okay, I'll do this and I'll do that. Okay, well, then you de-escalate it back to that, right?
The whole time they should have been trying to de-escalate it, yeah.
Yeah, there was no de-escalating. There was just pain compliance.
Right.
And shut the hell up before, or we're not going to move. And that was just the wrong situation.
Yeah, and he should have, he went from basically being like irate to nothing. Like he went from one extreme to the other. He went from like literally screaming to like dead silence and not even squirming anymore. So like that's when you should, that's when you should be checking. I mean, you're the one on his neck. Like the one who was sitting on his buttocks shouldn't be the one checking his pulse. Like, and he was the one that ended up checking his pulse. And then he even says it out loud that he's like, I can't find it. And he's like, oh, I can't find a pulse. And then Chauvin still remains on his neck. And for most of the time, there was that one split second where he put his hand up against the vehicle. But it's like, for most of the time, They showed the footage from the gas station too. They showed a lot of different angles. So basically, the entire time Chauvin's left hand is in his pocket or it's right on his knee, and his right hand is either on his other knee or on George Floyd's hand, like holding George Floyd's like wrist and hand, whatever. Like all of his weight was on his knees, and one knee was like on his. I think one knee was like on his rib and the other knee was on his neck. And it looked like all of his body weight is like on that knee that's on his neck. Like, bro. Oh my gosh.
It was bad.
It was really bad, dude. I think he's definitely
You know
getting
how they say good intentions, poor execution or whatever?
Yeah, like the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Like, oh, here it is. Evidence of, wait, where was one? There was something that I read in here that was like saying that there was no, that the neck was straight. There was no neck layer by layer. Dissection of the anterior strap muscles of the neck discloses no areas of contusion or hemorrhage within the musculature. The thyroid, cartilage, and hyoid bone are intact. The larynx is lined by intact mucosa. The thyroid is symmetric and red-brown without cystic or nodular change. The tongue is free of bite marks, hemorrhage, or other injuries. The cervical spinal column is palpably stable and free of hemorrhage. Let's see. The right and left lung weigh 1085 and 1015 grams respectively. The external surfaces are pink only on the most interior aspects. The deep red purple in all other areas. Oh, and deep red purple in all areas. The pulmonary parenchyma is okay. Well, so it doesn't. The pulmonary vascular tree is free of thromboemboli. So free of blood and edema, fluid, or foreign material. Yeah, there's basically saying there's no damage to the neck or. But like that's the same thing. So even if you want to say he didn't die because of the knee on the neck, like it could be a situation where, like, I think officers have been charged before, for killing people using tasers too. So it's like the taser doesn't kill them, but they have a heart attack. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but that's usually because they've
they used it improperly.
That's poor judgment in using the taser.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I think I would have to argue that this was probably poor judgment. Definitely poor judgment on Chauvin's part. So it's like
the thing is like the way people argue it and what they get upset about is that they argue that Chauvin, caused his death, that the knee on the neck caused his death. Yeah. And the autopsy shows that there was no damage to the neck or to any of the airways. Yeah. Right? Did it, attribute to it? Probably did. I mean, the whole situation probably attributed to it. If you the more adrenaline that's running through your body, the quicker the drugs, overtake, your systems. It's just like, anything else. Sometimes the more adrenaline in your body, the quicker the drugs get out of your system. It just, you lose your high or whatever. That's what happens when you're high and like you get into a situation like where you're caught or whatever, and you seem like you instantly sober up because the adrenaline just rushed the drugs right out of your system. So, but causing it, no. Was it a factor in it? It could have been, but you're not going to get him. You're not going to be able to. Well, public opinion, you might be able to get him for murder, but factually,
I
just don't think you could get him for.
Hey, thanks for the follow there, Chrissy. Appreciate you. So
yeah, and then you also have intent, like Doghouse just brought up intent.
Just so everybody knows, there is a giveaway, $1,000 giveaway, taking place on Friday. if you want to be a part of the giveaway, all you have to do is be subscribed to the Republican Nation on Twitch. So if you're watching from my channel, make sure you go over to the Republican Nation, give them a follow and subscribe, and then they'll be doing the giveaway drawing from all of the subscribers. It'll be a random raffle from anyone who's subscribed to the channel on Friday, minus of course.
Okay, real quick,
like myself,
Liquid Sunshine,
and other streamers.
So real quick, Liquid Sunshine. So maybe the police increase the likelihood of him dying. Yeah, so that's where the negligence comes in, because he didn't, assess the situation properly. He's negligent in the death of George Floyd, in my opinion. And then cancel the communist. If you stand on my back and cause me to choke, there's going to be signs of your footprints would show up in the muscles underneath my skin, because you would cause some type of bruising by standing on my back like that. All right. And in the autopsy, that there was no signs of any type of bruising or anything in that region. So, there's the difference there.
Buckeye, I can't hear you, by the way, if you're talking. I see your mic moving, but I don't know if you're trying to talk.
You really can't hear me?
Wait, no, never mind. Wrong person. Okay, never mind.
Oh, yeah, Davis has been hot the entire time. Maybe pull him into the waiting room.
Maybe I was mixing them up. Maybe it was Discord for a minute mixing them up. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, that's
Doghouse Show. Usually in big cases like this, they will overcharge to the extreme to try and catch something.
Yeah, well, it's like negotiating.
Yes, it's a negotiation tactic.
I mean, yeah, you're not gonna go for.
Which
you're
is
trying to buy. You're trying to buy a car. You're gonna offer them like $1,000 first.
Yeah, that's why you have so many drug convictions, because they drug they charge to the max and say we're gonna give you 20 years for having this this amount, and then so the public defender says, all right, listen, if we go to trial, they're going to find you guilty, and then you're probably going to get this many years. But, if you plead and just serve this many years, then, we'll do that. You only do this many years. So, and then the prosecution gets credit for a conviction through a plea deal, and somebody who shouldn't be in jail for as long as they are in jail for much longer than they need to be.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I feel like it's going to be either riots in celebration or riots in outrage, unfortunately.
And all riots.
Oh, Davis is live on camera now. Oh, wait. Davis, are you talking?
No.
Oh, okay, cool.
I am now.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure your mic was working.
Yep, I think so.
Yeah, it is. Oh, man. Man, oh, man. Well, that took like way longer than I thought it was. I thought they were going to stop streaming at like 3, but whatever.
So the reason for the overcharging and yeah, we can all say that, yeah, okay, manslaughter is that what it does is it gives the jurors a large area to choose from, because it only takes one juror for an acquittal, right? So if all the jurors can agree on manslaughter rather than murder, right? Then okay, we'll get him for manslaughter. But if you only charge for murder and you can only charge him one time, and one juror says, I could agree with manslaughter, but I can't see murder, then you've just lost. So that's why they overcharge like that. It gives a large swath of decisions to be made by the jurors.
All right, so man,
can't appease the mom. True story. Nobody's gonna be happy in this outcome. Or there's going to be somebody that's not happy with the outcome.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do now.
What's going to be interesting is that Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
All right, so I'm going to try to move on and cover a couple more things before. Actually, we'll just do this one thing.
We'll make
just
dinner.
do 2 things.
I talk to y'all later.
I don't know if Zach is going to be on or not. All right, see you later, dude. I don't know if Zach is going to be on, but I assume he's going to be on, so I'm going to try to wrap this up and do like 2 things. Because I think we've beat this horse to death, and we're going to keep beating it to death probably for the rest of the week. So let's see here. All right, this is how we'll do this. Wait, is this working? Yeah, it's working. All right, so yeah, so this is something else I was going to cover. Steven Crowder was getting banned. Just going to sort of go over that, touch on the censorship. I think it's kind of ridiculous, but let's see here. Let him tell you in his own words.
Hey there, Crowder Bits. I think this is the first time I've ever done a cell phone video to Crowder Bits, and for those of you who don't know, that's because I've been suspended from YouTube, I guess banned temporarily. Just logged into my email yesterday.
Zach is off today
to find out that
we'll just do these 2 things because I got to get off.
That wasn't a real strike before for our COVID anniversary video, 15 days to flatten the curve. All the sources are available at loudwithcrowder.com, including the CDC and WHO, which apparently is fake news, can't be used now. And yesterday, YouTube considered it a community guideline strike and took down our episode where we specifically visited a, and I want to be clear about this here. We've never alleged that the election was won by Donald Trump because we can't. We've never alleged that there was widespread voter fraud that changed the outcome of the election because we can't. You're also not even allowed to express an opinion to that extent. But what was removed was a Nevada episode where we actually sent employees to locations where we looked at voter rolls, cross-referenced them with deliverable addresses, and took video with a copy of that day's paper at those addresses to say that there is at least some brokenness in the capacity as it relates to those addresses. That is now considered a violation of YouTube's guidelines. So I want to be really clear about something here. Well, first off, we'll be streaming here exclusively at Crowder Bits tomorrow and Friday, and I think we'll be able to stream and post again to the main channel next week. Half Asian Kraken is reaching out. Look, YouTube is past the point now here of saying, well, you can say one thing, but you can't say that. That's controversial.
Right, so that was pretty shit.
Maybe that's hate. None of these
that's
violations
the
are considered hate
anyways,
speech.
and then
YouTube is making it clear no.
He goes into his little spiel there. It was basically a lot of my same sentiments for the most part. I think censorship is kind of ridiculous on both sides. I don't think it's healthy or conducive to actually discovering the truth on things. Like, I mean, even if people are like grossly wrong in certain situations, you should probably lean on the side of not censoring them. And this has moved on to the left as well. I see a lot of people on the left getting angry now too because they're also getting censored because now that the election's won, they don't need your support anymore. So we saw a wave of like Antifa and like hardcore like anarchists, etc., being banned off of Twitter and stuff like that. So the left is getting censored as well. So this is moved on past just being something that's local to the right. And I think a lot of that has to do with not only what I said, they don't need you anymore. The big tech companies don't need your support anymore because Biden's in office. And then cancel culture in general is becoming more it's becoming like bipartisan at this point. I mean, and I think it's kind of gross, but I mean, it's to be expected as well. Like the right is just mimicking behavior that works. The left maybe started it, you could argue, or was doing a lot more of it. So but now the right is following suit as well. And they're playing the game by the same rules. So I think it's overall, I think it's a net negative for society. I think it's better to have these people in the public eye, in the public sphere. It's very clear at this point that YouTube and Twitter, Facebook are the new like town square. So I think maybe there needs to be some kind of regulation, as much as I hate involving the government in in anything, especially like free speech. But if they're going to get involved in anything, it would be something like this, whether it's forcing them to bust up, whether it's offering some kind of government sanctioned free speech version that's like, you know, they can't be held responsible for anything that's said on this platform, but everybody is allowed access to this platform totally unrestricted. And maybe let's say Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook basically have to offer an uncensored version of their product. Or even you could just do things like I was suggesting about YouTube, where maybe you could do like, because we all know shadow banning is a thing. Channels get shadow banned where it's like their videos aren't auto suggested, their videos don't show up in the algorithm in other people's feeds, whatever. Maybe just make that not shadow banning. Like maybe just tell people like, hey, just so you know, your content is marked as vulgar or as this or as that, so your videos won't show up on anyone else's feed. They won't show up in the next play or play next or the autoplay section or whatever. Like we won't suggest. Basically, we're not going to suggest any of your videos to anybody. But you still have a channel, and people can come find you and visit whatever. So that way, reform or reinterpretation of Section 230 would be a good thing. I think it's the last clause in there where it talks about or anything. The way they word it is just, they word it so loosely. Any content otherwise objectionable or something like that. That's like one of the last sentences in there. In like, I think it's subsection C or something like that. But you know, maybe a reinterpretation of that, or a more I don't know, a more clear rewording, I guess, would be a good thing too. So, and then we're gonna do this last, and then I'll if Zach isn't coming back on, I'll probably just come on early tonight, and I'll come back on at, let's say it's 6:00 now, maybe like 8:00, just to be safe. So that way I can go hang out with the wife for a little while. So we'll shoot for like 8:00 or 9 p.m. If I know for sure Zach isn't coming on, it'll probably be like 8:30 ish. But so there's that. You know, that's my 2 cents on that. I think censorship overall is bad. I think it's better to have, even if you have like Nazis and like idiot QAnoners and, you know, the communist lefties, like you kind of need these people in the public sphere, the Antifas, all the crazies. Like you kind of need these extremists in the public sphere so that as a community we can collectively beat them over the head with their stupid ideas, show them how stupid they're being, and hopefully, you know, de-radicalize them a bit. I think the worst thing you could possibly do with radical people or extremists is to banish them essentially from the rest of society or the rest of the township or whatever, because you're just shoving them into their own little spaces. And it doesn't matter whether they're on the left or the right, because they're just going to get more radical. They're not going to get any less radical by you removing them from society. And people who follow people who are radical are only going to be more encouraged to follow them once they get banned, because they're going to say, well, even people who were like on the edge are going to be like, oh, well, there must have been something right about what they were saying, or else they wouldn't have gotten banned, right? So you're kind of turning these people into martyrs in a sense. So that's my take on that. I think I've said this before, but you guys have probably heard me say this. Whatever. So that's that. Censorship sucks. It's stupid. And I think especially stuff like that, with that particular case, I don't think Steven Crowder did anything bannable. He had sources and plenty of evidence just to prove that there was, in fact, voter fraud, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He still wasn't claiming, like he said it himself, he wasn't claiming that there was like widespread voter fraud or some cabal, even though Time Magazine claimed that. Anyways, whatever. So yeah, censorship bad and lame, and Steven Crowder getting banned for that is kind of stupid. And like I said, you're just pointing more people to watch that video. They're going to go try to figure out why he got banned, and then those who are more radical are going to be like, yeah, see, it was all a coup, and YouTube trying to cover it up. Like big tech is like, you make yourself look more guilty. by trying to, like, you know, you look like you're hiding things.
Thank you, darling.
It's not a good look, man. Thank you, Real Wheel, for the follow. Also, just another heads up for anyone who's just joining. If you subscribe to the Republican Nation on Twitch, there is a $1,000 giveaway on Friday. We're drawing from all the subscribers. So, $4 for a raffle into a $1,000 giveaway? I think that's pretty worth it. So, maybe I'll make a separate account and sneak a sub in there. Who knows? No, but we're going to be doing a random giveaway. We're gonna do a randomized drawing from the list of all the subscribers. So, Nacho is cute, smart, and deadly combo. Oof. Nice. Thanks, man. Thanks. You all think running things of literal radical ideas have no repercussions. Wait, what? I think I'm missing something. You run things on radical ideas, you'll get radical results. Oh yeah, true. But I mean, if you I don't know. I think I'm missing part of that conversation. But yeah, I gave my take on that. I think if you banish these people, you only make them more radical, not less radical. I think it's more healthy for them to somewhat be a part of the population. Like, obviously, if someone is like espousing like Nazism, and they're, you know, they're like that stuff, you're not really going to be able to fix that. And if they're just like spewing slurs all over the place, yeah, of course, there's like certain things where it's like you're not really going to be able to reach these people. But I think that the majority of people end up getting to be following these people and these communists and people who make excuses for like Stalin and Hitler and all these other crazies like on the left and the right. Like, I think you only get those because you kind of exclude them from society. So anyways, let's see what Matt Gaetz was getting into.
Everybody, happy Wednesday.
Not the Matt Gaetz that streams for us,
today.
okay?
We have Crystal.
Indeed we do. We got Brianna Joy Gray on. She's going to break down a new AOC interview about and with
Oof. What happened
with
there?
DSA. We've got the funky academic on, the one and only Irami Osei Frimpong. He's going to talk about the Amazon election and how you know an election is a sham. So that'll be interesting.
All right.
Always is with Irami. But we wanted to start with a story that I just don't even know what to say about what is going on here.
There's a lot going on here. It begins and ends with Matt Gaetz. We were planning on covering a segment yesterday, which I thought was a very interesting commentary on the GOP. Matt Gaetz leaking to Axios, let's put this up there on the screen, that he was seriously considering not seeking re-election, possibly leaving Congress early for a job at Newsmax. That was with 3 sources with direct knowledge of the talks. Now, there was a lot of discussion of that. But then, hours later, this story breaks from the New York Times, seeming that the Newsmax thing was a bit of a cover-up, for it said that the Justice Department has an inquiry over whether Matt Gaetz had sex with an underage girl in his investigation for sexually trafficking a 17-year-old. Now, the allegation is basically that he was dating the 17-year-old woman and he paid for some of her travel, and I believe it's a federal crime because if you transport somebody across state lines for sex, like that is in and of itself sex trafficking, especially when that person is underage. So that is the specific allegation here. Then,
let me just say one thing of note here. The allegation is that investigation was open during the Trump administration.
Correct, by Bill Barr, and that it was briefed to senior Department of Justice officials at the time. Then Matt Gaetz comes out with this explanation. So let's put this up there on the screen.
Yeah, dude, their faces crack me up.
Over the past several
I
weeks,
like the Hill because they go at both sides. I can appreciate that.
A DOJ official seeking
I wish more people, more news outlets were like them.
Wearing a wire at the FBI's discretion to catch these criminals. The planted leak to the FBI tonight was intended to thwart that investigation. No part of the allegations against me are true, and the people pushing these lies are targets. Let's put the next one up there on the screen.
Nice logic.
In which Gaetz demands the DOJ immediately release the tapes made at their direction, which implicate their former colleague in crimes against me based on false allegations. So I don't even really know where to begin to unpack all of this, Crystal, because Gaetz has both said,
it's confusing.
Like, yes, you know, I often pay for women, like when I was dating and I was single, I would pay for their travel in order to accompany me, which seemed like an admission, but then he says that this specific allegation is completely false. This inquiry apparently all stems from a previous investigation into a guy in Florida who was, let's see, his name is Mr. Greenberg, and Joel Greenberg, a former Seminole County tax collector who was charged last summer with sex trafficking of a child and a medley of other charges. This investigation stems from that investigation.
Right. So Greenberg and Gates are apparently close associates.
Correct.
He's a big GOP player, donor, all that stuff. He gets investigated for these sex trafficking allegations.
Mr. Greenberg.
They appear to find
Hey,
something
thanks for the follow,
untoward about Gates,
Danzagram.
allegedly, and that's how this investigation into
Appreciate
Gates
it.
comes to be.
If you don't know,
so that's
I'll say
kind
it
of
again.
the origin story.
There is
of where this all
$1,000
came
giveaway.
from, and then Gates vociferously denies every aspect.
It's going to be a
of this,
raffle
and
from
says
all
what's
the
really
subscribers to
going
the channel
is
on
that
Friday.
someone who was in the Department of Justice at the time during the Trump administration is trying to extort him and his family for $25 million, threatening to smear his name if they don't pay up. And that's where his dad apparently is wearing a wire and recording conversations. He actually named, so after he puts out his tweet thread and also gave an interview to Axios' Jonathan Swan where he defends himself and said the thing about like, well, I am very generous with the women that I date and the partners that I have, and some people are trying to make that look criminal, which I'm not actually really sure how that fits into what he's even being accused of. So that just kind of made things more confusing. So after that interview and his tweet thread, then he went on with Tucker Carlson last night to give a more fulsome explanation of himself. Here's Tucker asking about the specific allegation. Did you have a relationship with a 17-year-old? Here's what Gates had to say.
So they're saying there is a 17-year-old girl who you had a relationship with. Is that true? And who are they? Who is this girl? What are they talking about, the New York Times?
The person doesn't exist. I have not had a relationship with a 17-year-old. That is totally false. The allegation, as I read it in the New York Times, is that I've traveled with some 17-year-old in some relationship. That is false, and records will bear that out to be false.
He completely denies that. He's also asked about this allegation that he's being extorted, which the reporting is
America, that's what a lot of people have been saying. A lot of people are like, Matt Gates kind of rubs me the wrong way.
Gates says to Tucker about that.
I don't know, man.
Tonight, I am demanding that the Department of Justice and the FBI release the audio recordings that were made under their supervision and at their direction, which will prove my innocence and that will show that these allegations aren't true. They're merely intended to try to bleed my family out of money. And this former Department of Justice official tomorrow was supposed to be contacted by my father so that specific instructions could be given regarding the wiring of $4.5 million as a down payment on this bribe. I don't think it's a coincidence that tonight, somehow, the New York Times is leaking this information, smearing me, and ruining the investigation that would likely result in one of the former colleagues of the current DOJ being brought to justice for trying to extort me and my family.
Okay, so now we have details on who that former DOJ official is, according to Gates. And this is David McGee, who is a former DOJ employee.
What's up, Mug? Welcome back,
at the
brother.
Beggs and Lane. Now, Mr. McGee
Or
was
sister.
contacted yesterday
Who knows?
by several media outlets. According to the Daily Beast, who spoke with him late last night, he said any reports of extortion involving him or his firm were, quote, completely and totally false. This is a blatant attempt to distract from the fact that Matt Gates is apparently about to be indicted for sex trafficking underage girls. He also, Mr. McGee, told the Washington Post that he was not.
Oh, whoops.
All right, Nacho, I'm checking out.
That he is
All right, man.
Sorry, that
Yeah,
he
thanks
was
for
not
hanging out,
connected
man.
to any effort to extort Mr. Gates, or that he was connected to the
See ya.
DOJ investigation of
See you
possible
later.
sex trafficking.
See you,
He
man.
said Gates's father had called me and asked to talk to me, though he declined to say what that conversation entailed. So clearly, Mr. McGee is involved, possibly
Her
within this
face.
case. Maybe he represents the family. None of that is confirmed. Or anyway, but anyway, the person who Matt Gates says is the person who's trying to extort him, so he's not trying to extort him, but it does seem he's had a conversation with Matt Gates' father. So there's a lot going on here. Maybe he is being extorted. It's very possible. But maybe he's also guilty. That's
Didn't
also
Matt
very
Gates
possible.
also
And it's
adopt a
possible
17-year-old kid?
that
Did he?
One or the other, or
Is that
both
true?
of those things are true.
They may not be mutually exclusive.
Right,
I don't know if
exactly.
that's true.
There's no reason that they could be mutual.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not speculating. I have
I
no
have no
idea
clue.
what's going on here. It's all these threads. It's very tangled. I'm extremely confused by the whole thing. But you basically have, I guess, 4 scenarios. One scenario is none of this is true, that he's not being extorted, that he didn't do anything wrong, and there's really nothing to see here. That actually seems pretty unlikely. The other scenario is he did do something wrong and he's lying about the extortion. Third scenario is he didn't do anything wrong and he is being extorted, so he's telling the full truth. And the last scenario, which, you know, it's very hard to figure out what, like, the simplest explanation of what's going on here is, so I, you know, couldn't tell you what Occam's razor is. But the last scenario is that both men are lying and that he is guilty of something and also is being extorted. Those two things could both be the case. That whole interview with Tucker was really
bonkers.
Weird.
It was weird.
Tucker, even after the interview, came back on to give his thoughts and said, that's one of the weirdest interviews I've ever done.
Right.
And which I think speaks to the fact that we're going to cover this some later in the show with Philip Wegman in the panel, Philip being a reporter who would know on Capitol Hill. Matt Gaetz is not a loved figure in this town with Democrats or with Republicans. And so part of the thing is there's not going to be a lot of people who put their necks out to come to this guy's rescue at this point. They're going to wait and see which way the ball bounces and how this all ultimately plays
Pretty
out.
weird, man.
But it's just a wild story. I'll tell you the part that really kind of throws me
Someone who
the
he
most
has referred to
is
as a
he keeps
servant on
making
the
these
street. Wait,
comments
what?
about I'm very generous. I'm a very generous partner. I pay for flights and hotels and trips for the women that I'm dating, and someone's trying to turn that into criminal behavior. But that's not what's really being alleged here.
That's right.
With the underage girl allegations. So that piece to me is weird, which tells me there's something else going on here that is likely to, I mean, I think the whole thing is ultimately going to come out, but I have no idea what to tell you, what to make of it.
I have no idea. Like I said, the specific allegation being investigated is that he violated federal statutes, which make it illegal to induce someone under 18 to travel over state lines in order to engage in sex in exchange for money or something of value. That's the specific thing which is being investigated. There's no question of whether it is true or not. It was opened in the final months of the Trump administration, and that given Mr. Gaetz' national profile, senior Justice Department officials in Washington were notified of the investigation.
Very
It's highly
strange.
unusual in order to directly investigate a United States congressman. That's a big deal whenever you do something like that, especially when you're doing subpoenas and others. Then we have the separate investigation around the alleged extortion, which is involving this guy, Mr. McGee. Mr. McGee says he's not extorting, but he's clearly involved, somehow with Matt Gaetz' dad, who's also a former congressman.
Very weird.
I forgot that part.
Yeah, that's right. There's a whole power broker system down there in Florida. And so all of this, come full circle it's a very complicated situation. And we have to be honest, his behavior was extraordinarily bizarre on Tucker's show. I mean, we didn't play it, but he was like, Tucker, you know what it's like to be falsely accused. I mean, Tucker was like, to be clear, that was from a mentally ill viewer 20 years ago.
Who I'd never met
before. And yes, it was bad. And then he dropped another thing where he's like, Tucker, you may remember, you and your wife went out to dinner with me and my friend. And he was like, to be clear, I have no recollection of that incident.
Tucker's like, please don't bring me into this.
Why are you trying to bring me into this? Afterwards he said that was the weirdest interview I've ever done.
Which again speaks to Tucker gave him the platform to defend himself.
Yeah.
Asked him the questions that everybody wanted asked, but he was not trying to give him cover either. That's part of the thing for him is he's not loved. He's not going to find any sort of safe harbor where people are going to say, this is totally nonsense and we believe you, Matt. Everyone's just going to kind of be hands off and see ultimately what happens here. The one thing that I can tell you 100% is not true is Gaetz in that interview tried to pull the whole this is a political hit job and you're not allowed to be an outspoken conservative man these days, etc. Clearly, given that this was open under the Trump administration, that is not the problem. That's not what is going on here. I don't know what's going on here, but he's not being persecuted for his political views.
Yeah,
that much I can tell you for sure.
I agree. It seems that there is.
Do we want Trump back yet? I don't know, man.
Investigate. Again, I don't know if it's
I feel like I could do Trump as long as it
not,
comes with a Tulsi Gabbard or something like that.
We will keep our eye on it, and we're going to tell you what's on our radars. That's next.
All right. Well, Very strange. Very strange indeed. All right, so it looks like Zach, are you in here? Well, Zach is in here, but he's not in here. I don't know if Zach is going live or not. If he is, I'll just end the stream. Otherwise, I'll just try to raid a friend of mine or something, and then I'll come back on in like an hour or so, or 2 hours. Let me see. I don't have any I don't have any like conservative streamers or right streamers that are on right now though. Maybe Joe Pags. Either way, I have to go. I don't know. We're going to figure this out. All right. Well, I'm going to raid a friend of mine. She's just a gamer. So that's it. Just gamer until we're going to shoot for like 9 o'clock. 8:30, 9 o'clock. Depending on whenever Zach plans on coming online, if he is going to come online. Either way, thank you guys all for being here, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Darryl.